Hello, everybody. Welcome to the stream. It's the WardiTV June playoffs, and we're going to be getting started in a couple of moments. Why is that doing that thing again? I don't know. Hey, what's up, Nick Jones? How you doing, mate? Thank you so much for the big resub. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. All right. We're going to be kicking off into the playoffs today. We're going to be starting with a best of 5. We've got a bunch of best of 5s coming up. The first best of 5 will be ByuN versus Mana. How am I doing? I am doing good. How are you guys doing? Hello, hello. Good to see you all. Thanks for joining us as we get this ready to rumble. So it's going to be ByuN versus Mana, then we're going to do Maxpax versus Solo, then the semi-final on that top side. And then the bottom half, we're going to go Rainor, Geralt, Spirit, and then the winner on that bottom side semi-final, then the finals. So, lots of games, tons of matches. Let's hope for some good ones, as we will start off in the top right corner of the map. Our blue Protoss player is going to be Mana. And in the bottom left, our red Terran player here, kicking off this best of 5, is going to be ByuN. As we get this up, running, ready to party, and like I say, a full day of games coming your way. Loads of StarCraft 2 coming at you. Hope you all, feeling good. What's up, Simon A and J Riley? Thank you for the kind words. Glad you're enjoying. Yeah, we've got the June event finishing up today. Then tomorrow we have our first qualifier for the European League. Should be a lot of fun as well. Looking forward to that. Should be great. Looking forward to it. Exciting. Should be a lot of fun as we have ourselves. Refinery coming up. Gate and a gas coming in. And we see a barracks coming down as well. So again, a little bit of setting up right now. Getting ourselves established in the early few moments. Getting a rolling. Figuring out what our game is going to give us. It's a fun matchup because I think ByuN has really fixed a lot of his TVP woes lately. And then Mana is a player who has consistently been... Yeah, I think Mana is a player who's consistently been getting better. He's actually had really good results lately. If you've been following StarCraft 2 lately, you probably have seen some of Mana's results. And, you know, if you're like me, you've probably been pretty impressed by them. I've been pretty impressed. There's been some pretty crazy results, to be honest. So... yeah, it's been fun to watch him play. It's been fun to watch him doing well. Like I say, beating a bunch of players. And across all matchups as well. This is not just like a, oh, like he found some cheeky PvP builds, or oh, he's abusing PvZ. Like, across all matchups, Mana has actually had a definite, like, increased success rate. So, yeah, like I say, it's been really cool to see that as the Nexus, the Cybercore, continue to come up. Sentry on the way, Warp Gate on the way, Factory building up. And a command center coming through too, as we continue to just get ourselves a roll in here for the early few moments. Tech Lab on the way as well, and we are going to drop a gateway down in the wall off. We're actually going to get to a Tech Lab early, so obviously we're so used to seeing the reactor for the Hellions. But this is already ByuN doing something a little quirky, which is probably a Cyclone coming out and going for a little bit of a different approach. Gets himself settled in. I guess it's not that different for TVP, but you know, sometimes we just see like the marine production off a reactor, then the Hellion or two that pops out as well. But no, gonna get that Cyclone and then the reactor straight after on the barracks now, as we get ourselves set up. I guess it just gives you a very fast Cyclone. I almost wonder if we're gonna go 2 Cyclones here and then have 2 Cyclones in the medevac for the drop and some harassment. So maybe that's a possibility. Obviously, not a single Widow Mine either. The Cyclone really is like the first unit popping out. He is going to go Widow Mine after, so it's a Cyclone into a Widow Mine drop. That will help him to deflect this hallucination, although all information was already gathered there initially, so... I mean, getting rid of the hallucination is nice, but it doesn't really change much at this point. Hey, what's up, Sean DeWolf? How you doing? Thanks so much for the 100 bits. Tell the doggo we say hi. I will let her know that you guys are inquiring. I'll give her some extra loves next time I see her. She's just chilling downstairs today, I believe. Maybe she'll make an appearance at some point. Then coming up, and we'll get on the way. A couple of probes added on as well, so we get all of that going. Bring this up. Probe facility. Continue to come through, as the blink upgrade is the choice as well from Mana, so we are seeing a good idea of where he wants to start taking this, and what he might be thinking of getting to in the near future. There's going to be that Widow Mine drop going across the map, so we'll have an eye on that one to see if it maybe comes in and causes some trouble, as otherwise we have ourselves the Marines, the Cyclone gathering up. There is the mine drop heading into the natural right now. Going to aim and fire. One Widow Mine initially. The other mine is going to stay in the medevac initially, so already just kind of... Oh, whoa, man! Only 2 probes lost. That was almost a disaster, as I think he just thought it had been lifted up already. Now ByuN is going to sit around with his second mine. He's going to burrow it up, and Mana is not responding at all. Mana, what is going on? A little bit of a shaky start for sure. As Stalker's on the other side, but that's not really going to find the same damage that you just took there. 6 workers going down is a pretty huge deal. It's a lot of damage taken. So, you know, it's a little bit of a rough starting point, as we now have the Observer, Templar Archives, and the Nexus on the way up. We're seeing our few Stalkers continue to come about here as well. Barracks and the Reactor continue to come through. Mana, obviously, again, few probes lost. Getting that third Nexus down nice and quickly, at least starting to establish some additional economy in this game and trying to get back on track from where he was. That one hallucination steps into the main base as well, but a few Marines are going to get onto it, deny it. Again, hallucinations have not been finding too much just yet, as the Stalkers pull back away. Up to the top side once more. Stimpack +1, and +1 armor as well, so all the upgrades basically for the Terran player coming online. And Mana on his way to that beautiful Storm upgrade, which we know is absolutely incredible and can get so much done. So definitely expecting something to come from that, as the Widow Mine is going to get dodged by the Stalker, and we can just pull that back and away and get the kill. So nice little cleanup on a mine that's just lingering on the map, making sure we don't let it get too much done. The Observer obviously giving you sight of that initially, so it was an easy pick. It wasn't a reaction to the target or anything. Again, one upgrade, different combat shield, all building. A few Stalkers heading down the right-hand side. The bio upgrades coming now. A couple Widow Mines going to be on the way as well. Those extra barracks finishing on the natural in the next few moments. Storm is about to be done. Obviously, ByuN not going to hit before then. He had his upgrades on the way, but 1-1 takes a while to finish, and that will be what we're kind of waiting on. Once he hits that 1-1 combat shield, he'll start a push, but that's the Storm obviously going to be ready to deal with it. So we'll see at that point whether Mana can find good Storms, or ByuN can dodge the Storms, or if we're just going to have a bit of a stalemate that progresses this game along to the next stage, perhaps instead. Armor is still on its way up. Let's just have actually taking an aggressive stance onto the map. A couple of High Templar will warp in. So we see a couple of those being brought in here. The Stalker's getting some kills. Continue to step forward toward the base of the Terran players. Couple shots go out. Marine take some hits. Widow Mine going to start taking some damage as well. Widow Mine will go down on the ramp, and the rest of our army still patrolling about, figuring out where it wants to attack. A few more Stalkers warping in. The extra gates coming online. The Ghost Academy coming up as well, so we continue to bring all of that through. Prison loads up, and it's going to go for a dive in toward the main, well, natural expansion. So looking for some damage over there as well. It's actually Storm Drop, sorry, I thought it was just a couple of Zealots. We actually get 6 STVs off the Storms. So not a bad little attack in, as this little group of units works well. 2-2 now on the way from ByuN. I mean, nice to see Mana get across and get a bit of damage himself, because he was the one getting bullied a bit early game. Him being able to step across the map and make something happen in his own right is obviously very nice. Fire still gathering. Zealot Stalker Archon gathering up. 2-2 upgrades. The Ghost and the Vikings coming through as well. More probes going down the back of the natural. Rest of the bio stepping over. Gonna find a unit in the middle as well. And the bio units in general just continue to fall back at the moment here. Again, we've got that 2-2 upgrade. The ship weapons coming through. The Vikings and barracks coming online as well. More of this army now from Mana heading around the right side. He's just on 4 bases, heading to 5, so he really is in just a very comfortable position, playing into a very easy spot for himself at the moment as ByuN's army. We'll step into the middle of the map. Mana's dead with those upgrades. Kind of depends. I mean, Storm doesn't care about upgrades, right? I think that's the main thing, is that Storm doesn't really care about the upgrades, so yes, in certain scenarios it's going to be okay. In other scenarios it's going to be pretty rough. It depends what fights we take. If we take a fight where like a couple Storms come down, then the Zealots are going to keep on trying to charge into the bio, then yeah, being 1-1 against 2-2 is going to be pretty rough. I mean, that +1 armor is so far behind, actually. I didn't realize the armor was even further behind the attack upgrades, so Jesus, we are definitely trailing. It's definitely going to be a few moments of figuring out to be done there as the Ghosts build up. The ship weapons is coming online. The Viking coming over. And a medevac as the bio steps through. It's another little kill. Prism speed building on the Robo Bay. Bio still into the center. A couple medevacs gathering. Marine Marauder medevac coming through. The missile turrets coming in as well. And we just have the rest of this Mana army. Stalker Immortal. Charge. Chilling. I mean, I like that he's getting the Colossus up, right? So he's putting himself in a position where extra Colossus can come in. A different wave of splash damage can be established here, essentially. We can get that on the go nice and quickly. So we get those Colossus up, we get those out, we get those working. Definitely adds to this kind of a game. Roland Boy, thank you so much for the 14-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate the resubscription. Thank you so much. Zealots still out in the center. Again, 3 upgrades and then +2 ship weapons coming online as well. Stalkers continue to pull their way back to the top. +2 attack, +1 air weapons. And still working on his own upgrades, trying to play catch up as best he can. Clearly he's not being kind of super wanting to be out on the map and encouraging fights, so he's kind of happy just to set up his extra splash damage and his upgrades and play catch up a little. I've got that High Templar looking forward, looking for an initial storm here. ByuN has split his army though. I don't think Mana has anything toward the top left at the moment, and unless you recall there, this might just be a base that goes down very freely. There's nothing nearby. Now he recalls, but he recalls way too late. So that recall does not go off, and that kind of sucks because that means recall is now on cooldown as well, so you lose one of your defensive repositioning abilities for not really any gain at all. The Nexus went down. He didn't even get units here to chase these, units down and get them cleaned up or anything. Thought for a moment that the Warp Prism was in some trouble, but we did turn back. ByuN will lose those units in the end, so there is value, but like I say, the recall was just unnecessary, as everything will go down. ByuN has no follow-up. He's back at home playing defense. Edgy had a lot of lost supply right there, so he was not on a lot of supply for a little bit. So yeah, he's kind of being down a little on those units. He's just, do you have to spend a bunch of money? I feel like we just missed a fight with the rest of the army or so on the right side during this, because I have to rerun, because I'm actually convinced that ByuN was kind of on a little bit more on that right side, but it might just be he's putting his infrastructure elsewhere. You have 3-3 now finishing from ByuN, so finishing his upgrades for the game, as Mana says, cool, Mothership, Stargates, observer speed, just all of the things that are going to help me out as we continue to move deeper. One Storm and the Marauders get kept away. Simply gets chased, and Prism not protecting. Oh, just about saves that one. So again, jobs to be done, work to be had. That armory on the way, and there is that advanced ballistics coming through in the main base as well. So finishing that up, there's a couple of Liberator Siege, and start to zone out some more of these units. A couple of EMPs trying to come down. Again, 4 additional Liberators on the way up right here. And with those extra libs coming out and Ghosts on the way, looks more and more likely that we're going to have ourselves a nice late game setup from ByuN, and obviously Mana with the Stargates and Fleet Beacon finishing. A nice later game setup coming in from him as well, so getting that all on the way here. As the Marine's going to fire, Mothership takes some damage. So what Ghosts and the Libs continue to play out, just going to be seeing those all coming in. 3 upgrades continuing through as well, so again, just a little bit of everything continue to be added on. There's an army down the right side as Mana looks for the chance. Good attack through. Nice Storm. Keeps the rest of the units back. Mothership does just make its way down into the natural. Going to go for the offensive recall. Mana feeling it. Just recalls his entire army into this base of ByuN. Liberators are going to show up a little bit on the tail end of this. That missile turret in the back going to keep on dealing damage to Mothership and Colossus until it gets dealt with. Oh, what a play from Mana. 13 SCVs already going down. The rest of this army still being jumped on as well. We've got the cloak in here. Scan to deal with it. The only problem I have for Mana is I don't think there's a way out, right? Because he recalled right into a corner. The only true escape for him is to fight his way out of this. It's a nice storm towards the medevacs. We keep on storming that area as the last few Bio units are going to go down, and Mana has reinforcements coming from the center of the map as well, and it looks as though he is about to take this game on the back of the Mothership recall fight. Wow, what a way to provoke an engagement and to just turn things into his favor, as that is going to be good enough, I'm pretty sure. I mean, Vikings are landing, Liberators are being shot down, SCVs are pulled. That is game. GG says ByuN, and Mana is going to take game 1. Isn't that kind of crazy? Let me just take a quick rerun, guys. I just wanted to check the, like, around here, I really felt like ByuN had lost a whole bunch of units or so that we just missed out on a little bit. Because he hits up here. What happens with this army over here? Yeah, a bunch of Ghosts get caught. Okay, nothing too crazy, though. It was just this army up here going down that was kind of expensive and didn't rebuild instantly. Okay. I just felt like he lost a lot, and I guess to be fair, on the left side, he did lose quite a lot in the end, and he didn't really kill much for it either outside of the base initially, so I suppose it does make sense. As we get ready to go into Ultra Love for a map 2 of this best of 3. We'll get this started. It's going to be Ultra Love. Coming up for our second game. Alright, so we get into Ultra Love. Let's get this on the roll and see what we get, as obviously ByuN is down a game. Mana up by 1. Heading into this game 2. Alright, second map of the day. As we have in the top right, our blue Protoss player is going to be Mana with that 1-0 lead. That's one cool way to win a game. Absolutely, cannot agree more with that over in the YouTube chat. It was a hella cool way to win a game. Mana recently had a breakout. I think it was against Percival in like the first round of Wardy Monday or something. He had like a Mothership breakout moment, but he didn't win the game off of it. He just sort of like, he won a fight that still lost him the game. But this was actually a really cool use of it. That was awesome. Mana taking that 1-0 lead. ByuN in the bottom left, our red Terran player, as we ready ourselves into a game 2 of the series. Yeah, Mana with that 1-0 advantage, looking good, feeling good, I'm sure. Excited to see what our second game brings us here. Do we know who will be casting at Riyadh? I'm sure that'll be announced whenever they decide to make an announcement. Pretty sure we're not allowed to talk about it. But I imagine you can expect a lot of expected familiar faces. Creep on the way. SCV chasing a probe. Just gonna go high ground CC, so ByuN with a little bit of safety, a little bit of precaution here. Can set up comfortably for anything else. Let me just take a couple moments, obviously factor on the way in. It was a good start from ByuN last game, but Mana really fought his way back into it, and apart from losing that base in the top left, which, to be fair, I think in the end was good for Mana for how many units he ended up killing. That was the only moment where Mana really specifically felt out of position past the first Widow Mine drop or so. And, like I say, even was able to turn that scenario around anyway as a couple of workers go down early. And Twilight on the way, a couple of probes on the warp gate coming up for the moment. Cyclone and a couple of Marines still coming through, the orbital command continuing to build up. Hallucination moving down. Gonna be seeing the hallucination just get knocked. Just gonna have ourselves the blink and the warp gate continue to come through as well. Cloak will start up, so just going to get that cloaking on the way. Banshee will start. We got that beginning for the moment. Cyclone comes in, gets rid of one probe already. He's just going to be able to get in there, get a little grab. Good for ByuN so far. A few workers going down. He's been able to get some harassment off. Been able to succeed in the early stages. And in fact, just loads up another couple of Marines. Just gonna lift those off. And the cloak still coming through, so with that Marine Tank Banshee production, you do always get that option of kind of being aggressive and getting onto the map, so we'll keep our eyes on that and see if that's something you want to take advantage of here. As ByuN, we see if that shove wants to come in, or if we'll just use instead the Banshees for harass, and the Marine Tank will just hold back for a later point. So has the Medevac available too, so could obviously multi-prong with the Medevac comboed with the Banshees or so. That's always going to be a possibility as well. So some options right here at the moment. Starport gets off the tech lab, moves over to the side. +1, Storm, challenge. A lot of stuff continuing to be brought up for the moment as we have the Immortal production continuing too, so again, a lot of that just on the way in for now. Rax will drop down onto the tech lab. Second actually gets a nice unload, and that's going to be straight onto an Observer, so able to make that grab. Observer going down immediately. +1 Storm and Charge all being added as well, so again we get some extra bits and pieces being brought up. Banshee's just kind of looking around and finding a couple workers here and there, just find some hits as Mana gets third base finishing. He'll have Storm, and he will have Charge and the +1 all to work with, so Mana will have a good combination of upgrades here for the next stage of this game. The few Stalkers going to peruse around back toward the top. Geralt's gathering. The Archon and the Prism continue to come through. And this army from ByuN continues to go across to the upper right-hand side, so continue to get a chase across there for a little bit. Tank's gonna siege. It's an interesting position because the tanks kind of block the Zealots on the bridge, right? The Zealots can't really get through to the bio, so it becomes a pretty awful fight. And you've got the tanks there supporting as well. Even if the Zealots start to take them down, they will get a few shots off still. Banshees around the top. ByuN has done a great job of preserving units this game as well. Only lost a Reaper, only lost a Marine. Look at that. Units lost 1,000 to 150 resources difference. He's just going to do a great job of, like I say, preserving units. And while these Banshees will go down now, maybe, it's going to be for some pretty serious damage, right? Getting 6 workers, 7. Just was a tick or two shy of getting 8 right there. The Zealots pull back down to the bottom then. Taking a few moments, a couple of Zealots will charge through. The High Templar going to be there as well. Drops a Storm in towards the Marines. Tank shots looking good. The Zealots still gathering. This fight is going to be interesting for sure, as we just have one more Storm out toward the Marines. The Prism sets up with a Warp in. And we try and keep some momentum going towards this Terran army. I mean, ByuN has to lift up the third base, so I'll get the third down. Eats another couple of Storms as he tries to escape, and Mana is going to absolutely cruise through the fight in the end and come swinging out the other side, storming the natural, and ByuN is just running shy on units very quickly right now. GG's. Mana off to a 2-0 start in today's quarterfinals. You can say he's been playing well lately, and he has been able to take some good fights there. Man, that was kind of wild, no? Because ByuN played a fantastic game, extremely efficient, and he just took kind of a bad fight without the right tech available, and Mana found an opening in a part of the game where there was not necessarily really going to be an opening, and otherwise he really found and kind of made one kind of come to light. And is able to take a game 2 of the best of 3. Game 3 coming up in a sec then, as Mana looks to go through to the semi-finals with another win. And ByuN will look to try and pull it back. Alright, ready, and GLHF gets called. We're going to kick off into it, guys, and like I say, continue our games. Persephone going to come up for the next map. What's up, Rainor? Pros is actually BS right now, I should say it. Yeah, honestly, some games, I don't disagree. It's hard to always see it, but I'm a very positive, non-biased, non-balanced mind caster, you know. But there are definitely a lot more a lot more tough scenarios with Terrans breaking out than what they used to be, I think is a pretty fair statement. It definitely looks very different to what it used to. Top left-hand side, our blue pro display here is Mana as we enter Persephone. In the bottom left, our red Terran player, we have ByuN from the Shopify Rebellion, of course. Wasn't this best of 3? Nope, best of 5s all day. Best of 5s all day. We've got 7 best of 5s coming up, so we're going to be going. Got lots of games to cover. So yeah, it's going to be ByuN versus Mana, Maxpax versus Solar, the winner of those 2 series against each other in the semis. On the bottom side of the bracket is Rainor versus Creator, Spirit versus Geralt, and then that's semi-final, and then the finals. That's our day planned out. Pro going over. Next in the Cyber Core continue to come through. Get that building. Factory on the way up. Does bottom side of the bracket mean losers bracket? No, just the bottom half of the bracket. It's a single Elam bracket a day. I mean, top side, bottom side is in. If you look at it, there's a top and a bottom. And specifically because we're going to do the entire top side first. So we're going to do round of 8, round of 8, round of 4. Then the bottom, round of 8, round of 8, round of 4. Well, we just have ourselves a Twilight Council, a couple of probes, the Stalker, warp gates. All building up for the moment. Hold on the starport coming through. They wouldn't mind a few Marines on the way out as well. So we just get that going, we get that started. This nation gets deflected, still got the blink. Continuing about also, so just bringing that straight through with that warp gate continuing up also. This station actually gets chased and killed, which is a major little pain point. Factory lifts off of the tech lab. Starport going to come across, lift up a few Marines and a mine. And the Starport will move back over to the tech lab as well, so a bit of back and forth for the moment. Destination still moving through. A couple Stalkers going to get there for an SCV. SCV's just going to get chased in general. A few Marines trying to come across as well. Wouldn't mind burrows. Marines are going to gather. Unburrow the mine and maybe think twice about it. Five workers going down. 6 workers. As the back lifts up and backs away, we will see those few Stalkers continue to come by. So ByuN getting some damage done, but at the cost of losing SCVs, and he's still got Stalkers in his natural, so Mana is going to equalize the damage. And can still guide with these Stalkers as well to get a few more Marine kills. Yep, just keep that one alive, and the other Stalker can still do damage as well. So great stuff for Mana, as once more he is not a reasonable start. So, I mean, they both killed 6 workers. Mana lost a sentry, ByuN lost 4 Marines. Medevac's super low as well, going to be difficult to do much else with it as Mana gets blinked shortly. Continue through with this. Much better than the last game. You know, last game started off, Mana was down 1,000 resources lost by 6 minutes or so. So that's definitely right from the get-go something to try and fix up and look at for sure. Just have that blink. Continue to come around. Dark Shrine will just drop straight in. Charge coming up.
Game paused.
And Mana going to pause. Some lag. Take a moment or so here to get that sorted out, hopefully. And leading 2-0 in this best of 5. Opening best of 5 of the day. And we've got lots of games for you guys today. So hopefully lots coming up. Hopefully some cool matches. Kind of hoping ByuN makes a bit of a bounce back in this one. A game or two at least would be nice. Even if he doesn't quite win out. Actually, kind of wild if we lost ByuN because he's one of our stronger Terran possibilities here today. Spirit is our other Terran player sitting in the quarterfinal against Geralt.
Game resumed.
Alright, we are back at it. So, Mana gets his lag back on track. And with no lag in play, we will see what our next stages are. I mean, we see a Dark Shrine coming up. It's going to give you some harassing opportunities here for sure. The Observer and the Charge coming about as well. As the Prism heads down into the main base in the next couple of moments. Bit of a couple SCVs, a couple of other SCVs coming around as well. Prism loads up, we back away for a few moments. And again, Charge and the Immortal coming up on the side of Mana currently. So again, that all underway as the extra gateways continue through. Dark Shrine, like I say, will be up soon. We'll see if that can distract ByuN a little bit in a game where he's not playing with a... Well, he's got the Raven, but the Raven is... Wait, is that the Raven or is that the Medivac still? No, Medivac back there. Raven's over here. I was going to say, he's not playing a game with the Raven back at home, and I was just trying to make sure of that. So that could obviously mean, well, we are definitely going to be scan dependent here initially, as the Raven does get some good damage done. 8 probes going down, and we actually do find some very good damage then for ByuN, so he gets some workers killed. Let's see if he can defend against the DTs aptly. He does have scans available. He actually has a lot of energy on this natural command center already, so he's been saving up the energy. As in the main base, we just completely shut down the 2 DTs to try and morph into an Archon. They will get away. DT on the low ground will not do too much in the end either, as, well, doesn't quite make up for the damage that Mana took. It does help him a little bit. Obviously, generally, Protoss wants to be ahead of Terran in the work account at this stage of the game, so Mana is just about hanging on to that kind of stage, or step. As ByuN has not got a 3rd CC, right? So he is pretty committed on 2 bases right now. It's only 3 barracks, so there's potential to add a 3rd CC, but we'll see when he finds that chance. The Raven will go down. It's actually a big deal, because it means that now DTs can continue to be used defensively. You can't just, bring another DT. You can't just keep using the DTs towards the army, because the Raven is, is just there, so that doesn't just instantly stop the DTs. So you can absolutely keep sending DTs in again and again. Argon goes down quickly. DTs are going to need a scan to be dealt with. Scan, ByuN a little bit late. Now finally dropping the stim as well. That was a little slow too, no? I thought he could have scanned a little sooner and stimmed a little sooner. Either way, he's going to try and get the Prism. It does get the warp in of Stalkers off, though. That means that we're going to have Stalkers to chase that Medivac, and ByuN gets away with half a Medivac of units, and that's about it currently. Man gets a connection. 7 probes have gone down. That DT still getting picked away at. You see the probes continue to pull back in. 10, 11 workers going down. 12. 15. It's really a very significant amount of economy going down there as the Prism and a couple of sentries continue to come up. Ghost Academy and Barracks will build as well. Continue to bring those through. Ghost Academy is about to finish. Now, I think ByuN is in control of this game. With that economy damage done, you've got him at a worker lead, which is obviously very good for a Terran. My only problem is 2 bases. But he's got a 3rd CC. He's ready to move that out soon, I imagine. In fact, it's floating out now. He's not even going to morph the orbital first. So if you can drop that 3rd onto location and just truly kind of stabilize onto that, I think that is the last thing to just guarantee that ByuN kind of controls this game 3 of the series right now. And so I think we're very close to having that happen as a couple of Zealots and the Stalker continue through. DT gets in. That's 9 SCVs going down, so the DT is still being a problem, especially on a fresh base. It doesn't have any missile turret or anything built on it, and especially as ByuN has just moved out instead of sitting there defending it too. also a factor. Get through. A couple more shots coming about. Medevac will take damage. The Archon lifts up into the Prism, and the Bio will continue to chase. A few of those Storks continue to go down. The Prism still getting chased away for the moment. 4 Zealots and a couple of DTs. Gonna get built up. The Archon morphs in with immediate effect, and a couple of Widow Mines sit behind the refinery. At this point, we've got 2 more Ghosts, a couple more Vikings added on. Mana looking to make a push in. I mean, as ByuN has established a 3rd base, and Mana does not build a 4th or any extra workers. Feels like this is a push from Mana, which is absolutely aiming to deal some serious damage. So we'll see what we can do here. As the Bio will fight a couple of DTs. And shot at. A couple of Zealots now going down as well. SCVs are actually going to pull into this. The Bio will continue to fight. Stalkers, Sentries, Zealots continue to go down. So a lot of SCVs being given up by ByuN. Is he not going to do okay in this fight anyway, despite the SCV pull? I thought the SCV pull was just making this absolutely certain he would be okay fighting it, but he is still struggling. He has an upgrade lead as well. He has 30 army supply lead. ByuN just surely should be able to win this fight. I mean, now Mana's done enough eco damage to kind of stay in the game almost. Starts up a +1 upgrade and potentially thinks about a future in a longer game, because he doesn't quite kill ByuN here, but he definitely does some serious damage. Fire of ByuN back out toward the center. We do see a couple of Ghosts, the Marines, the SCVs all continuing up. Next is on the way out. Yeah, Mana's definitely just kind of thinking, hey, I can actually maybe play a game from here now. Maybe I can't end it, but I can definitely continue through to try and get a little bit more done. A little bit of Bio continue to gather together. As we just see the Archons and Zealots so joining up. More Zealots just getting warped in. On that tower, it kind of stops you kind of getting flanked a little bit. Depends who is where, right? That can kind of benefit both players at different points based on the positioning. As the Bio still wanting to step through. Robo Facility, Robo Bay coming online. Seeing the Robo Facility and Robo Bay coming up. The Immortal and the +2 attack coming about as well. Just going to see the Bio continue to gather. The Ghosts joining up together as well. +2 attack will start up on the Forge. We do see 2-1 upgrades coming up on the Engineering base. A couple of EMPs, they won't do him too much, hitting a couple of Stalkers. Okay, well, ByuN just gets in position to deny the 3rd. From killing the 3rd, he can back away and kill the 4th. He's already got some units heading toward that. If you reduce mana to 2 bases here, that should be enough to really solidify him in a very all-in position in this game. So now ByuN really does just have to defend and attack, because mana is not going to recover from having this lower base count or economy count, right? I'm just going to stand out on the map still, which is fine. Deny this position from being retaken, I guess. Mana's going to try and expand topside. I think the reality still is just Mana's going to have to attack in. He's massively supply blocked, and ByuN may be making a mistake by not backing away, especially right now as Mana is moving down the map and coming across the other side here, so that might actually come into effect. His army heads down the bottom. The Stalkers will fight the Viking, taking some damage. We do see the CC landing at the moment. They're going to fight a couple of Vikings overhead. Prism taking quite a few shots. The Colossus taking hits as well. Prism just about getting pushed away right now is going to go down, so that Prism will fall. Stalkers, Archon, continue to fire through as we clean up a couple of Vikings. I mean, ByuN is in a position where he's actually been able to mine. So he's actually able to rebuild on the back of this, whereas Mana's reproduction is extremely limited. I'll just sit there and heal the Colossus a little bit. Why not? But ByuN is approaching the healing shrine, and Stalker's in a little bit of an odd spot. I'm just going to say GG. ByuN is going to bring it back a map, and he is going to get one off of Mana here in this round of 8 matchup. So ByuN gets a map. We'll head into game 4 here and see whether ByuN can take another, or if Mana will get back on track to close out this series. Alright, has been Mana hosting the games. Let me just sneak a couple minutes of ads in as well. Ads do help these tournaments to happen, guys, so we appreciate you watching them if they show up on your screen. It does help, I promise. Thank you so much. Game 4 coming up. Island will be the map. As we have in the bottom right hand side, still has the lead 2-1 in this series. Our blue Protoss player is Mana, taking on the red Terran in the top. All left hand side, this will be ByuN. And Mana make semi-finals. Will ByuN fight back? Those are indeed our questions as we take a couple moments. Pyrex comes down, Refinery coming up, so we get that started here. We get ourselves an initial bit of proxy action, so ByuN going to try and take some control very early in this game. And the orbital both coming through, the next to the cyber core coming online. Factory pulling back. It'll take a few moments. Get settled into the game for the moment or two. So yeah, just take a little bit of time. Obviously the Reaper is going to be here to harass. Likely we'll get some pros because it's proxy. That's the benefit of proxy in the barracks, is that you get here soon enough. The defense is not going to be ready. 3 probes go down already, which is a really nice, quick way to get damage done. Second Reaper will be popping out to support very shortly as well. So expecting that to become a factor in the very near future too. And Robo facility building up, the gate on the way in, warp gate coming up as well. Just have ourselves the Cyclone continuing about as well. So just bring this through, get this going. Take a couple of moments to get established as we just have. Kirby's gonna go and grab themselves a Proby right there. So just gonna get a little grab. Cyclone coming back across. We do have the Immortal and the Wolf Gate. Coming around. Well, Immortal's going to be a nice defensive unit for mana to have. We'll see if you can also use it aggressively. If you can get it across the map. Let's see what the plan shall be as the barracks lands. The Cyclone's still producing up off the factory. There we get that brought through and we'll go from there. Station flying about, Twilight Counts on the gateway coming through, probes on the way up. It's going to see the siege tank and the marine continue to produce. Our next is going to chrono boost out a couple of probes. So a bunch of probes being chrono boosted, the barracks on the way in. She gets a nice scan to get rid of the Observer. Observer is always such a good pick off. It's expensive, it takes up robot facility building time. It's genuinely a choice to rebuild that, right? It's like you want the Observer, you want the information. But yeah, 75 gas, robo build time. That's the only observer on the map as well, so you definitely do want to rebuild it. The information to be gained there is just a bit too valuable at the end of the day. Temple Archives coming up, add a Forge onto that as well. So you'll see those couple of Reapers getting into some action and some aggression. 3 more workers go down, so mana really not having a great early game. Those Reapers getting to come back through and get even more done. And it's definitely a bit of a factor, so... something to think on as you see Vikings landing to knock down a pylon, and ByuN is, you know, moving out with a couple of the tanks to come knock this down as well. It's just trying to clean up here on the proxy. Proxy, which in the end is not going to really be all that awesome. So yeah. Why proxy the robot if you're not going to all in? Because ByuN just saw it. So then he's like, get the Immortal, get an Observer, has to build another Observer. Like I say, limited robo build time, right? By having to build another Observer, he maybe could have built a Warp Prism in that time. So, especially in a game where the robo is at risk, it comes even more into play how cool it was to get rid of the Observer there. So yeah, Mana's just kind of playing off of a kind of an idea that was definitely figured out, and kind of he's had to shift it and adjust to it. So yeah, swinging about into a little bit of a different methodology at the moment. Stemming the +1 coming through as well, so we get that on the go, get that brought up here. Starting. And those few tanks just gathering up in that natural expansion. Very safe and defensive. Storm is going to get to finish from mana. As ByuN sitting on a good army supply though. Stimming +1 about to be done. He has a possibility to move out if he wants to, but it's scary. You don't know how aggressive Mana's about to be. It's obviously Mana's in a weird place in this game as well, right? So you kind of have him... the game is held in a bit of a interesting place. Stalkers will shoot, the medevac will go down. As that +1 builds, extra gates come through. So you have the new robo, we get a prism out, and that obviously gives you some opportunity as well. Put the High Templar in it, protect them, find some cool angles to storm from as well. A lot of options there. Both Reactor and a Tech Lab coming up actually on the side of ByuN currently. He's just bringing those straight online. You see Gates and a High Templar. +1 in the charge. Coming up as well currently. It's bringing a lot of that through for now. As ByuN just takes the third base. His supply is obviously absolutely monstrous in comparison to mana. Again, it's a proxy that doesn't do anything. It's a bunch of probes lost to the Reapers early game. That in tandem kind of has set the story into a bad place. I mean, again, you're kind of going to linger on the High Templar and hope that maybe some magical storms can bring you back. But ByuN's being super cautious. He's not pushing before he hits ghosts, and before he's very comfortable about his kind of ghost count and, you know, army setup that a couple of stormers should not be able to ruin his day too much. Even more probes going down as a Cyclone just gets behind a mineral line. Again, these are things which you can't really afford to keep having happen to you as mana. You know, you can't really, you know, you don't really want to let these things keep on taking place, and yet here we are. It keeps on happening. Two Nexus on the way. And you're just in a rough position, let's be real. So double expanding might be one way back into the game for you. Don't hate the idea. I actually think it's pretty smart. Do something that actually has a chance of bringing you back into the game. It's a risk, you know, in a great position. You can't really afford it, but like, let's be realistic at the end of the day right now. You might not be able to afford it, but you're not going to win the game just taking a third and playing conservatively when you're this far behind. And Mana knows he is significantly far behind as well. And ByuN is still powering ahead with the supply advantage. 107 to 58 army, so almost double army supply here from ByuN in this game. Really should tell you a lot about where we are at right now. We get the Reddick drive going, so the Prism speed coming online, the scan coming about, and Observer goes down. T2 upgrades coming in from both players, so those are at least in fairly good stead for mana. Is ByuN really just going to keep sitting back though? Surely ByuN wants to get on the map a little bit and come out and do a little bit of something here instead of just sitting back and playing the chilling game. I would think so at least, but maybe he has other ideas. Two Marauders will engage in for the Zealot. Grab nice and comfortably. Feedback, feedback. Ghost getting hit. That nice storm coming through. That fusion core is on the way up. ByuN is really playing conservatively. I think the moment ByuN maxed out, he should have been a lot more aggressive in the game. Because I can understand kind of getting maxed out, but once you're maxed out, now you're just letting Mana's army get stronger and stronger to a point it never should have been at. Like, Mana has never been in a position in this game to challenge. Remember when ByuN was 110 to like 55 army supply or something? Now it's like 110 to 80 army supply. Not ideal. I mean, I understand you were maybe afraid of the storms, but the problem is if you play that afraid, you're just going to invite your opponent into better and better positions, and then you're always going to have to play afraid, because if you weren't confident then, what in the earth is going to make you confident about your position in the game now? Basically nothing should. Ballistic still coming up, 2-2 in the ship, weapons coming online as well. Extended thermal lens, Colossus. It's going to see the Bion, the Vikings, the Medivacs coming together. They're going to go over that right-hand side. And it's still just gathering up as the Bio sits on the watchtower, gets rid of the couple Zealots that were approaching. That's a nice little storm down into the center there. The Bio jumps onto this Nexus, so Nexus already taking some hefty damage. It is going to be going down, so that right side base falls. That's a 5th base though. Remember, Mana had to double expand to get to his 4th base originally too. I mean, again, just can't really emphasize enough how many advantages there were for ByuN in this game that are currently being kind of given up on. Really not, again, finding as much as they probably should have been. They're going to push back a few of those Zealots. Now he gets fully surrounded. Oh my goodness, Mana with the wraparound, massive storms on the ByuN army. And Mana is going to take a supply lead. I mean, that's an incredible fight coming in from two sides. ByuN's completely clumped, has no good way to get out of it. Obviously, storms are going to be very impactful in those scenarios. A few Stalkers here are going to chase these Vikings down as they try to land for some. I think they wanted to try and grab the High Templar that was back there, but the Stalkers ain't having none of it. They will control this. They will see this through to the end as the 3-3 continues about. Again, Liberes continue to produce. Just going to have ourselves the Vikings, the Libs all coming up, a couple Ghosts coming over. 3-3 is still about halfway done at the moment as well. Bion Medivacs, Liberators continue to gather around. 3-3 upgrades coming through. They've got the Gravitic boosters on the way. That Observer speed coming online as the army of Mana gets up to the top right-hand side. Plus two ship weapons coming in. We do have those additional medevacs still building. The Sense Tower coming up. Stargate, Nexus, Gravitic boosters continue to come through. And that Stalker get underneath, and that's going to be a Liberator that goes down, so we get rid of a Lib. But the Zealot that gets picked off. A few Stalkers coming around that bottom left-hand side. And Liberator Marauders, plus two ship weapons. Bit of everything being brought up at the moment is ByuN. Does get to max out once again, but Mana's obviously in a state of this game which he never should have been in. I mean, he's actually going to get rid of this planetary, isn't he? Comfortably so, because ByuN was just out of position, and again, this is Mana just looking great now. There's a counterattack over here. This from ByuN is going to get rid of this incoming Nexus, so we are going to go base for a base. To be fair, ByuN's still on 4 bases, right? As Mana's on 5, so it's kind of okay. It's playable still on either side of this, but I mean, I guess the problem is that this Bioforce still needs to be dealt with. So Mana actually has to come back in higher numbers. Otherwise, this might be able to continue through and get onto some other locations. Then we'll take that as a chance to get on the map. Actually, Mana's turning around. He's going to come back over here. Catches the Marines with the Colossus Fire. They go low instantly, and now the Stalkers will blink in, looking for the Liberators and the Vikings to try and protect the Colossus. We will try and get through as many of these as we can. The Libs, because they sieged up in retreat, are a little out of position. They're a little bit more exposed than they might usually be, being hidden behind a Terran army. We will see another Colossus going down. Mana's supply has plummeted here, and ByuN is looking as though he might be able to grab a win on this fight. My problem is, Mana's got all of the money in the bank, whereas ByuN doesn't have much of anything. So Mana rebuilds, and he's going to rebuild tech units as well. So he's going to rebuild a strong army, and ByuN is going to scramble together just with whatever mining he currently has, which is limited because he lost a base top right too. So it definitely kind of still spells out into a bit of trouble here, I would say, for ByuN at the moment. The Zealots and the Colossus coming through. Tempest coming up, plus 1 air weapons on the way in. I see the Liberator going to get gathered there. Another Storm coming down. Hit that Nexus. Bio continue to take some trades, take some fighting. Doesn't going to try and charge on forward here. Like I say, Mana had the money, but he doesn't really have the quality of army. He had a couple Tempest building, a couple Colossus, but it does not seem to be enough right now. It's very Zealot heavy from Mana. He tries to charge into this ByuN army. It looks as though ByuN is going to be okay. And it looks as though ByuN is going to bring us back in this series all the way to a game 5. But my goodness, I mean, this was 10 minutes longer than it needed to be, and a lot closer than it needed to be. Like, ByuN did not have any reason to let Mana get so far back into this game at all. He really didn't. He really didn't. Obviously, he is still going to win this. We are still going to get at game 5, but man, gotta have a little bit of confidence sometimes. I understand PvT, TvP, it's not a fun matchup for you as a Terran at the moment. There's a lot of things that can turn it around for Protoss, but if you don't have confidence in a moment like that where ByuN had the advantage he had, I struggle to see where you ever find confidence in the matchup, right? And that is a struggle, that is a problem, that is an issue for sure. So we'll go to a 5th and final game of this series. We'll go to one final map and see who will advance to the semi-finals to play against Maxpax or Solar, depending who comes out of that best of 5 series. That will be coming up for us next. As we just jump in game, we get ready to go. Alright, let's head into ley lines. In number 5 of this series, it's been a fun back and forth one. Like I said, I was a little skeptical about what ByuN was doing in that last game a little bit, but let's see what we get going into a 5th and final map. In the bottom left-hand side, our blue Protoss player is going to be Mana. Had a 2-0 lead. It's now at 2-2. I mean, that last game was kind of a wash from the start, but he got himself back into it, so maybe we can get off to a better start this time. He can still close this out. He takes on the red Terran in the top right, ByuN. Game 5 of our series. We get this started up. Mana's got that probe checking around, wants to see if there's any proxies early. Yeah, his proxy barracks that definitely gave ByuN a lot of the opportunity to take advantage in the previous game as well. That was also a factor. As the probe here goes up that left side and heads through the top. Sorry, just give me a moment to readjust my headset. Not sitting comfortably on my head today. We've got a lot of games to get through still, so gotta get comfortable. Lots of StarCraft to cover. Again, this is just our series 1 of 7 best of 5s. So you start to feel like this format may be a little bit of a mistake in one day, but it's just not enough days to run enough StarCraft at the minute, so can't really do much else about it. Just gotta run with it. SCV coming about. Probe is actually going to recall home as it's locked into the main. So it's just going to be brought back there. As the Reaper heads down to the bottom left-hand side. And Geralt Reapers and the Hellion coming through, the Sentry and the Warp Gate coming about. I'm going to get a bit more aggressive this game. A couple of Reapers and the Hellion coming out now. That's going to join up with the Reaper and the Hellion that's already existing. So, pretty heavy on the early game unit production. If you build this amount of units early, you would be generally trying to kind of get in and maybe get a few worker kills early. So, we'll see if you can potentially succeed with that. The Hellions continue to gather. We take a couple of moments. The facility continues to come on through, so again we get settled. Stalker's going to be there. Honey gets turned away. And the length of prison, a couple of gates continue to come about. And the medevac comes moving through. Raven and the siege tank still in production as well, so we get that all on the go. Medevac going to get into the main base. A couple of Widow Mines going to go and drop straight in. A couple of probes have to pull back away from it. And just have the Stalker continue to warp in over on the side there as well. Stalker's actually going to fight those few early game units as well, so we lose a couple of those. We are going to get into the natural with them. We'll see if they can do any more. Mana had one moment early in this game, really early on, where he lost a bunch of probes to an unattended Widow Mine. He's not going to let that happen here, and he's not going to let much happen here either. 4 workers go down in total. We're not done yet. 5 is going to be the final number. It's not bad from ByuN in the end, right? Actually got some damage done. So actually trying to get aggressive straight into the natural expansion. They need a little bit of resistance already. Couple Stalkers is going to get warped in from the prisms. Just going to get those straight through. Marines stim back on the way about. Barracks coming over. We have our Nexus and the Zealot continue to build as we into the front of the natural, ready for a chance to hit the base once again. So Mana really trying to send this and find something here. Get something done early possibly, but honestly I think ByuN's defense is very good. He's pulling a lot of SCVs to guarantee his defense as well. Just recently starting the third base, has been very committed to this Stalker count, very committed to again getting across here and finding some damage. And like I say, for that reason it's fine that ByuN pulls a few SCVs and ensures the defense. A bit of a wall protecting the siege tank there as well, as we will get just a few Stalkers dropping in off the prism. For the moment, they'll settle for a free depot, but nope, they're going to go for some SCVs, but they will not find much. One work, and then the tank is going to force them to back away and think twice about how they continue. Stalkers still around in that upper right-hand side. We just have ourselves ByuN patiently waiting for his chance to break out. At least one stim, which is done soon. We'll see if there's anything else he's particularly going to wait for here. If he's, once he hits stim, maybe he'll just be happy to kind of send it through and commit to it. The mine will fall. Prism takes a shot. Combat shield, cluster shells. Plus 1 attack upgrade coming through also currently. So just got that bio coming through, and the couple of bunkers will begin to salvage up. And on that natural. About, again, at some point you gotta press out. You can't just let the pros control the game forever, and this is kind of as good a time as any. Stim is done, plus 1 combat shields are not far from finishing. If you do get across them out now, you might even be able to put on a little bit of additional pressure yourself. So it does start to look good in that regard as Bio regathers the plus 1 and the extended thermal lance on the way in as well. Those couple Stalkers of Mana are not going to do much against the main army of ByuN now. Mana's just fallen back for the most part. He's looking to defend himself as he gets the Colossus count rolling and gets that up and running here. Definitely a point you'd expect to make. a big impact in the game. The fourth base coming through, something that ByuN is obviously very far away from. He's only just got his third base settled, so that's the typical way of things in TVP as well. Again, you're meant to have your fourth much later, so again, it's not a problem, just that's where we stand. I'd like to say that I don't think Mana's work account is that impressive. 67 probes. Obviously, he's only just going to get the fourth base in the next few moments, but I kind of want to see that probe count really go up with that fourth base then, I guess, because right now, sitting on 68 workers, it just feels like usually 75 is going to be that little bit more comfortable, a little bit more income to work with, a little bit more money to rebuild on. Really get some saturation on that fourth base with it coming online. But just sitting on that 68. ByuN's in on 68 as well, and he obviously has the mules, so he will mine a little bit more in the game than what Mana mines at the moment. Opening a chunk of Zards. Man, Mana's supply has actually skyrocketed the last few moments. He's just going to start committing forward, and it looks as though ByuN's going to have to find a defense here as... Yeah, Mana's supply just found a great moment to kind of come up and burst through, and ByuN, his tanks stuck in that corner, all going to go down. Mana came up from two different sides. ByuN is not going to have enough to fight that off, and it's a very clean, simple way to close this out from Mana, who moves into the semi-finals. Take on either Maxpax or Solar as ByuN is eliminated in the round of 8. Brought it back to a game 5. Mana just got back on track there in the end, and yeah, it's pretty convincing kind of final fight. That just honestly, all of a sudden his supply just went boom. I'm like, oh, I'd like to see a few more probes. And he's like, watch this. I don't need probes. I'm gonna win the game. Really did just win it. Alright guys, couple of moments, we'll get Maxpax and Soul on the way. I'm going to go get myself a drink. We'll be right back. More StarCraft 2 when we return. We've got loads of best of 5 still to come, so don't go anywhere, and I'll see you guys real soon. Alrighty everyone, welcome back. As we head into our next matchup here, it's going to be Maxpax versus Solar. As we kick this off and get this rolling. Our second best of 5 of the day. You're watching the WardiTV June playoffs. See what our second best of 5 has for us here. As we load into Tokamak to open this series up. We start off in the bottom left-hand side with our blue Protoss player. It is Maxpax. He would be facing a PvP if he makes it to the semi-finals against Mana, of course, as we've just learned. In the top right, our red Zerg player is going to be Solar. And he take down Maxpax. Definitely someone he's struggled a lot against in general history. It's not a good matchup for Solar typically, so we'll see what comes of this as we get game number 1 on the way. And another best of 5 coming through. So again, after this, the winner of this series will play Mana. And then we'll drop into the other half of the bracket featuring Rainor vs. Creator, Geralt vs. Spirit, and others. Well, no, actually just those guys, and then their semi-final as well. It's going to be how we continue through. So yeah, that's what's coming up. As we take a few moments again, this is WardiTV ByuN. If you guys are enjoying the stream, as Maxpax pulls his pro back after going halfway over. Interesting. If you're enjoying the stream, do you consider supporting? Again, this is a WardiTV event, and this tournament series happens because of your support. You can follow, like, and subscribe on Twitch and YouTube if you want to support freely, and of course, if you want to go one step further, do consider supporting us by, using your Prime subs and your regular subs or gift subs, and obviously donations, etc. work as well. And we also have the Patreon page, patreon.com/WardiTV, where 100% of pledges will go directly into tournament prize pools, so we can continue to have a lot more consistent StarCraft 2 in the future as well. So do check that out. Again, that's patreon.com/WardiTV. All of it helps us to keep on running these events, so check it out. I appreciate it. And let's get back into this PvZ. As following this probe, it really did just come back home, and that was that apparently, so not much else to note for the moment, as we'll have this Overlord continue to move about. Spawning pool popping up. Cybercore on the Nexus on the way, and Stargate is going to be the choice of Maxpax to begin with in this series, which is really not surprising at all. Stargate is a very expected choice here. It's PvZ, If we see Stargate in every single one of these games coming up, I don't think anyone's going to be shocked or horrified, so yeah. Pretty much seeing our future already being determined a little bit as our hatchery comes down on the third base. Dep going to come over from Maxpax, so we'll see this for a little bit of pressure initially. The Stargate finishing instantly into the Oracle. The Void Ray to kind of mix things up a little bit. Sometimes it's seen, but the Oracle is super standard here as the Adept is not going to commit to that shade. I'm just going to continue to wander around the front for a little bit. Just coming about, the Adept getting chased, just going to pull back a little further. That's one Adept as well, so there's a second Adept out, but it's going to stay back at home as the third Nexus starts already. And yeah, it's just going to stay back at home and a wall off. Well, he's doing a great job of walling this area. If only there was a building over here, which I'm sure there will be soon. Just, again, Maxpax clearly not afraid of anything early on. He's very comfortable and very confident about his position in the setup. Fortunate Twilight Counts are coming in, a couple of assimilators coming through. Continue with that for a couple of moments as we just have the Gate and the Forge coming up. Nexus will be finishing shortly, the few Zerglings still out the front as well. I'm just going to get some extra gateways coming down. We get 4 gateways placed. Just going to see the Twilight and the Forge still very much so coming through. The few Lings are going to gather, the Oracle come back over as well and hit a few of those Lings for the moment. Going to poke about again. A couple oracles continue to gather around. Stalker's going to activate again. A few of those Zerglings getting picked away out. We will see the Lings skipping out over to the side. +1 and Blink still very much so on the way up. So bringing that through, the couple of Stalkers being added on. Those Lings are still going to try and pressure on the other side. But as soon as we get up to that +1 and Blink, we know that Maxpax is likely going to start bringing some of the pressure, getting onto the map and seeing what he can do. Solo with the missile upgrade start, and then the Hydra Den on the way up. So going to show us his intention to play a little bit of just Ling Hydra for the moment. I mean, he's got Roach on, but no Roaches out, so we'll see if he wants to add any Roaches on at all. I mean, this looks like Ling Hydra into probably just Lurkers quickly. Infestation Pit coming up. Get that Hive on the way and just try to get the Lurkers here initially and kind of play for that kind of fast kind of tech into, fast kind of movement into very powerful tech. Now what's up, Eternal 007? Thank you so much for the 9-month resub on the Prime. First time you see Maxi versus Solar. Maxpax actually usually does very well against Solar. This is definitely a matchup that Solar struggles in. It's not one he's able to kind of get ahead of his opponent on often. I don't even know what goes well for Solar when these two do play each other, to be honest. There's a couple of Stalkers continuing to fight and trade. Might as well step on over. Another Stalker going down. Another Stasis is going to get placed. +2 attack, Storm, and Charge. Building up for the moment. Stalkers will poke forward, and a few Lings are going to get grabbed. So yeah, a bunch of Lings getting caught in the Stasis at the moment. Still got +2 and Storm in the next Charge online. Hive, Lurker Den building as well. Add a couple of those Hydras in too. Some missiles and the Muscular Augments building for now. Cannons and the gateways continue to produce. Lings do get a wrap around, and the pylon already taking damage. The Nexus will come through in a moment. Still got ourselves again just the upgrades that will give Maxpax real power in this game. And it is indeed just that dive into Lurkers here from Solar, so no hesitation. Going to be really using the Lurkers as the backbone of this army. That's going to be his main goal. And honestly, it feels like he's going to get a chance to get to it. I don't think Maxpax is going to hit... Well, he might hit before the Lurkers are upgraded, but I think Lurkers will be on the field before Maxpax gets a serious push going, so... That's some good news. A few of those Lings coming out of Stasis do get killed. Ling Hydra back up to the top. We will have ourselves the Roxy are going to continue to take some damage. So a few more hits coming through. And we get ourselves... the lunge as well for those Hydras has been actually fairly useful. We've seen the lunge be used a good amount of the time, honestly, in this ZVP matchup, especially when Tempests start coming out. Hydra's lunging into Tempest when they're kind of left alone can be a very powerful play and definitely something that can see a lot of success. So, a couple of things to think on there. Let's just have this army continue to fight. A few of these Lings getting tackled. A couple of Lurkers going to be there as well as the Archons. Stalker's going to push back up this ramp. A little Revelation going down to reveal those couple of Lurkers. Storms will go down as well. We're just going to keep on pushing our way through. And Lurkers and Queens still gathering up. Storms all over the place. 10 drones going down, so pretty serious damage being dealt at the moment. Just going to see a couple of Lings continue to get onto those Stalkers. The Stalkers are doing a great job of bouncing back against those Lings and pushing that back. Still seeing the Tempest and the Mothership still building. A Knight is coming through on the side from Solar. And yeah, the Knight is into place. The Stalkers and High Templars continue to gather up. Just going to be seeing the Tempest and the Mothership continue to come through. And just got that Prism coming online. The Mothership still very much so being brought into play as well. So Mothership will be finishing soon. The rest of the Ling Hydra coming up to the top. Just trying to get a wrap around here. A couple Storms coming in onto the ramps. Lurker's actually really looking for this wraparound, and Sola is actually going to get a pretty good jump on toward this army. So, yeah, that's actually going to be Maxpax having to recall away. Great jump by Sola, and a great grab there. I'm going to be able to clean that out. But just to address the pauses, guys, so this is replays. It was played very recently. Obviously, we didn't even have the bracket until yesterday. I didn't even know the players were pre-playing. They just sent me replays. So I don't know when it was played exactly, but I got the replays recently. So I literally can't tell you guys anything more. They just sent me replays. They're like, here you go. I was like, okay. So yeah, this one series from replays. Everything else should be live. So yeah. Hydrogen Lurker's going to fight. Just going to be seeing the units continue to get turned around. The Stalkers and Tempest can push back a bit into the base as we have another couple of Tempest shots coming through. The Lurkers are going to get taken out. It's going to be having more Corruptors being built as Lings continue through. They're going to get themselves a Zealot or two as well. There's a couple of High Templars still gathering together, so they will join up with everything else. On the left side, the Overseer drops down a couple of Changelings. Plus one air weapons and the plus 3 attack coming through. The Nidus will be denied. See that picked off already. Now the rest of this army continue to step forward for a couple of moments. Into the top side, these couple of Hydras will go down. Sola having to find another way to fight this. There's a lot of Tempest now. Like I say, the Corruptor count has been growing. He's again going to come in from all angles here, so this fight's going to be pretty massive as Sola engages through. Storm coming down toward the Corruptors, the Hydras. What are we going to dive on first? Mothership taking a lot of hits. That will fall. The Lurker's going to get burrowed. The ground army's going to get melted, and the Corruptors will chase down everything else. Sola coming in with power here in this opening game as he just absolutely shuts down any attempt of Maxpax coming across the map. That's twice now, but it's been extremely successful with our defenses from Sola, just again getting that big wraparound kind of a fight. And able to do very well for himself, putting himself in some very good positions. The rest of the Tempest coming through, air weapons and the plus 3 attack upgrade building as well. Hydra Lurker continuing to produce. And just have a few more Hydras still poking forward. A couple of pylons setting up on the left side, the Zealots on the right side. Tempest still building our air weapons and the plus 3 attack upgrade building too. Just still connecting. Couple Lurkers burrow up, putting pressure in toward this Nexus. These Lurkers with a good siege and still a good Corruptor count for the Tempest as well. This is looking scary for Maxpax. His opening game might be a little out of his reach because, like I say, the units are just in great positions as well, especially I think is the main part of this for Sola right now. The Lurkers are right here. The Corruptor count is still good enough to challenge, although we're taking quite a lot of shots on the Corruptors, so maybe we need to be a bit careful with them. You don't want to lose this game because the Tempests are able to kind of overwhelm suddenly. Well, the Ling Hydra is wrapping around over here. Doesn't find the chance to do much else, but I mean, we're just sitting on the Lurkers and letting them do their thing. They're going to unburrow, reburrow, step forward again, the cannons and so. And take a lot more damage. The Ling Hydra still pushing forward. Cannons still dropping. Three more Tempests on the way up. Can they kind of find a defense? It'd be kind of amazed. The entire mineral line going to drop. Like I say, there is not a great response to the Tempest right now. But at this point, I think Sola could unburrow and just run away. Come back again when the Corruptor count is a little bit more on track to really fight those Tempests again. Apparently, he feels as though those Tempests are going to be in trouble now as his new Corruptors do show up. And he runs right up to the natural. So again, just bullying his way forward. Already getting rid of a couple of those Tempests that were low. The others getting targeted now as well. I mean, the Lurkers are dismantling any Zealot that shows up on the ground, so that's not an issue. It really has just been the Tempest, and it looks as though they will get knocked down. With those getting knocked down, Sola is going to be taking an opening game of this best of 5. So Sola gets the opening matchup. And so we're going to be heading into Ultra Love for our second game. So Ultra Love for map 2 will be coming up in just a moment, guys, and we'll continue our way through these matches in the WardiTV June playoffs, currently in the round of 8. And winner of this matchup plays Mana in the semi-finals. Could be a cool round of 4. And after this, we will go straight into that semi-final, and we'll head into the other matchups as well. Thanks so much, Mini Yawn, coming in with the 10-month resub on the Prime. Thank you so much for resubbing and using your Prime on the channel and supporting the StarCraft 2. Got everyone in the lobby. Let's get into game number 2 then, as we count into Ultra Love for second map of the series. Yo, what's up? Oliver Klozoff. Klozoff? Maybe? Thanks so much also for using your Prime on the channel. I super appreciate it. Thank you for the generosity. Thank you for supporting the content as we get into the second map of the second quarterfinal of WardiTV's June playoffs. In the top right-hand side, we are going to be seeing our blue Protoss player. This is Maxpax. And in the bottom left, our red Zerg is going to be Solar. A little bit of a Prime sub-train, huh? StarCraft 20 coming in with the 1-year resub as well. Thank you so much for another Prime. And continue to do that for a whole year. That's super awesome. We even had, I don't know if I mentioned it actually, it was during a game, but Wardy Dad came in earlier with the 100-month resub as well, by the way. So, my dad showing the support too, showing you guys how to get it done. That was actually quite a while back. I did not mention it at the time, so gotta give your, your dad the shout-outs as well. It's Father's Day tomorrow, so, gotta throw out what we can as we see the gate and the simulator coming up. And we get a few moments of early entry build-up in this game number 2. The probe coming across. The Hantry does get to go down on the natural location, though. Does not have to go out to a third base or anywhere. Something that Maxpax could try and take advantage of or make use of. Hatch gas and spawning pool coming through for the moment. Okay, we're going to build up. The next is coming through. We're still just looping around a little bit. Oh, Hype Train starting. Who is it? So much fun on the Prime sub. Thank you so much as well. All the Primes. Back to back to back to back so far. Thank you so much, guys. I appreciate the support. Thank you for supporting. Hell yeah. Again, European League starting tomorrow, so while we finish up June today, we start the European League with qualifiers tomorrow. Our first ever of the main WardiTV 2025 series, where players can qualify towards our end-of-year championship. It's going to be fun to follow, so make sure you check out for that. It's going to be a lot of fun. A fun format, something different. Should be cool. Wonder if Maxpax will ever reveal himself and play offline events? I had a dream that Maxpax showed up to an offline event recently. It's actually very rare I dream of StarCraft stuff, but I had a dream of Maxpax showing up to an offline event. He's just this very normal, cool guy. I was just like, yeah, I just didn't fancy traveling before now. Like, fancied a holiday this time. What did he look like? I don't really know. You know when you know it's happening in your dream, but you can't really... I'm not a very visual person. I struggle to visualize things. So honestly, I struggle to visualize what it was. I just know that that's when I woke up, I was like, man, that was weird, I don't know if I saw him. I don't know if I just heard his voice, Or heard his intentions. I don't know if you know what I mean? Like, maybe he was hidden behind a curtain. Like a week ago. Completely forgot about it until just now. If he hasn't come to EWC, don't think he ever will. What if there was an offline tournament in Denmark? What if all we need is a Danish LAN? Maybe then he would show up. It's not like there'll be many more offlines. How do you know? There might be offline tournaments for years to come in StarCraft 2 because we have a passionate community that continues to support events like Home Story Cup and others. Maybe EWC really loves StarCraft this year, and they just renew it for the next 3 years. we can be a bit positive sometimes, you know, guys. You know, have some hope, you. Feeling stepping across Evolution Chamber is going to be on its way up. To get that established, the Oracle is going to go zipping and zapping onto a Zergling or two, so just going to chase the Lings down already. Creep set up to start pushing out further onto the map, as well as a couple of Queens gather up and they're just going to move around themselves. A little Revelation coming down, and we do have a lot of Zerglings continue to be on the move for the moment, as the Void Ray will activate and a few of those Lings getting caught. Nest, Lings, melee upgrade, a bit of everything there on the way through as we do get that Blink Chrono boosting up on the Twilight Council as well. So Blink Chrono boosting, a couple of gates being brought on in, and the Oracle just going to head down to the bottom side as well. It's just going to continue to move around with that. Those Lings still gathering together for the moment. Void Ray taking some Queen shots. The Zerglings coming back the other direction. And all the way up around the top side as we just have, again, 10 extra Banes morphing, so that melee upgrade finishing soon. Solo going to be very aggressive with that attack. He needs to do damage with it. He's cutting workers to have enough units out to make that a scary proposition in the first place. The best part is Maxpax doesn't know about it, so he is clueless to the fact that these Banes are about to arrive. And that's ideal, because then Solar is going to be able to capitalize fully. This is going to be as much of a surprise as it can be, and that means probably has the best chance of working. We bust through the initial depth. The probes pull in. They actually do blow up the pylon there. I don't know if the pylon getting blown up was necessary. Link should go... Oh, that pylon in the main would be so nice if we could get it. Knock down the remaining gateways. If you knock down production here, that would be so good for you, but I'm not sure it's going to happen. $18 probes do end up dropping. You just have +1 blink. Temple Archives going through. Still got Lings on the third base. I'm just thinking if Maxpax survives this right now, how much trouble is Solar in? Because it feels like already you're going to be some pretty interesting, yeah, maybe some pretty interesting stuff, right? It's just going to be a lot of Protoss, and Zerg is kind of just on Ling Bane with not really any true tech in play, right? I mean, we are on a lab, but no Bane speed even, going to start a Hydra Den. Just don't think this was good enough from Solar. We're going to go across, chase a few Lings away. And Stalkers in the Archon coming across. It's going to be hitting the hatchery. Just going to be seeing a couple of drones taking damage as well. We'll be seeing the Stalkers in the Archon continue to fight. Ling's going to try and continue through states. We're going to catch a bunch of those Lings. I mean, this is just a strong army. The Archons especially, there's not really a good way to deal with them right now, and I feel like the few Hydras coming up are just not going to quite be in the numbers they need to be to truly be scary against us at the moment. So he's going to fight a few Lings, going to be jumping in. Archons are still holding their own. Storms will get rid of those Lings. Queens will get pushed away. And we've seen the drones going to pull in as well. The Archon and the Stalkers will continue to just play shutdown. We do start to push it back a little bit as Solar. I just worry about reinforcements being a bit too strong. Fresh set of Stalkers walking in with Blink off cooldown. A chance for them to trade against these Hydras. Do we get enough Hydras up? The Void Ray at least is getting very low again. Doesn't go down just yet though. Solar kind of holds for the moment, but I'm not convinced that this is really a long-term hold as much as it's, you know, I've held for now and that's probably going to be about it. We'll see if we can continue to recover here. Okay, Maxpax does fall back, but he's falling back to Storm finished. Charge finishing soon. And Maxpax is falling back to all of the upgrades that are going to be extremely good against the army composition of Solar in the near future, so... Hydra's coming about. Lean Bane still coming through. The Queen, the +1 missiles coming up as well. An extra Archon coming through for the moment as you just have Banes and the Hydras and the Lings going to continue across. Just going to see those 3 Stalks and the Archons going to be there. Nice storm onto the Hydras. Nice stays towards catching. Just going to see another storm coming down. Hydra's taking damage. Solo trying to burst through, just does not have the stuff. Like I say, Maxpax has all the tech there. Solo was so committed with that initial Ling Bane wave. He just needed more. Plain and simple, just needed more than what he got. GG's. I'm going to go to Incorporeal for map 3 as we're all tied up in this quarter-final matchup, guys. Continuing through. How did Solo win the first game? He played a lot of really good surrounds and against a later game army. It was like a 15-minute game. Lurker Corruptor against a Protoss army that multiple times just kind of got wrapped around and surrounded. Really gave him some good enough fights to kind of get through to the next stage. Alright, let's dive into this game 3. It's all tied up and everything to play for as they look to move out from the quarterfinals to the semifinals here in WardiTV June. We're going to be going to Incorporeal. Let's get to it. As we have in the bottom right hand side, the blue Protoss player is going to be Maxpax. Taking on the red Zerg. In the top left-hand side, we have Solar. See where we head to, as there's not going to be any probe across the map early this time from Maxpax, so just going to go no scout to start us off here. A little bit eco-friendlier, gets you your build going a little bit sooner, gets you set up a little bit neater. Of course, a bit riskier. 12 pull would really kill you in this scenario, but Solo is not 12 pulling, so you're going to be fine. Yeah, it's nice to mix this build in here and there, because again, as long as you don't make it a tendency to play this build, you can't really get punished for it by someone being like, haha, I know you like to do it, I'm going to throw the 12 pool in. Then you really have to throw the 12 pool in at a little much more kind of random idea of time, or point of time more than anything else. Waiting for the cybercore to be done. The cybercore finishing, we can see the first unit coming out. Going to be an Adept and a Stargate as the tech choice. No surprises there. Interesting to see, obviously, Solar mixing it up with some aggression in that last game too, so it kind of opens the question as to what he might try and get up to going into a game 3. What else can he kind of mix it up into? What else is he going to try and get done? So Adept just checking around, shading forwards onto the map, and we'll start to put some pressure on. Orkland Wolfgate still building through. The Adept going to try and shade through into the natural again. Just going to set up straight away there. Don't think there's going to be much opportunity for set Adept. He is going to go between the bases, but one drone becomes a Spore. And the Queens are quickly on top of the Adept as well. So it probably gets out, but it's taking damage and is not really going to be that successful in dealing damage. Yeah, Adept will just shade out of there, but like I say, not really much gained by this little endeavor to try and find some damage here. Not going to be allowed to do much at all as the Adept. Still again forced back. Queen shot's coming through. First Oracle is out, and that might provide us a little bit more intrigue at this stage in terms of actually getting some damage, so we will see. Oracle around to the top is going to head forward. A couple of drones begin to go down. 2 or 3 workers dropping off immediately. The Nexus on the way at that gate on. We're going to be seeing the Queen's going to be able to chase the Oracle away. So Oracle gets low. Second Oracle going to join up. And it looks as though that first Oracle is going to head back home because it's so low. So just going to leave the second Oracle to play by itself, coming across and approaching the bases. 4 drones going to go down. Oracle still taking some damage. We have the extra drones building up as well at the moment. The Gateways, the Forge, and the Twilight Council coming through. And the Oracle just down that right-hand side. So he's going to go down the right. And again, a couple of gates in the Forge. Continue to build up for the moment. Blink coming online. The drone's halfway done. The lair is continuing to tick over. Stalkers and the Oracle heading toward the center. This Oracle over here still poising to try and get re-involved then, so 7 drones have died this game. It's been a pretty successful start, to say the least. As the Oracle hits the hatchery and begins to get some good damage done there. Queen's going to get into position. The single link sneaks into the mineral line on the 3rd base and will put some pressure on with that as well. 1 probe going down. The extra Stalker's warping in. Stalker's just going to push up. The Overlord will take some hits. The Ling's going to chase back on the Stalkers. The Queens will be there. Again, +1 and Blink both continue to come into play right now, so continue with those upgrades currently. And again toward the Stalkers, and the Stalkers just going to pull away. Again, Blink finishing soon. Assimilator is coming out. Do get away from the few Zerglings. The Queens pull back with everything else as well. We have ourselves the Gateways and the Temple Archives continue to produce. Stalkers trading nicely. A couple of units going down for free here is been a very efficient game out of Maxpax. 1 Stalker and 1 Probe versus 1,500 resources filled. He's having an absolute party in this game so far, as the few Lings are definitely going to make it a bit more difficult for these Stalkers. Continue to trade super well. Oh, he blinks forward. He blocks the Lings from escaping with the Stage Sword there to help as the wall. Oh my goodness. Lings and Roach is still coming across. Stasis is going to cancel. Lings and Roach is still coming by. Just going to be having the army getting chased away out down to the bottom. Again, Storm and the Charge continue to build up. The Nexus and the Gateways coming online too. Some Dropper Lords from Soul, who's going to try then to make a return on this map with some big aggression. Drops into the main. He's got the Queens in the main Overlord as well, coming with the rest of the army. And Solar, again, had not had a good start to this. And Roach will fight. The few Stalkers taking shots. Another Stasis catching just a Zergling. The Overlord's going to get into the main base. Stalkers very nearly able to get rid of that Overlord. It does go down, but a few units got out already. Now this big push from Solar hitting at the front door. Another Storm coming down. The Roach Ravage going to have to respect that and just back away a little. The rest of the Stalkers coming through. Another Storm coming out. The Roaches and Ravage getting hit again. Whole probe is dying. Is that enough? Not really. The store count's still very good, and with the store count looking that good, Solo also agrees there's not really much saving this situation. That is going to be a GG, and Maxpax is going to take the 2-1 lead in the best of 5, heading to a Pylon for map number 4. So Pylon for our 4th map of the series. And it is going to be Maxpax looking to maybe make it a PvP in the semi-finals against Mana if he wins this out. And everyone invited in, guys, and we will be off and away to get this started. Everyone's here. Perfect. Let's do it. Keep the games rolling, guys. We're obviously on a tight schedule today. Lots of games to fit in, so we will keep moving as best we can from game to game, series to series. Try and minimize downtime to get the players through these matches as best as we can. In the bottom right side, up 2-1 in the best of 5. It is looking for a semi-final place. Our blue Protoss player, Maxpax. Taking on our red Zerg in the top left-hand corner, we have Solar. This time he is going to go for that early pool. But Maxpax is not going to go no scout. He's not going gas first. He's going to go gateway first, which means he will scout. Typically. Even if it's just after Nexus, right? It is a scout. Sorry, he's already got a probe across the map. I'm blind. And it's the... I'll claim it's the blue on the blue. But yeah, he's already got a probe across the map, so... He's going to scout in the main base now, so yes, he is going to see exactly what's going on. We're moving, just gonna see the overload coming about, feelings and a couple of gates coming over, a probe coming through as well. He's got the hatchery in here as Solar, so he's gonna try and wall off the front a little bit and use that to his advantage. Cybercore coming into play, gateway producing, Geralt chrono boosting out of the gateway. Feelings is going to find some nibbles onto the barracks, onto the gateway, sorry, so just going to see the Zell is going to have to start microing out here to try and deal with it. A few probes pull out as well. So we'll have a hatchery coming back at home. Feeling's gonna hit that gateway. A couple of Zelds gonna pull back. All those things trying to fight back as well. We do see the probe's gonna be there. Hatchery about to finish. And still trying to press on through and trying to get a good little surround here on these Zealots, but the Zealots are gonna hold pretty well. And now 2 Adepts are out. These Lings will definitely not do well. We've got more Lings building, but those Lings actually, they're going to pop out in a corner where they can't do anything, right? Like, they're just going to be stuck. They can't run away, so the Adepts will kill them. And I think it's not looking too hot for Solar right now. This hatchery is not doing anywhere near, I feel like, as much as he'd like it to. I guess he'll get a Queen and he'll be able to drop some creep down, which will, of course, slow kind of the... Well, it'll kind of clog up the front of the natural here for the Protoss, but that's really about it. Starting the 2 Adepts gathering together. He's going to get wrap around, picking off that Zeld as well. Other Adepts going to be there, continue to push back. And the lava just popping in into like basically non-existence is rough. Do they all pop out on this side as well? Do any of them go the other way? I don't think so, right? Oh, one kind of like went through. Oh, some of them are popping inside of the base. Oh wow, that's so interesting. it's not really going to change anything. The Adepts are going to defend this, but yeah, I mean, we're actually just still building more Lings as well, but I mean, they're just not doing anything. This Queen even is about to die. There's no new Queen on the way up. These Adepts that fight against those Lings will continue to do well. So it's going to type out GG, and as Maxpax takes a 3-1 victory after such a cool, kind of impressive first game from Solar. It all kind of comes crashing down, very quickly. So, yeah, that was a little bit sad, actually, because I really felt after that first game, I was like, okay, Solar's cooking a little bit right here. I feel like the game really peaked in that game. The series really peaked in Game 1. Sometimes it'd be like that, guys. Sometimes it'd be like that. We're going to head into some PvP up next as Mana. We'll play Maxpax in our first semi-final. Like I say, we've got a schedule to stick to, so that fast last game, we're actually back on schedule right now, give or take a few minutes, so let's try and stick to it as we'll get this ready to go. Maxpax has a better seat than Mana. Perfect. Alright, we'll get this PvP ready to start, guys. And kick off in just a few moments. Thanks for your patience. I'll be go between games, of course. PvP best of 5. A matchup which is very volatile for Maxpax lately, so definitely don't just presume that Maxpax is going to get himself a slot in the finals here. There's going to be a little bit more contest than that, personally. But we shall see. Let's get into semi-final 1. Is Rainor vs. Creator today as well? Yes, everything is today. Our full schedule is on Wikipedia, but the TLDR is we do Mana vs. Maxpax, then we do Rainor vs. Creator, Geralt vs. Spirit, second semi-final, finals. How's the weekend so far? It's okay. Full of StarCraft. Full of StarCraft. Helen's not very well, so looking after Helen, casting StarCraft. That is the weekend. Fun weekend, though. We've got some good games. Gotta go see family tomorrow because it's Father's Day. Yeah, it's a varied weekend, I suppose. Yeah, Rainor vs. Creator will just be as soon as this best of 5 ends, guys. So as soon as the PvP ends, we'll get into the ZVP. So yeah, guesstimate is an hour. PvP best of 5 could be 20 minutes. So, if it's 20 minutes, then Rainor Creator will be ready to go in 20 minutes. I told the players we are starting on an accelerated schedule. So as soon as one series is ready, if you're next in line, your match will start. We're not waiting for time. We're not killing time for no reason, etc. Obviously, that would just be a bit silly. Presume that we're in Whispers, guys, so just waiting for that to be sorted. They were indeed. Leyline's going to be map number 1 of this best of 5 semi-final. Alright, guys, so some Protoss versus Protoss. Like I say, Magna. I think Mana can cause a bit of an upset here for sure, so see what happens. We'll see what we get. We load on in. Six casters. We are ready. Perfect. Bless me. Whew. Again, thanks for joining us today, guys. If you're enjoying the tournament, if you're enjoying the stream, do consider supporting. If you're on the YouTube, you can click like and subscribe for free. Helps us out massively. On Twitch, you can follow for free, and of course, you can also Prime sub if you've got a Prime sub available. Helps us out a whole bunch. You guys know the support. Should I just play the... I'll just play the... Have you heard of Twitch Prime? You can support the stream right now with Twitch Prime. Don't forget to also follow the stream, subscribe to me on YouTube, give me money on Patreon, donate directly, and cheer in the chat, and don't forget to gift all those subs so we can hit that level 5 hype train. Much easier. Past Wardy really had the passion for selling out. Modern day Wardy is saying the same sellout line 4 times a day for a few years. It gets to you, you know. So what's up? Slowly falling on the 83-month resub. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you. Yo, what's up, Mizu? Thank you so much for the Prime sub as well. Thank you, thank you, thank you. As we are loading into this PvP, guys, so the downtime is going to come to a close, and we are going to be able to get into our next best of 5. So we have to the upper right-hand corner. The red Protoss player is going to be Maxpax. Taking on the blue Protoss in the bottom left side, it is going to be Team Liquid's Mana. Game 1 of this best of 5 series. And we look to see what will happen as we get this underway. Benji's AFK, no! Our observer! Our unofficial observer gonna go AFK on us. What a guy. Who does he think he is? Yes, guys, we do this semi-final first, then the other quarterfinals. It means that this selection of 4 players have to be here for 2 hours, then only one of them has to be here later for the finals. And then the next selection of 4 players, they start later, and then they just run through. And when they're done pretty much. It's just, overall, it's more efficient time-wise for players. I think most players would rather play a couple hours now, and then if they make the finals, have 2 hours straight AFK for freedom, and then come back just for the finals, rather than, you know, imagine your match 1, you play a best of 5, you wait 3 best of 5s, you play a best of 5, you wait a best of 5, you play the finals. It's just not as fun. So, yeah, we'd like to clump it up like this, just makes it a little bit more efficient for the players in general. Which is always one of our goals of the WardiTV tournaments. We're always trying to make these events as positive an experience for the players as possible, trying to be respectful of their schedules. You know, people need to play replays, we're always trying to accommodate that. You know, whenever we do have a format, we try and make it so that it's, you know, like I say, players are here for as little time as possible, while giving us a good amount of games for the money we're putting in, you know? Trying to just make it a valuable playtime for the guys. Where we can. No Clemmo here in this event. Yeah, Hero's still in GSL, so I didn't want to invite... I held off inviting a bunch of GSL players because I didn't want to make them feel like they had to play, especially because today's like the day before GSL finals, tournament day might go a bit late, so I didn't invite GSL guys, really. And honestly, I didn't invite Clem because... I don't know, I always invite Clem. Just thought we'd see if we could fill the bracket up without inviting Clem in. Especially when Rainor already volunteered for Group D as well, and it was like, oh, I don't really need... You know, we already had like a top tier playing Group D, so... Yeah, I tried to go without the Clem invite this time. It's nice to mix up the players a bit. You don't always need the top guys in every single event. Especially in these just smaller kind of, you know, 1 week cups or so. What about Serral? Well, Serral does not really usually want to play WardiTV tournaments, so I don't usually ask him. Especially not one of this size. If I had something a little bit bigger, a little bit more sizable, that was like on a very good time frame or something for him, then sure, but yeah, he doesn't want to play a lot of the time, so I don't ask him a lot, plain and simple. This proxy from Mana is kind of getting turned around. Meanwhile, Maxpax got through for some workers. Got a couple workers, only one stalker going down. Mana's really got an army supply deficit, as Maxpax's Oracle is going to come across the other side of the map. Maxpax already building up the Void Ray, of course, Mana on 1 base, so he is desperate to make something happen with these stalkers as they grow in numbers, and he is going to be really, really relying on getting something done there. The Oracle heads into the main base, going to aim for this mineral line. A few probes immediately in some trouble as a couple workers go down already, so damage being done. I mean, battery finishes, that helps, but Mana already lost 5 workers. Just feel like this has already gone a little bit wrong for Mana, and it's going to be difficult for him to get the numbers up here to really be scary onto the Void Ray in time. I think that's the big kind of point here, right? Is like, you need Stalkers to be able to one-shot Void Rays, but you need them at a certain point where the Void Rays aren't just in too high a number, there's not too many batteries. And I just wonder if this early game has been a little bit on the tougher side for Mana so far, and he's not been able to really get going as well as he'd like to. He lost one Stalker early, a couple of his Stalkers here are hurt, so he has to micro very well in this Prism. You can just see he's not really making any progress at all right now with those attacks, so I think that is becoming a very big problem for him here as the scuffle early has gone a little bit wrong. Stalker's going to get pushed away, Void Rays continue to gather up, Gateway and the Probe continue to come through as the Stalkers will go pinging onto the Warp Prism for a few moments of damage. But the Stalker gets warped in. You can see the warp in of a Zealot. The Void Ray takes some damage. Stalkers continue to come about. It's not going to go anywhere. Yeah, Manager's never really got the momentum going that he needed here to kick this one off properly, so it's going to be a pretty speedy first game of the PvP. And that is going to round us out for an opening map. So Maxpax will take the lead in the series. So this is one of those ones where sometimes you get aggressive and it just doesn't really go well off the start, and you're kind of stuck being aggressive in a scenario where you're just behind where you need to be. These aggressive builds are very tight. You know, that it's a very kind of specific set of situations that really allow for this to work out, that really allow for this to kind of be playable and to kind of actually break through. And so if it just goes a little bit wrong, you lose a few more probes than you ever really should be, it can be very difficult to hit the timing as strongly as you needed to break through, especially when you're playing against, you know, a Maxpax who is so freaking good at those sort of scenarios as well, right? You know, he knows how to defend these things or give himself the best chance of defending, so it's very rare that Maxpax is on kind of the slip-up side of things. We'll head into Persephone. For game number 2. In the top left-hand corner, our red pro display here is going to be Maxpax. Battling against the blue Protoss in the bottom left corner, we have Mana. Pylon probes continue up here just to start us off. Get that establishing as we chrono boost onto the Nexus. A couple of the gates coming through as well, so yeah, we just get that started up for now. Some of this coming through, gates coming online, get set up. Both those gates gathering, the assembly is still coming through for the moment. Both those gates continue to bow. The probe heading up that right-hand side. Again, the cyber core is coming through and online as well, so just getting that ready to roll. You can see that cyber core coming through, the Stargate coming up, getting that online. Have a probe nibbling away the other probe, pushing the other way. And Stargate about to finish up here. Next coming through. Still got the Warp Gate building, Robo Facility, couple of Stalkers coming online as well, so you bring that over. And a couple of Stalkers there just going to hit this Adept and just going to push that away. We got once again the proxy on the right side from Mana Robo Gateway. So he's going to go for a similar vibe to that last game, but obviously hoping that he can have a more successful time actually poking forward and actually get into a better position right off the bat rather than what happened last time, which was things went a little bit wrong pretty quickly. So definitely something to think on there as our Prism and our Warp Gate continue to come on through. Gateway going to finish very shortly. Again, the Prism will be done soon. Warp Gate's still on the way out. And the Void Ray coming up to being about halfway done as well. Stalker shoot. The Oracle gets deflected, so good defense initially. Oh, the Oracle comes back in straight away, though. So he sees the Stalkers leaving and instantly just goes in. I'd just like to have seen 2 Stalkers left behind, right? And then if you leave 2 Stalkers behind, you can still just kind of warp in and just walk across the map with the other 2 still. I think that would have been fine. Well, Mana is gathering the units on the other side. You're going to have a sentry there, so Mana does love the sentry force field on the ramp to try and sometimes edge things into his favor or so. 2 more Stalkers warp in right away. 1 more Stalker behind their army as well. I'm just going to step to the front. There's not a lot of units just yet. We're going to put some damage on the Void Ray initially. Obviously right now, damage being dealt gets turned back into shields by energy on the battery, but the more you hit, the more battery energy that gets drained, the more closer you get, or the closer you get to being able to really be able to deal with this. Void Ray actually takes a lot of shots there. Now he's going down, so that is going to be an easier target for later on. Easy one-shot potential when you've got a couple more Stalkers in play. The battery up here now, so it's very important you don't let stasis wards do too much as the prismatic alignment faded. This might be the opportunity for Mana. Force field's okay, it just stops some of the Stalkers from getting into range all at once. Wasn't the best, it was definitely not the worst. We're going to see a second Force field coming down, but the first will fade in a second. And I'd say we've done a very good job of minimizing the effectiveness of the Force field right now as Prism stops to warp in. A few more Stalkers once more. That Prism is so critical to this. The other warping pylon is just so far away. We're going to go forward. Mana's yet to really get rid of those Void Rays. They are climbing in numbers. Surely we have to start getting rid of some now, and he does get rid of the low HP one. If he doesn't get rid of the Void Rays now or soon, you 100% end up in this position where it's just so difficult to really stop them because they just get into crazier and crazier numbers. Next is taking more damage. You don't want to hard dive on it and take too many shots yourself. You do want to fight back. The Stalkers need to be careful. Good pickup micro there. Picks that third one up. Void Ray nearly going down against the power of the Stalker volley. The Nexus goes down, and does Maxpax fall up into the main base? Nice dodge on the stasis there as well. Wow. Does absolutely nothing as the prismatic alignment is activated. Mana again needs to be careful about picking his fights. But the trouble is we're running out of battery energy, so these Void Rays are not getting healed up at all, and that means the Stalkers are absolutely overwhelming. And I think that Mana might have found his way to break through. The same build repeated is going to work the second time around, and Mana gets to a 1-1 game here against Maxpax. As this time the aggressive bust through is going to succeed. So Maxpax's expansion is going to fall, and Mana, like I say, ties us up in this best of 5. Game 3 coming up. And for Maxpax. Maxpax is just in the replay for a second here, but we'll just take a moment for him to reload. He's been hosting the maps, so they never told me the map order, so I can't even help out if I wanted to at the moment. Mana's really good now. Yeah, Mana's been really good lately. It's been fun to watch. Tokamak gonna be our map. So we've got everyone here. Ready, GLA, chef. Countdown gonna wrap up, and we're gonna get ourselves into game 3 of this semi-final. Exciting. So I need to talk him back, get that underway. It's cool to see kind of Mana going back to what happened, to the same thing as the last game and showing just how easily you can kind of meld things to kind of then still be successful or so, right? Maxpax in the bottom left with mana in the top right. Who will take the lead when it becomes most important? Obviously win this game and you're on match point. A spot in the finals today up for grabs. Get some layer down and get set up for a few moments. Let's follow a probe across the map to take the chance to come over, see a little bit of what's going on. Simulators are going to be coming through as well as we get settled. Emperor will come through, Cybercore coming up, and Nexus will start here on the side of Maxpax as well, so we just get that underway. That probe is going to nibble at the other probe, so a little bit of damage being dealt. We get some shots off, we get some hits off. Gateways again from mana, expansion from Maxpax, expansion into the Stargate, so, well, Mana's already throwing down the proxy pylon, TLDR. Proxy pylon coming down, proxy robo. He just believes that this is the build to punish what Maxpax is doing, and Maxpax is stubborn. Maxpax will continue to do his build in the same way, because he thinks he can defend it, and a lot of the time he can, but sometimes he doesn't, and that kind of is where we kind of get this kind of, you know, a serious building now where both players keep on doing the same thing. And then we'll have, like I say, the proxy robo and that gateway finishing soon to give him the opportunity to try and bust through. Couple stalkers stepping over. I see a couple shots coming through. Obviously, we started drain battery energy. That's important, as we've already mentioned a little bit. There's Rodri out, obviously there's the Prism to help us with some micro and some further forward warp-ins. Oh, we're going to go toward the main base quickly this time around, it seems. So Mana going to go for the main. There's a probe here, keeping an eye on that happening. It makes it a little bit awkward for Mana, because now do you really want to stop to warp in this position? Not really. It's going to micro, and obviously no battery nearby. The battery is building up. It's going to get a lot of probe kills here very quickly, so those probes begin to drop down. I mean, that's a success story, as long as we don't lose the Prism. And we don't lose too many Stalkers. 7 workers go down. He hasn't lost a Stalker. So Mana just does a great amount of damage there. That works. That's a great way to just chip away at some of that Maxpax economy. Mana's actually going to have a battery there as well. That's going to be interesting to see if he comes back to this position to do more with it in the future. Cannon there. Going to play a little bit of a defense. 2 more Stalkers will warp in. The Void Rays trying to step forward as well. Gateway will go down. The Void Ray is still chasing. Nice grab on one of the Stalkers, so we do get a little grab right there. Obviously, batteries have a lot of energy to be pushed through. The cannons are a big deal as well. The cannons are consistent damage output that Mana didn't really have to deal with in the previous game. It's a bit of a throwback. Maxpax was defending with cannons a long time ago. I mean, that may be why Mana thinks more about maybe going toward the main base. He's going to get the Twilight Council and eventually work toward Blink. Which makes sense, I think, because I think just kind of straight up fighting the cannons and the voids are going to be very difficult. They'll be able to hit the Cyber Core from here. One of the batteries taking a lot of damage in the front as well. I don't know if we can really kind of get in reach of the voids and do much to them, but I think we're very okay to kind of sit there and trade out otherwise. Take ourselves another just grab at the front. Mana's only lost 2 Stalkers, but he's also not killed many units, right? It's been structures that have taken damage. The Void Rays are in good number as well. 4 Voids are going to be scary to deal with. I do get a little save there. Like I say, Blink's coming up. What Maxpax is doing now is the very logical next step, which is to get the Robo Facility. Immortals are a much sturdier, longer-term option, right? You know, in this game, basically, the Stargate helps you out initially. One Immortal doesn't do much, where the Void Rays have a lot more micro ability. But eventually, going into Immortals will be more effective than continuing to build Voids, and that's what we're ending up on, is Mana will be getting to the Blink and just hoping he has enough to potentially dive the Void Rays and just get rid of them. I mean, if you can step in and just get to kill one Blink back, that's huge, but maybe even just blinking in, although I'm not sure if we're really going to want to blink into cannons. Another cannon comes up at the front. We could blink into the main base. 1 cannon and 1 battery in the main, although where the Void Rays fight, they could pull back towards the low ground batteries anyway if we're in the main, fighting towards the ramp, so I wouldn't say that that's a guarantee at all. Blink gonna finish in the next few moments. See how Mana is going to try and approach it as the cannon takes a shot or 2. 1 battery gets a bit of energy up, heals it instantly. Gonna go forward, it's gonna be another nice catch! Oh, we're gonna lose a bunch of Stalkers before Blink is done. Good force field. We've now killed 6 Stalkers in the game. And Mana still has the army supply advantage, but you're playing against such a teched up army. Again, that 1 probe there giving you the preemptive info that Mana is going to be nearby. And thinking about the blink into the main base, and we go. Going to get the cannon before much else happens. I mean, this is your opportunity, right, where you're basically able to avoid some of the sag defense. We're super committed as Mana. He's super deep in the main. He's going to blink in. He's going to go for this. The Immortal will go down. The Prism's super low. It will go down as well. No more micro potential. Everything dies. Maxpax gets the defense and the hold, and we'll take this to a 2-1 lead in this semi-final. Yeah, good defense from Maxpax. Really just understood what he had to get to. You saw the power of that Immortal, able to tank a few volleys of those Stalkers, and that's just huge. Mana's hand was kind of just forced, plain and simple, and played to the out that he had, but yeah, it was just a good initial defense from Maxpax. Those cannons really do a lot. Hitting those Stalkers, forcing them back much sooner, giving them something to hit that isn't the Void Rays for a long time is a pretty big deal as well. As we get ready to go into map 4 of this best of 5, Maxpax in the lead and threatening to take a position in today's finals. Head ourselves into Incorporeal. In the bottom right-hand corner, we're going to start off with the red Protoss player. This is Maxpax, and he is 1 map away from the finals. In the top left, our blue Protoss player from Team Liquid is Mana. Well, Mana has a choice of if he wants to be aggressive again when Maxpax inevitably single gate expands. Obviously now you've got to think it hasn't worked twice. I feel like Maxpax is securing up his defense specifically around how Mana's doing it. So I wonder if Mana has an alternate option in terms of how he approaches the defense perhaps. Probes getting nibbled. Gates coming up. Probe chasing, another probe nibbling, cyber cores coming through. And then Dep just going to be building up on the gateway. We have ourselves the Stargate coming up, a couple stalkers on the other side. Certainly, Zealot chasing that probe down. We do not have a proxy placed just yet from mana. There's a couple stalkers. Adds on another gateway at home. Oh, is it just straight up 4 gateway time? No robo? Might be. Coming up, and gateway coming through. Yeah, mana has to get 1 proxy pylon and probably a proxy gate here as well. Like I said, I'm pretty sure this is just going to be 4 gates for him overall, as the first oracle is going to pop out in a moment from Maxpax. Is going to get by. Obviously, that's going to be the chance to put some pressure on the other side, keep a couple of units over in that direction. Little micro wars. We now lose a Stalker. Battery comes in to save the Stalker of Maxpax. Stalker getting warped, gateway in the pylon coming up. A couple of probes get caught on a stasis as well. Still going to see in the Void Ray and the Sentry continue to produce. Stalker step into the natural. There's a lot of units right now from mana. This is the power of the 4 gate, is that you can go a lot sooner with the kind of numbers to really challenge the opposing forces. Oh, that sentry doesn't go down. We did lose a few stalkers there. That one at the end goes down too. 3 stalkers go down. The Void Ray lived. That's painful. We're opening 3 more stalkers. The Oracle still in the top left-hand side. No chance to do much just yet. Obviously, could potentially try and stay support. That's something mana has to keep on top of and keep an eye out for as we look for a volley onto the Void Ray. We want it. He wants it badly. It ain't happening though, is it? He just doesn't have the way to kind of get close enough. The Zealot there as well, going to help to block this back the other direction. Continue to go back and forth just for the moment. I feel like mana is running out of steam very quickly this time around. Force field going to mean another Stalker goes down as well. The Oracle does get killed, so that's at least the end of that. Stasis did catch a little bit on the other side. I don't know if mana really has enough to keep this going realistically. These Stalkers are in a bit of a weird spot as well. He's just going to dive again now, but he's just never been able to make a dive to truly get rid of the Void Ray. You know, the Void Ray, you know, one guy dies now, but you lose so many Stalkers in the process. It just isn't good enough. You need to dive in, kill a Void Ray, get out, don't lose much, and keep that momentum in your side, and it's just never happened here. It's never been enough. You try to dive early, which is what the 4-gate lets you do. Dive early before we get much defense up at all, and it was unsuccessful right from the very start, and it looks as though Maxpax will shield off the sling of aggression that mana has thrown at him throughout the course of this best of 5 to be able to get the win, because right now as another Void Ray shows up, it's becoming more and more unlikely that mana is going to find a way to break on through. Void's going to fire. The Stalker's going down. GG well played his mana. As Maxpax adjusts and does what he needs to deal with this aggression. And he is going to come through and get himself the GGs. And that is going to be Maxpax into the finals. So we have one finalist decided. Now we're going to go to the other side of the bracket and figure out who our other finalist is going to be from the 4 players on that other side. Up first is going to be Rainor taking on Creator. And then Geralt versus Spirit. And then we go from there. So we'll jump on over to NA and get that ready, guys. I'm just going to the bathroom, so I'll throw the break screen up. We'll be back in a few as we get ready for Rainor Creator up next in the WardiTV June playoffs. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone. We are heading into Rainor versus Creator coming up in just a few moments' time. Let's get this ready to rumble. We're heading into Ultra Love. Start off this series. As soon as my maps load, we'll try and get that hosted up and get moving. Alright, just get Creator in here, and then we just got a couple more map picks, and we'll be good to fully go here on the day. And yeah, we get Rainor in a WardiTV event. Obviously, he kind of stormed through his group yesterday. Today, going to be taking on Creator in the round of 8, and then it's also going to be Geralt and Spirit on this side of the bracket. So, see how the semifinals go. See who starts to get there. Obviously, with this series, we're about the halfway point of the day, guys. We are a little ahead of schedule right now, which is perfect because it's kind of a long schedule for today in general, so hopefully we can yeah, stay on top of things as map picks are made. Second map, Incorporeal. Third map, Leylines. Fourth map, well, so what was vetoed? Torches, Pylon, Magnatha, and Last Fantasy. So we've got Persephone and Okamak, I think are left. Alright, Creator is readying up. We're seeing if Rainor will do the same. If Rainor's ready, we can go into this best of 5, guys. Cool, cool, cool. And thanks for joining us. Some good viewership today. Hopefully we get some more good games in the second half of the stream. See what we can we get some good matches. Players are ready. Let's get into Rainor vs Creator, Zerg versus Protoss here in the WardiTV June quarterfinals. So back to the quarterfinals. Maxpax will be in the finals. We'll see him again way later in the day. For now, we'll get back to some round of 8s. So yeah, Maxpax will come up. Finals will be in 3 best of 5s time. Let's see what happens here as we go into Ultra Love. In the bottom left-hand side, we are going to have ourselves the blue Zerg player. This is Rainor. A pleasure to have him in a WardiTV event. He does not play in a lot of these events, so shout out to him. He actually reached out saying he wanted to play. I think he might play in WardiTV Mondays on Monday as well. Cool to see him taking part. Cool to have him with us. Excited to see what he can do here in these quarterfinals. He takes on Creator, who has been, honestly, I feel like so good and just missing out on so many kind of big events by the skin of his teeth. See what happens as we get into game 1 of this B05 best of 5 series. First to 3 wins it. Rainor obviously powering up, looking to play a lot and get a lot of practice in ahead of eSports World Cup. He wants to be at his absolute very best by the time he gets around to there, so I imagine that's the intention from him, taking part in some of these events and playing and stuff. So just trying to get practice in. It's not easy to find, you know, practice partners all the time, you know, consistently. So sometimes it is good to play in the tournaments, play against some different players, mix it up that little bit. Oftentimes goes a long way. Probe gathering about. We're gonna see the hatch gas and spawning pool all coming up. The nexus on the way out as well. Bring that up into play for the moment. So far, so good. Just going to be seeing the hatch gas and pool then coming about, the drone coming in. You got our next cybercore coming online as well. Bring that all through for the moment. What's up, Schmacker? How you doing? Thank you so much for the 15-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Obviously, so one ZVP already today. Maxpax against Solar. Solar really kind of fizzled after that first game where he saw success on the Lurker Corrupt, and I think we're going to see a good bit of that from Rainor as well in this series. I think if he gets into some longer games, if we don't just see the games ending quick, then that generally will be his kind of composition of choice as well. See how that pans out. Things going after the probe. Damage being dealt. The Queen's still hitting the Adept, the Adept getting turned back the other way once again. Just going to push back over there. Power counts on the robot facility continue to build on through as we get settled. Pretty standard stuff, right? I think everyone is kind of ticking off kind of the opening here as being, okay, I'm going to play pretty regularly to open with. It's not Stargate, though, from Kratos, so this is, you know, obviously where we do get to see things be a little different with that Resonating Glaives. But, I mean, in terms of, like, ordinary, like, yes, Stargate is the most ordinary, but playing Twilight Robo and, like, 4-gate Glaives is not super unordinary, and actually, this kind of Glaives attack has come back into the meta a little bit. Kratos especially has enjoyed doing it, a couple of other guys have been enjoying doing it recently as well. So we've actually started to see these 4-gate Glaives kind of come back into the meta of PvZ, which is kind of cool. Because 4-gate Glaives was not a thing for a long time. A lot of Star Glaives, like Stargate into Glaives, was kind of much more popular if you were going to play Glaives. But yeah, Kratos does like to mix his openings up. He likes to play some different things in the early stages a lot of the time. And what's up, Jeff? How you doing as well? Coming in with the 54-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate it, dude. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. Thank you so much for being awesome. Thank you so much. Well, if your Adept's coming over, the first Roach is already on the way. Rainor feels very prepared for this. The Roaches, the Lings, coming out already. The prep is absolutely looking spot on so far as the additional Adepts warp in. Doesn't feel scary at all from Creative. We'll see how well Rainor can position the Roaches, obviously gathering them in the right places, moving them around effectively against the Adepts. Shading or not shading is always a question mark. Adepts will not shade here, but they're pushed back by Queens in the front, so no one will fight yet. And the more we don't fight, the better for Rainor. The more time he gets to set up units and to defend against this, and to have enough units in the right places to deal with this kind of Adept aggression trying to shade around everywhere, you know? Adepts shading through the natural straight away. Again, leg coming up, a drone, a couple of Overlords continuing to build right now. He's going to go get a wrap around. The few Adepts going to come up again. Resonating Glaives is active, and we see the few Zerglings getting turned around because of it. Prism heads towards the main base and is going to go load a couple of units that, again, Rainor is just on top of. It's sounding boring, but really so far, this has just been good defense by Rainor. And, I mean, he lost 4 Zerglings against 4-gate Glaives. That really is a telltale sign that this has been a great start. Goes into the lair now, because it's 4-gate Glaives, no Stargate first. You don't get the lair super early. You have to delay that, so it's fine. That does not necessarily mean that Rainor's all in or anything. It just means that that's just how you deal with this. You need to cut the lair early to ensure you have the resources to build units defensively, because, again, 4-gate Glaives is pretty committed. Now, we do have Creator coming up to a third base. Rainor is going to begin droning now and add a few more of those on as his Evo Chamber comes up. He gets the Roach speed started as well. I guess the big question is, what do we get off the Evo Chamber? Are we going to play missiles and continue with the Roach kind of style, or are we going to maybe switch into melee and go, get some Ling Bane support up and running? I think that's really our next question of where this game is going to. We're playing 5 gases at the moment, so it takes a couple of extra ones. So I'm actually going to go take all 6 gases, so Rainor will be ready to kind of, afford all the tech he possibly can, morph in a bunch of Ravagers. Like, this is just Ling Roach Ravager for the moment. He is on a 61 drone count, so again, could also absolutely just add on a couple more drones here and there, and he does do so. It goes up to the 68 now. Well, he's also getting another hatchery down, so I think Rainor is just accepting that this is at least for the moment, starting to head into a little bit of a longer game, perhaps. This nation's still moving down and scouting around, trying to keep an eye on what's going on. So what's up, Gross Papa? How you doing? Thank you so much for the 34-month resub. Appreciate it. Thank you again for continuing to support. Thank you so much. Also, missiles, Roach will be coming in, Infestation Pit, and the Hydra Den coming up as well. Colossus and the extended thermal lance coming online, the +2 attack coming in, the extra gateways are in production, our cannon coming through. Prism sitting overhead, 1 and 2 adepts both get lifted up. Extended thermal lance, +2 attack, continue to get going, just going to be seeing the Hydra production continuing, higher than the look, then coming around. A couple of additional stalkers will warp in. A Spore Crawl going to get a couple of hits off, Hallucination taking damage. Look, then we'll finish the Hive on the way through. It's going to be seeing a couple of the Adepts still threatening the Shade through over on this side, as the Lingers will continue to gather. Extend Thermal Lance, +2 attack. Colossus on the way, a few Stalkers building up, as you just get that warping continuing. Couple of corrosive files, units stepping back already. And the Stalkers step straight forward. I'm going to be seeing the Ling Roach Ravager thinking about trying to deal with this. Obviously, a bit of a larger army right now from Creator. First Vipers on the way. We do have our Lurkers out. Vipers especially would be great right now. Abduct like the Colossus into this would be amazing. So that Viper has a big role to play. The Lurker's here, but obviously not fully upgraded, so this is definitely a scary moment or two. Force Field's obviously going to be kind of working against Creator, I feel like. Can't really kind of move through himself with that position set up. Lings are going to counterattack and go do some damage. Lings are going to get through. A few probes going down. It's going to be, again, just a couple corrosive vials coming into play. So Rainor could, again, really do with some of this spell cast. And that Viper, get one of those Colossus in the front, dragged forward, and just take that out would be huge. Really remove some of the splash would do a lot for you at the moment. Rainor staying maxed out. A lot more Ling Hydra on the way back up. He does get rid of the 4th base. He puts his opponent into a very committed position where Creator now really has to just send this. Stalkers come back around the other side. Ling Roach Viper stepping through. Abduct on a Colossus. Second Colossus abducted, so the Viper gets both of the Colossus killed. That is big. Do we have any Lurkers left over? A couple of more for him. We're going to pull back toward them. Again, Creator needs to win the game with this shove, it feels like, because he lost his 4th base. He's got no setup for the future coming through. He's just focusing on this fight, and I think Rainor has found the defense necessary to make a hold happen here. And Rainor will send Creator away in those early stages just like that. Hydras and Lurkers come back to the right side. The Adepts are going to try and shade on through. Things still coming up. Hydras and the Queen's building as well. A few more Adepts warping in, and we have ourselves a chance to jump onto this 3rd base, perhaps. Opportunity to make something happen there as the Adepts continue over. In they go. The Lurker's going to get burrowed up. The Adepts going to get jumped on a little bit, as we do still have the Blind Cloud coming down. The Stalker Adept getting pushed away. Will fight a few Lings, still getting jumped on here. The Stalker's going to try and fight back as well. Couple corrosive vials coming straight on in, and those Stalkers still taking a beating. Again, Creator does not have enough to keep this going, as we've kind of talked about at this point already a couple of times. GG's. Rainor taking that opening map. How about that? Alright, so Rainor getting the opening game. I'm going to be heading to Corporeal for map number 2. This will now be Creator's server preference, so maybe something to look at there. to get game 2 ready to go. I mean, Creator, honestly, that push felt scary. It was just, it ran out of love and it ran out of kind of timing. Especially as Rainor was like, you know what, I'm just going to counterattack a little bit. It really put the pressure on Creator to keep going. Because that 4th base fell. That made it so much more difficult of a situation to play out of. Caster and Rainor needs a moment as well. That's sorted out. So yeah, Rainor just relogging, guys. We'll take a moment or so. I'll just run 1 minute of ads while he relogs. Just help us out later. 1 minute less. We have to run at a point where we might be ready to go in game. Rainor comes back the moment I start ads. Typical. I thought of it too late. It's okay. Just have to click the buttons and do the countdown and do the loading screen. We'll make it work. Alright, countdown finishes up. And we're going to be launching ourselves into Incorporeal for game number 2 of this best of 5. Rainor with that 1-0 lead right now. Again, good defense in the end. But a little scary. I think it was just, you know, he was getting attacked as he was hitting the lurkers, as he was getting a Viper. So as long as he survived the first wave, it was always going to start getting easier, especially as, you know, the moment those 2 Colossus went down, that Viper getting both of those abducted really felt like a huge moment that helped just deflate the power of that Protoss army that we'd been seeing. So definitely a big positive there. As in the top left-hand side, we will have ourselves the blue Protoss player Creator taking on the red Zerg. In the bottom left-hand side, sorry, bottom right-hand side, we have Rainor from Basilisk, of course. After this, Spirit will play Geralt, also in the quarterfinals. And our semifinals will come through, and then our finals. Similar in the gateway building up here, a few drones in the hatchery coming through. Custom pool all settling down, just going to be seeing the gateway and the probe continue to build up as well. Few probes just doing their thing, finding a way. Cozy start. Let's see if Creator heads in towards the Stargate this game. Like, Resident Glaives opening just really didn't do much at all, right? Just, I mean, when you lose 4 Lings to 4-gate Glaives, the Protoss should pretty much always be in trouble. And I think Creator made the best situation of it, kind of committing to a pretty heavy attack, not really setting up, like, you know, for a lot of kind of future plans. I'm trying to catch Rainor as he was setting up into the later stages, but kind of makes you wonder, like, do you as Creator want to do something like that again, or are you just going to fall back into, you know, Stargate-based openings this time around? And from here on out, well, in this game the answer is yes. It's just going to be so tough to justify not building the Stargate after that first map. Flying speed is coming up then from Rainor. Obviously, he'll use that for some map control while his opponent will get to the Oracle in the early stages. Queen's just going to fight. Adept will take some shots. Let's just see the Oracle and the Warp Gate continue to come through. I'm going to fight. Adept taking some damage. Link speed building up, about to finish in a couple of moments. The drones will continue about. The Queen is coming over. Adept gathers us back up onto the watchtower. Oracle about to finish. Warp Gate coming through. We'll just have ourselves the Nexus coming up on that right hand side. Again, that third base started already. And pushing that Oracle around. Just going to see the Lings and the drones gathering up. Simulator is coming by. We do have the evolution chamber on the way up as well. Bring that straight through. The couple of queens will continue to ping at the adepts. More facility starting as we get the next step of this game on the way from Creator already. I mean, this time, obviously, Rainor will land the Rotron starts up. Didn't need the Rotron super early because there's no super fast adept coming his way. He's going to get the +1 missiles started as we start to see what his kind of plan looks like. That's not really revealed too much yet, being the reactionary player in a big way in Game 1. So typically is very reactionary, but there's a couple times they can pull off some attacks and kind of get things going themselves. Is going to go onto those adepts. The adepts will actually survive through the Lings, and the other queens having to deal with the oracles. The adepts able to shade out. They don't stick around, probably just aware that more Lings popping out probably would have been the end of them. They were starting to get low HP. We got some kills at least, if nothing else. Well, count's about to finish. Prism coming up. For that charge, got that +1. The Temple Archives coming through as well. The Infestation Pit and Hydralisk Den coming from Rainor. So both players are really starting to step up into additional tech and really looking toward the future already in this game. Not really too surprising or anything, but yeah, that is exactly the direction we moved in for the moment then. Missiles drop off to drones are going to have to be careful here, but the Ling's going to be fairly quick to respond. At least Creator is keeping a tab on Rainor and keeping him at least a little bit mentally busy, keeping him checking in back at home. Take some of Rainor's attention from being able to be fully focused on the map and maybe creating run-bys and opportunities for himself, right? So, good for Creator to poke in, look for chances. Obviously, you're not going to find your chance every single time, but if you keep that kind of persistence up, at some point you probably will find a very successful moment to pull the trigger and to commit to getting some damage done. Storm will be done soon. We have the Hive and the Lurk then on the way again from Rainor. No surprise to see him continue to play into what has been, again, one of the most sturdy kind of compositions as of late, which is the Lurkers and Corruptors. Obviously, you go Lurkers at first if you're born ByuNs, then you get the Corruptors up, and that combination really can carry you until really the super late stages of the game. Maybe at that point you start thinking about some Spellcasters, maybe some Broodlord switches, but in general, at its core, the idea is very solid, as will Contaminate tries to slow things down. Not sure if much will happen. Crew spans coming up, +2 missiles, adrenal glands, and the seismic spines coming in as well. So we continue to get that building with the extra creep tumors spreading out. A couple of spines will continue to build up. Hydra lurker gathers up together. Rainor just gonna see the chance to get those lurkers up much more comfortably this game. Like, there's nothing coming his way right now from the opposition, so compared to the last time he had to play defense, just try and scramble into the lurkers, this time his lurkers are going to get up comfortably, and it's likely going to be Rainor, the player who can start taking some steps onto the map and some chances to kind of take positions and actually force fights with the lurkers available. So let's see how we can do. A lot of lings from Rainor. Again, has a lot of potential with his speed to set up counters, set up run bys as well. Especially, it's interesting to see if any of that comes about as the lings get a good wrap around here. Those ults go down. Ling Lurker Hydra still gathering together. Just getting joined up. We have a couple of shots coming through, extra structures coming down. The mothership will start to build as well. 2 more mortals coming up. 2 Niduses on the way from Rainor. We get those going. Obviously, later in this game, you want to start getting to that point where you can drop Niduses around the map. And Corporeal gets very interesting in this late stage as well, because you start kind of drilling over the middle of the map. A lot of these bases are very central, and so beyond the 5 bases that Creator has right now, you're going to have to step really toward the middle to make stuff happen. And that's where a lot of skirmishes are just going to be forced and found. Beautiful splits against the Storms, by the way. Those Lings split perfectly to where the Storm was about to be. And that's a great catch on a portion of the army. And suddenly on top of the 5th base, Rainor getting aggressive. And immediately as he gets aggressive, finds a huge opportunity, a huge position for himself. Put himself in a great place. And just replaced him with Lings, because all he needs is to flood through with Lings right now. His next on the left side goes down, so never mind bases in the middle of the map. Even bases on your side of the map are a difficulty right now for Creator, as that one gets denied, like I say, with ease. I mean, the surround itself was already going to be good, but still the Ling split to kind of dodge where he thought the Storm was going to be, and then the Storm went exactly there. It was pretty wild. The mothership found that Nidus in the back of this natural, so no successful Nidus. But now we're going to dive to the upper right, and the lurkers are going to get between the 4th base and the army. And does that just mean we're going to lose the 4th? Most likely it does. And we're losing the army trying to kind of run into these lurkers to deal with this as well. 4th base hasn't gone down yet. The few units on that position have held off pretty decently. Lurkers gathering. And we've seen the +3 attack tempest coming through, but this was a terrible few moments for Creator. He does at least survive in the top right, but still overall not great. A lot of trades going Raynor's way. Rainor, who has 88 workers and is pretty rich to rebuild. He's just running up over there, putting some work in. So we do get rid of that base in the end. Rainor just continue to ping back over and continue to force Creator to be out of position. Boy, going to take some shots. Hydra's going to be there. It's going to get burrowed up, and we are going to see the Nexus immediately going to be under some heavy fire. Flozell's going to start charging forwards. 24 pros going down. I mean, obviously, Courage is going to invite himself to this base trade. I mean, I think Rainor is going to be kind of just okay fighting against this, though, so I don't think that's really going to be too much of a problem. I mean, when you know your opponent's going to be super committed against you, it just becomes that much easier to kind of find that defense, right? And so we are going to be seeing Rainor definitely keeping good supply up. I mean, Courage's supply is still holding on, though, and he does wipe out a bunch of units here initially. So maybe Rainor will have a couple of struggles in the end. Maybe this will not be free. $35 drones going down. Rainor still getting a lot more Hydras and a few more Lurkers out as well. Obviously, Predator is completely all in. He's lost everything on the other side, so he has to win with what he's got right now. A few Lings that are left over there are just going to guarantee that, but yeah, this is really just dealing with, you know, going with whatever you have. A couple of Storms coming down again. The Hydras and Lurkers getting hit. Rainor just needs to get the cleanup, and I think we're getting closer and closer to it as we are running out of stuff here on the side of Predator. Rainor is going to win this base trade situation. GG's. I mean, he was kind of meant to. He set himself up into such a good position already. Crazy stuff. What's up, Merhem? Thank you so much for the 78-month resub on the tier 3 as well. Appreciate the support, buddy. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. And as we get ready for game 3 on ley lines. Alrighty. What's up? Players ready? Let's get this started. Let's get to ley lines. Alright, let's get this busy. Let's get this started. And get this underway. As we kick off into this one. On the bottom left-hand side, it is going to be up 2-0. Our red Zerg player. It is going to be Rainor. In the top right, our blue Protoss is going to be Creator. What's up, Nanny EL? Thank you so much for the 1-year resub on the Prime. Bet to Wardy each month. We almost do. Thank you so much for the generosity. Thank you so much. Game 3. Pretty hectic stuff. Pretty fun stuff in that last game. I mean, Creator keeps getting into these scenarios where I feel like he has this one last-ditch effort, and it's like, it feels like there's so much potential, it's just not quite good enough. But maybe in this game 3 you can get a little bit more control. Rainor looking comfortable so far. Well, Queen's going about. Cybercore coming up. Next is on the way. Stargate building. Next on the way. Links be coming over. I see the feeling's going to chase that probe back. Rainor ready to take his third base of the game already. No surprises there from the Zerg side of things. Thank you very much, Nefarious Beard. Sorry, Nefarious Bread. I read that as Beard initially. Oh, the Prime sub as well. Appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Thanks for coming about. The drone's coming over, Queen coming in. I'm just going to get ourselves the hatch about halfway done for the moment as well. Voidray and the warp gate will build. A couple of adepts going to go shading about. This thing's just cruising across. Actually going to get a catch on the adepts, which is a big deal. Get rid of those, remove some of the potential harass. He did not surround, so the adepts will get away. Escape is made. We're going to activate Overlord goes down. Next is building. Again, Oracle just popping through. It's going to be seeing the Queen's going to step forward and going to go after that Void Ray. So a couple of shots coming about right away there. And the Overlords and the Lings continuing to build as our simulates come up in the early stages. Facility Forge Gateway probes continue to come up. I'm just going to see the land, the drones, Rotron coming by. Just going to be seeing the Overlord coming in as well. Continue to get that settling as a couple of additional extractors coming up. Queen's going to be there. The Oracles get pushed back. And Twilight Council are going to be building the gate, Immortal, +1. A little bit of everything coming through. The Evolution Chamber still building on in. The Hatchery coming online. And now Void Ray is going to come around that left-hand side. First place in WardiTV, June get a slot at EWC. Yeah, I wish. Actually, I kind of don't wish. It would just be a mess. I'd have to do like tiebreakers probably for all the people that are already qualified or something. No. Anyway, we have our own WardiTV qualifying system coming up with the European League starting soon, so I look forward to that. That's a hell of a catch, by the way. That's multiple sentries going down these Lings, despite the force fields doing very well for themselves, and able to get some unit pickoffs right away there is charge +1, Robobase. We are looking to the future still here from Creator as he steps onto the map a little bit. That was not a great way to start at all. Prism is about to finish charging +1 building. Robo Facility and Bay coming online. We get some extra gates coming up as well. This Queen still stepping into the middle of the map right now as the Void Ray. Gonna try and fight. The Queens push that Void Ray out of there. Here we go with the Ravagers, Lings and Queens, Overlords as well, coming straight across. Gonna see a couple Crows of Baals gonna engage through. Crows of Baals do land in toward the force fields, clearing those up as Rainor getting aggressive right now, looking to finish this series off with the aggressive Green Ravager Ling attack. What is Critter's defense looking like? Doesn't have charge just yet. We'll do in a few moments though, that will help. So will the +1 upgrade. Currently supply block though, so you can't add anything else in, losing pylons, and the battery's already being drained heavily of their energy. Ravager Baals putting some serious work in throughout this as the Adepts in the front line's going down. Now the Lings come from the other side. They ran off the screen a few moments ago, and this is where they were getting to. With full surrounds, the Immortal Baals become that much more powerful, although the Prism is there to lift off. The Lings still fighting the few probes coming through. We do lose an Oracle. Ravager Baals again. Prism is going to go down. That takes away a lot of your micro potential, but hey, we've got ourselves a Disruptor. Maybe that can possibly somehow make this work out. Another Disruptor shot coming through. Ravager's pulling back. The Immortal's getting jumped on once again. We have ourselves a Solid Stalker continuing to fall as the pylon goes down. Batteries get depowered. Another Disruptor shot fires straight in there. The Ravager gets clipped. The Queens continue through. And we just have ourselves comfortable close, I think, of this game for Rainor, who is just chasing down these last few units, and unfortunately for Creator, cannot put up a fight, cannot take a map throughout this match. And that is just going to be about that, so there's a few Zealots charge through, a couple Queens in some trouble. Disruptor shot going to land on some of those Queens as well. We'll just have Rainor chasing all the way forwards, and I mean, he's kind of getting pushed back a little bit, but we lost so much of the tech that surely we don't truly survive here. Again, especially without the Prism, you can't keep the Immortals alive where you usually keep them alive. But you have 2 Colossus on the way. Yo, is there a... Am I being crazy by talking about a possible defense? Another Disruptor shot coming through. The Roach Ravager steps up one more time. Disruptor goes down. The Archons. I mean, the Nexus is going to go down too. Don't get me wrong, the Colossus is a nice addition. I'm just not sure if it'll do enough. It's also very exposed here as the Immortals get jumped on. And we're going to pull the probes to try and help. I mean, credit to Creator, he's going to give it his absolute best shot, but it's just not going to be good enough. GG's, Rainor takes it, and is going to end up with a 3-0 through to the semifinals here, as he looks convincing as ever, taking on Creator. So looking very good there as Rainor, as Geralt and Spirit will be up next for us, and we will get into that in a couple of moments' time. Alrighty, perfect. Alright. Spirit vs. Geralt coming up then, guys. Get ready to rumble. Getting Geralt, and we'll be good to go. Alright guys, a couple of moments and we'll get this ready to go. So we're going to be doing a little bit of server hopping between this next series, or during this next series, because we're going to have... we're going to start on America, then we're going to do 2 maps on Europe, and then we're going to finish up on America after that again. So, be a little bit of server hopping, so it might take a little bit longer, otherwise we'll get good to go. Looks like they've already vetoed, so that's great. Perfect. I'll get that ready to rumble. Alright, we'll take a couple moments then. And just waiting for Geralt. He's coming online in a second, guys, so we'll just take a few. Get this ready to go. Awesome. If you guys are enjoying... hold up. Hold up. So just waiting for Geralt, guys. Sorry, I was just sorting something out. We'll get that set to go. Yes, if you guys are enjoying the stream, obviously, again, consider supporting. We will be doing a replay pack featuring all the replays from this tournament as well as others in our subscriber replay pack coming up in the next day or two. I'm going to try and get that done tomorrow morning. Replay pack update. Just make a note of that. Pack update. So that will be available to subscribers, etc. if you're interested, or YouTube channel members, or Patreon pledges as well. You guys can check that out if you do so wish. Again, obviously, do consider supporting, guys. This is a WardiTV event. We cannot run these events without you guys. We also have the Patreon page, patreon.com/WardiTV. All of this helps us to continue to run StarCraft 2 events on a regular basis. You know, we put a lot of money into StarCraft 2 tournaments, plain and simple. We really do. So, yeah, if you do enjoy what you're seeing today, then consider supporting it. Whether that's a sub, a prime sub, if you want to donate or be generous and gift subs, anything helps. Even if it's just a follow, even if you just sit and watch the ads and stuff as well, also just fantastic. Really does go a long way to helping out. So all of that helps. All of that is super appreciated. So thank you so much, Cake Machine, for the 15-month resub on the prime. I don't know why the sound is dinging weird sometimes. It's so annoying. I don't know how to fix it, and sometimes it doesn't do it as well. I'm just like, I have no good solution for this right now. I have no way to make this better. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, ay, ay. Alright. Came for a weird notification sound, staying for the ads. Ay, ay. What a stream. What a stream. Yeah, Geralt's going to be online in a few moments, guys. Like I said, he's actually at Philadelphia right now, so he's going to be playing in that later today. So he's just getting to the venue. He might be a couple minutes getting online, but should be able to go very soon. So they've already vetoed, so they're ready to play. Just yeah, missing Geralt, who is coming online now. I just saw him ping online, so should be a minute or two at most, and we should be able to get this underway. Can I add a delay to the sound? It looks like a loading issue. No, it doesn't really. I can only imagine it's something with the Stream Elements site, like bugging out slightly. Because like I know what you mean. It sounds like it's just like it's struggling to load, but like it just plays in the browser setting for me. So it's just that the Stream Elements site might just be a bit buggy the last few days. I'm gonna just give it a few days. I feel like it's one of those things that I can't fix, and if it's still broken in a few days, I'll look more into it, I guess. So Geralt is progressing to being online, guys, so we should be there ready to go shortly. It's just logged in. Perfect. So it shouldn't be long. Get this underway and we'll be able to kickstart this. And obviously the winner of this plays against Rainor, and then the winner of that plays against Maxpax. So that's our next 3 best of 5s to round out the rest of our day. That's what is coming up and taking place. So yeah, it just needs a minute still, and we'll be good to go. All right. No worries. No worries. How you guys doing in the chat? How's everyone feeling? How's everyone's day been? Everyone is doing well. Hope everyone's having a good weekend. Again, we'll be live a little bit later tomorrow because it's the European League qualifier, so we'll be live about 5 hours later than usual. Basically, an hour and a half from now, tomorrow is when our qualifier starts. So, yeah, you can join us then. It's going to be a bit of a later stream as we get the European League up and running for the year. And like I said, it's going to be qualifier 1 tomorrow. Should be some good fun. Hoping for some good signups. Yeah, should be hopefully fun. Hopefully, see some fun players qualify into the event. I really hope, because otherwise I'm going to have to rehash the format a little bit and restack things a little. But yeah, I'm sure we'll figure it out. Alright, so let's wait for Geralt to confirm he is ready, because he apparently just had a couple of PC issues and so on. Hopefully good to zoom off here in a moment. Get this underway. I wonder what the last time Geralt and Spirit played, how that went. Kind of interesting. I feel like Geralt's good lately. Spirit, I don't really know where Spirit's at lately, you know? Not really sure where he's sitting in terms of skill. Okay, Spirit beat Geralt 3-0 in the EWC qualifier. So actually, Spirit's been 3-0 and 2-0 against Geralt over the last couple of months, so pretty Spirit favored in that regard. Okay. Surprised me a little bit, because I feel like Geralt's been good. Like I say, I guess I just haven't seen much Spirit. I don't really, like I say, know where to really place him right now, I guess, so that's more that than anything else. It's a good thing we're ahead of schedule. Although actually, we've all of our Korean players have been knocked out now, so actually the schedule obviously still don't want to keep people around all day, but the schedule obviously lightens up a little bit, and at least we're not keeping people up all night as a benefit. Major bonus. Some StarCraft music. A little Wardy Bob. Alright, looks like we are good. If Spirit is ready, we are good to go. Geralt has confirmed he's good, so as long as Spirit is still good, we can get started. Now we're waiting for Spirit. The classic 1-2 effect of you wait for someone long enough that the other guy disappears in the process. There we go. He is here. Clicks the start button. Tokamak coming up as we get into game 1 of the series. Go-Go gets called. Kick this into play to go into our opening matchup here, Tokamak. Let's get this started. Let's get ready to rumble. Boom. Gonna throw us onto the loading screen. I feel like we're gonna load quickly. We didn't load quickly enough. We stopped. Foiled again. All right. We'll wait for Spirit in the game a few more times. I don't know if Spirit's PvT or TVP has been super passive, though, lately. I am a little bit afraid if we get Spirit Rainor that we might actually just be sat here for an hour and a half while they play a couple of games. Is this a replay cast? No, we are live. We've been waiting for Geralt to set up in the Cheesadelphia venue. Play some games. Bottom left-hand side, we're going to kick off with the red Terran player. This is going to be Spirit. Taking on the blue Protoss in the top right-hand side. We are going to have Geralt for game 1 of this best of 5 series. You know what? I could have predicted this. The in-game pause when you go in-game and something is just not correct. I could feel it. I knew it was going to happen. I should have said it because I would have looked smart. Okay, it looks like it was a very fast fix, though. All right. Go. Spirit is silent. All right, we are back. And into this TVP between 2 Polish players, one of which is in America, because, like I said, they're going to be playing in Cheesadelphia. We'll probably be hosting the Cheesadelphia stream up when we finish today, guys, so you can go and join that. A North American LAN happening in Philadelphia. Long-running LAN as well. They ran a lot of events over the years of StarCraft too, so great to see them back this year. And yeah, if their stream is up when we finish up, we'll be obviously hosting them up today. And I encourage you guys to go and watch and enjoy some games. That's why Geralt will be playing later on as well, so yeah, you can check that out. Alright, so to kick this off, I get going, and I'm going to find Indy's camera as we get into this Protoss versus Terran matchup. Tokamak going to be coming on through. We get into game number 1 of this series. We get this sorted out and ready to roll. Gateway, barracks, getting started initially. Probe and the SCV coming up as well. No proxies on the map. Everyone just playing from at home. At home in terms of in their base. Obviously, Geralt's not at home. As we do have the probe going to drop the Nexus down to the low ground and get that started off. So, probe to the low ground, Nexus will build and get that underway. Let's just have the Cyber Core coming through, get this rolling. And yeah, the command center and the orbital command coming online as well. Spirit doesn't really play short games. I mean, I still feel like his TVP has a lot of aggression in it, though, no? I remember a series lately, like, where he did end up kind of pulling back and playing a bit passively, but I don't feel like he super hardcore turtles like he does in TVZ and TVT at times, so... We'll see what the series brings us, I guess. See what goes down, as we do have the SCV just coming over that far right-hand side, looking to try and see what's going on. The command center and the factory coming up, refinery and the reactor coming in. Going to see the factory swaps over to the reactor there, so we'll be able to just make a little switcheroo just for the moment. As yeah, we have the Twilight Council still building on up, the starport coming online as well. So just some setups for the early stages. Let me figure out where we're going to be taking this one. Hallucination steps into the main base. Again, just a little peek to see a little bit of what we have planned in these early stages. Just obviously trying to make sure that the Terran is figured out. Now what you will see is there's no starport in this main base, so the Hellion drop with the proxy starport might get a little figured out here. The first two Hellions on the map, third and fourth Hellion popping soon, and that medevac on the way. So does Geralt figure it out well enough to get positioned properly and effectively against this? Sentry is continuing through, and we just have, again, Blink on the way, couple gates, the battery on the way, and the medevac is about to pop. And like I say, this very quick drop into the main base as Spirit, no holding back, looks to get in early and get some serious damage done. 4 Hellions load into the main. We unload, Stalkers are going to wrap around, and we will have these Hellions going to come straight through. A couple of probes already taking some shots. 5 workers going down, damage being done. This is a nice start, but it's not enough to kind of really be super worried if you're the, yeah, it's not enough to be super worried if you're the Protoss, right? Like, 5 probes is actually okay. There's a lot of probes that went very low that just wasn't quite enough firepower to finish them off, and that is a big deal. Keeping a few extra workers alive there makes this a lot easier for you to kind of follow up from. We actually have the Raven building off the proxied starport of all things. I think if it was a Liberator, I'd get it, but the Raven coming through, we're actually going to see that come under some fire as the starport takes hits here from the Stalkers. The Raven will finish, but the starport will not survive this game. It means you're going to have to build another starport back at home. Is Geralt paying attention for the unit popping out? He just continues to focus the starport. Raven took 1 shot, but that's obviously very manageable, as we will see it having the chance to come around and see where it wants to go to, see where it wants to harass. Get in position to try and hit some mineral lines with some mortar turrets is typically the deal for the Ravens in this early game. Like I say, starport is down, so that will be the end of that for the moment. Spirit decides to drop 1 auto turret in the natural here. It's kind of funny because the Raven hasn't had to fly across the map. As it shows up for the first time, it's actually kind of low energy because it spawned on the other side of the map. So only 1 auto turret available, can't build a second. And that will be all for the moment as it gets pretty easily dealt with and denied. And the Raven, I think fair to say, really doesn't do much at all to start this game off. Temple Archives on the Forge and a Nexus, the next step of this as we get that underway as well. The Marines and the Siege Tank are going to start fighting against these Stalkers. They begin to blink back, or at least try to. A couple of the Stalkers already going down. Now the tanks and the Marines continue to chase over to the other side. Hallucination seeing what's up. A couple of tanks going to settle in right there. What's up, Ghostface? Thank you so much for the 50-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate it. Thank you so much for resubscribing. Thank you so much. Again, Stimpack, Combat Shield +1 continue to come through. The Starport going to swap on over to Reactor Factory. Again, settled as well. Raven still up in between the bases at the moment. I mean, we're losing quite a few Stalkers. They're going to try and get rid of another Siege Tank here, but we've lost 3 Stalkers in the game. We have killed 1 tank successfully. I honestly thought he'd lost a little bit more than 3 Stalkers, I'm not going to lie. I thought it'd been a little bit worse for him than it actually had been, so in that regard, I suppose it's not so bad. Yes, probably boosting out that Storm, so getting that ready to play here as well. As our armor upgrade continues through, the extra gates and the probes still coming up as well, so a lot of production coming in. These few Stalkers trying to go after the Marines, and 1 or 2 Marines will go down. The Siege Tank is there to help force them back in the end. Obviously, with Stim finished, these Marines in general should be a little bit more powerful and a little bit more potent, a little bit more capable of chasing these Stalkers away, and that is why Spirit wants to get up on top of the map and into position to threaten the 3rd base of the Protoss already. If he can get on top of that 3rd and do some damage, then brilliant. Storm is not done yet, so those High Templars currently are kind of dead weight in the army, apart from potentially feedbacking medevacs. And if Spirit doesn't respect the High Templar, which right now he's not, and correctly so, because Storm's not ready, and this is great. The 1 Hellion just drops back in over there. We morph an Archon. Storm is about to finish, so we are going to probably see a Storm coming down when Geralt realizes that. Hasn't used it yet still. He does have it available there, and he drops it now. Medivacs will do some healing to bring those units back up to HP. Nothing died for Spirit, though, as he now sends Drop out onto the map as well to reinforce elsewhere and to try and keep the pressure up and to keep this game moving in his favor. If he can keep control of it, then brilliant. And that's definitely his goal right now, as he does eat another Storm. A couple of those Marines already taken damage. The tank firing away onto the Zealot Stalker Force. A little bit of Bio coming through will knock down the Nexus. Another Water Mine getting burrowed up. Going to turn onto the Stalkers, onto the Archon actually. It's nice, gets maximum damage against the shields of that Archon. And we're going to keep on trading here. There's a few Stalkers going down. The Archon taking hits. The Medivac loading up and escaping away over to that far right-hand side. Charge is over halfway done from Geralt. As Spirit looks to jump onto the top side third base once again, leading with a couple of Marauders. He has Ghost on the way, so he will begin to get an answer to Storm onto the map, which is obviously going to be a big deal for him. So starting to get that ready. Charge still building from Geralt as well. And again, extra Zealots and Gates continue to produce as we intercept a couple of those mines. The SCV goes down as well. Nice pickups for the moment from Geralt. We're on the global EWC qualifiers next weekend. So 1 week from now. As the charge and the +1 continue to produce through. Just going to be seeing the Robo and the Gates coming up, the Cannons and the Battery coming online, the Marauders still swinging, going onto the pylon there for a couple of moments. Let's just have the Stalkers coming back the other way, Archon and the Zealots there to help out as well. Two Marauders are going to dive straight in and aim for a battery, or building cannon. Again, that pressure of Spirit just always showing up where Geralt is kind of not in position so far. Geralt has struggled to kind of be in the right place at the right time in this game as we drop EMPs into this army that's showing up a little bit late to the party. He's just going to target down the Nexus. No, he's going to split and kind of run for it. A little bit of indecision from Spirit. He does target down the Nexus and gets it in the end, so he does find value there at the end of this. Obviously, the army does get taken out. Another drop onto the map. Spirit's still going, just with drop after drop after drop. That is absolutely the way he feels as though he's going to unlock himself a victory in this game at the moment. So just non-stop with the drop play, keeping that going. Fighting a couple pylons taking damage. Just gonna see a couple Stalkers getting knocked down. And a few Ghosts and Marines coming up as well. 3 probes going down, a couple of the SCVs coming over. Zealot's gonna charge in, a couple more SCVs will get jumped on. Let's see, a couple of High Templars there. Do you drop a Storm? Bio low HP. Do we have enough to just get through and clean up these last few units? A couple of Archons still putting on the pressure. Water Mines will help to play cleanup. 15 SCVs down though, and Spirit gonna take some big eco damage here. Going to see the anti-armor missile going to strike. Zealot Stalker coming over. It's going to see the Bio continue to pull back as we just see the Prism going to come through. A couple more Storms. I think Spirit is going to be out of luck in this one. It's going to be a little bit too much Bio available. Protoss available as he continues to get pushed through. Man, Spirit just threw a lot of units into the bases of Geralt, and I think that was really the issue in the end. Stalker's fighting, Orbital going to lift back up, Bio coming back over, a couple of Zealots coming through. $15 SCVs going down. A couple of EMPs going down, Zealots getting hit, Bio coming back over, Ghost as well. Stalker's going to continue to fight, and EMP goes in. Hitting a few more of those Zealots as the attempt to hold on is trying to be made, but I just don't think it's happening. Spirit is in trouble. Geralt. I think in the end what Spirit really did is he just gave up so much for that Nexus on the top. Like, the position initially was great. Running in for all the probes was great. Lift up and get the hell out with so much more of that army. I mean, I think decisions like that have really cost him in these last few moments. As the Bio gathers, Prism will come back through, getting chased around. Marine's going after for a little bit. Again, Observer just going to be sitting there. 10 more Zealots in production right now. As an EMP goes down. Again, Marine Marauder still coming about. Wouldn't mind coming through. They are going to see that base going down. Game gets called. And Geralt is going to take game number 1 of this best of 5. So Geralt gets off to a strong start. We'll be hopping to Europe here for the next couple of games. So NA, EU, EU. Yep, so NA, EU, EU, and then NA, NA at the end. So we'll just hop over to Europe for the couple of games that will happen there. See what happens. Get that ready to rumble, guys. I'll just run a minute of ads just while the server hop happens, because it's going to take a couple more moments than before. I actually don't have control of the maps either, because they didn't tell me what the maps were, so I'll just wait for them to host. Is someone in Korea? No, Geralt is in America. Geralt is at Cheesadelphia. Quite the decision. Cheesadelphia when WardiTV June is on, and the WardiTV European League playoffs tomorrow. Is this Geralt the guy I think he is? Gonna try and get an invite to European League? Unbelievable. It's cool that people still have events they can travel to and stuff. Wonder who else is playing at Cheesadelphia actually. Should be fun. There's no information on Wikipedia at all. Alright, just one moment, guys. Getting everyone swapped servers, and we should be good to go into game 2. They're out leading 1-0 in this best of 5. Hey guys, Rainor is in the semifinals. He will play the winner of this series up next. Ready. And we are going to go into ley lines. Perfect, guys. Some more StarCraft 2 continuing in as we go into our final match of the quarterfinals. And after this, a semi-final and a final to go. Geralt leads 1-0. Spirit with some good aggression, but I think, again, you got to identify the moment to not throw away too many units, right? Like, there really is a point at which that becomes an issue and becomes a problem, so I think that is what opened the door a little bit for Geralt in that last game. As we have in the top right-hand side, down a map then, in the best of 5 will be the blue Terran player, Spirit. In the bottom left, our red Protoss is Geralt. Is there a way to see my schedule? Not really. Honestly, the best thing to do is just to keep an eye on the TL calendar or the Wikipedia upcoming events, and if it's a Wardy event, I'll be here. And I think nowadays we rarely cover non-Wardy events. And if we do, then it's probably kind of an obvious one to be covering, right? So I try to keep a schedule. It's just one extra thing to update that very few people use. So yeah, unfortunately not. I'm not good at keeping things like that updated. Like, I'll do it for like a week. Like 1 week I'll be super passionate about updating everything and writing all the things down and making everything super easy, and the next week I'll just be like, I'll just forget, and then I'll just not do it again. There used to be like a schedule on Twitch. I tried to keep that updated for a while, but again, just same thing really at the end of the day. Holy, Eric the man with the 20 gifted subs. Holy goodness, I just saw chat just explode. Going out to the following people. Teddybear91, Dag66, Yepetox898, Darkwing211, Mobdeep94, Eurolease, Social Rhubarb, that's a great name. Nut in My Yogurt, not quite a great name. Lyra33, Sventilator, NH2O, Johnny Tranquillo, Jensen Zhu, Rope Lolol, Tomasz Twitch names are so difficult nowadays. Dog Dragon SE2, C Vronsky, T Kepler 43, Tommy J, and Knowing You. Thank you so much, Eric the Man 10 with the 20 gifted subs. Thank you so much for the generosity. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Also, Alpha Zulu 123 with the Prime sub as well. Thank you also for supporting. Thank you for the love, guys. I appreciate the subs. Thank you so much. Easy dodge. Honestly, this I don't know if you guys see it, but when like people gift subs now, like the number doesn't say the number straight away. It like rolls around, and at first it said 100. I was like 100 gifted subs, and it was like it rolled into 20. I was like, oh no, I get baited by this every single time because it's just like I guess it's like a fun animation to make gifting subs more interactive or something. I don't know. I get baited by it every time because it always says like 100. And this time, like, the chat, like, jumped with all the subs coming in as well. So this time I really got baited. Super appreciate the 20. Thank you for being so generous, Eric. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Blink on the way here from Geralt in Game 2. Laughing Games on the 27-month resub on the Prime as well. Appreciate it, dude. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for the Prime also. As Helene will sit out the front at Gateway coming down. We have our Cloak and the Banshee in production. Getting those on the way for the moment. 2,000 gifted subs. Wow, yeah. If we have 2,000 gifted subs, we could run a whole StarCraft tournament. That would be a lot. Or even is 2,000. 20, 00, 2,000. For some reason, I can't. My brain like really struggled with that for a moment. Jeez. Blink coming up, Robo Facility on the way, Gateway producing. We do have the Banshee and a couple of Marines coming out, as we just have the Stalkers coming out around the bottom. $120? Well, no, that's 120, not 2,000. It's the other way around, you know? That's not good for Spirit. Banshee getting picked off immediately. No look at all there. That's a bit of a brutal start. Cloak just finished as well, so that's just a completely wasted Banshee. Hallucination sees the next Banshee moving out. Yeah, it's definitely not been a great time so far from Spirit. Definitely having a little bit of a struggle here. We do have our charge coming up. The Banshee and a couple of Marines continue to come in. Can he finish or cancel? He finish up the Cloak. I mean, he's still building Banshees, so I guess he still wants to try and utilize them. As they'll get some damage off here freely with that Banshee, as the Marines and tanks help. The SCVs are pulling. So Spirit just going to try and send this a little bit as the Stalkers blink away to that left-hand side. Going to try and escape through for the moment. Banshee's still putting some damage out. Stalker's taking some hits. Charge coming up as well. As you get the units onto the other side, so they're going to get in position there. One Stalker does not get recalled. The Marine could have killed a Stalker there, actually. Funny enough, the one Stalker left behind ends up killing the Marine. As yeah, these tanks are scary, and the third base looks as though it'll be given up from Geralt. I mean, or not. He comes back in. He gets on top of one tank. He gets on top of the other. These Stalkers remain. A couple of Zealots going to do a lot of tanking as well. We just need the Stalkers to be able to shut the Banshees down. And we're starting to get to that point, especially with extra Stalkers warping in. This looks like a defense is made. As we blink to the other side, we'll go after the Banshee again. We need a target fire, though. Not all the Stalkers hitting the same thing. Now they're going to target fire down a tank. This looked pretty good for Geralt, but actually the reinforcement wave and the bunker being up has made this a little trickier. Like I said, I wonder if the Stalker target fire had been a little bit more consistent, if it would have been a little bit more convincing still for him. Let's have the Stalkers right now, I think, to break out of this and He'll do so comfortably. I was wondering if he was going to try and intercept reinforcements, but he barely had any stalkers left. Command center on the way up from Spirit, so he's going to start thinking about his own third base. But that is a hold from Geralt, his own third base running. And Stim and Combat Shield especially are a long way away, so there's actually a lot of time here where you can probably put some pressure on with the stalkers. Because without the Stim pack especially, the Bioforce is just not going to be that good defensively for a little while. So I imagine that will be a factor here, like I say, for a little bit. Stalkers going to eat a tank shot straight away. It's got the Prism, the Temple Archives coming about, Gates, Nexus on the way through. Stim combat and +1 building up as well. Marine Marauder tank on the way out. Stalks against settle. Banshee going to go and hit a few probes. And these few Stalkers in a little bit of a tough spot. Cornered, and they will go down. So Geralt's attempt to find some damage not going to be perfect, to say the least. Got shut down pretty heavily. +1 combat shield, Stim pack all continuing through. Army continues down the south. Storm is on the way up as well from Geralt. It's going to be finishing very shortly. You still see a few more upgrades coming in. Got one grab right there. The Observer just overhead. Something our Marines could maybe jump onto. Because the shells and the +1 attack still building up. And we just have our Bio again retreating back to the third base. Prism loads up and we get set to go again. Stalk warps in 2. Extra Stalk's going to warp in right now. Armor upgrade coming out. Just going to be seeing the gateways coming through. Pylons in production as the Ghost Academy and Armory continue to build on in. Engineering Bay coming up for the moment. Let's get that settled as the Zealot's going to charge onto the Sensor Tower. Take that out immediately. ByuN tank just going to push the Zealots back the other direction. Nice storm drop because the SCV's pulled away from the first storm and directly into the second one. And Geralt's supply is looking good right now as they are going to start charging forward. Uh-oh, all the tanks on siege as well. We're going to try and reposition them. A couple of Widow Mines go off. Zealots do get battered by those Widow Mine connections. A lot more Zealots on the right side, but units are showing up from Spirit as well. And Geralt is going to lose his supply lead here. That was not a pretty fight at all as this run-in just completely falls apart for him. I mean, that really felt like a good moment to go, and then I think he overthought it almost. Like, so many Zealots in the back, and then he kind of thought about fighting the right side. Maybe if he just folded over the third, could have taken a great fight, and then maybe just continued from there. But instead, it just felt like there was a little bit of humming and hawing over where he should maybe be. Storm coming down, Bio still taking damage, the few Zealots still trying to come across. Storms keep dropping as we try and chase this Spirit army down. He is definitely weakening it up. Do we have enough? Geralt still has Storms available. We are splitting back nicely. Geralt needs a couple of units that can actually run in and fight this. The warp in on the bottom left is going to do that, and Spirit's supply has plummeted again. Man, Geralt just has so many workers. 86 probes to the 61 SCVs is the real difference maker at the moment. These Stalks going to get underneath. One medevac going down. Second medevac taking hefty damage. It's looking very good here for Geralt as +1 attack. 11 more Zealots continue to come through. And Prism and the Nexus continuing about as well. Stalkers chasing. Medevac's moving over. Bo's going to line up a couple of snipes, so they will try and do their thing. Storm drops down in toward the and goes just to force them off. Stalker's still looking to intercept those medevacs. One of them is super low and going to be dead. The other one actually I think gets away into the dead airspace, and that's the one with units inside at least, so a little bit of a benefit and a bonus on that one. Mine's firing away. So it's going to take some more damage. They continue to run on through here. Stalker's firing up. A couple SCVs going down. Another nice storm. Landed on the Bio. Ghost over on that right-hand side. Good connections. Going to see another round of units walking straight in here. Well, Stalker going to come back across. Just going to see the Widowmine going down. Just going to have Geralt with way too much. And Spirit is getting overrun today. In this best of 5, he's going to be down 0-2. Can he make a bounce back? ByuN brought it back to Game 5 after being down 0-2 in PvT earlier. And Spirit do the same. Does not look good, though. Because, yeah, he's kind of getting, even from some better positions, he's kind of getting bobbed in that first game. The second game, I think Geralt was in a better spot, but he's also tried a couple of different things, too, to no success, and that's obviously never really a great sign, right? That's always a little bit of a rough one as well, so... Game 3 coming through. Get this hosted up. I think Spirit's just logged back over to NA. But it should be Europe, because I specifically did it like this so we could do Europe, East Europe, Europe, East, East, so we'd have less hopping than 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, you know. Okay, guys, a couple of moments. Get this sorted out. I'll be coming up. We pile on for map 4 here. Sorry, map 3. Been confused because I was telling people about servers for map 4 and stuff. Getting myself confused. Lobby link coming. Everyone's joining. I'll be good to go in just a second, guys. Again, following this, the winner plays Rainor in the semifinals, and the winner of that plays Maxpax in the finals. That's where we are going today. Just waiting for Spirit to ready. Just let him know we're ready, just in case. Get this rolling. Get this rolling. In the top left, I'm going to have ourselves the blue Terran player. This is going to be Spirit, and he is going to be finding himself down 0-2 in this best of 5. As in the bottom right, our red Protoss player is Geralt. Okay, coming up, Rack's coming up. We got ourselves settled in for a few moments then. See where a game 3 will take us. Can Spirit bounce back, or is Geralt going to take this straight through for 3-0? Would be kind of crazy. Especially when the last couple times they met, it's been all about Spirit. Orbital, Nexus, Cyber Core coming through. Just I'll settle in for a few moments. Stalking the Wolf Gate coming through. Next on the way, factory building as well. We'll get that all rolling. Council building on in, so we are going to see that blink opening once again. Not really anything too surprising there just yet. The factory drops down a tech lab. Command center still building through. A couple of Marines building in. We get that settled. Let's just have the Stalker going to ping through. I'm going to take out that SCV. So an SCV going to get taken out already. Marines going to be good, and they will get themselves a little probe right there. So clearing that up, but the Stalker and the Adept still trying to press on forward. The Adept people will raise. That will block this Adept out. As the Cyclone comes through, the Marines still gather, and our barracks goes down. And the main's just going to be setting that up. Orbital Command coming through. Starport still producing. Hallucination still coming about. The Marines are going to be there to hit Hallucination in return. Let's get some damage done. My Hallucination will end up falling already. I'll pick off there. A few Marines gathering. Next, this Gateway's blink. Building up as well for the moment. Starport goes to the tech lab. Well, we've seen... Interesting, because we're double barracks, so I'm kind of surprised we're going double barracks with the tech lab. Starport, you know, this is where I guess I would have more expected a reactor. Raven coming through, Stimpack building, a couple of gates still coming up, so we get that ready. The Stalker's going to come across. I guess the Raven makes sense. But yeah, Stim's going to be done. We'll not have medevacs for a little while. Now, Raven, we'll see what it wants to do, if it wants to go across the map, or what his plan may be. Barrack's going to move over to the tech lab. Stopper will shift off of it. Again, that charge starting up from Geralt back at home. Stalker still just pulling across. Hallucination right there. Combat shield coming up. And we'll see the Cyclone, the Marines continue to fire. The Marine's going to get shot back in return. The Marauder's going to fire back too. Let's look at the Temple Archives building. Charge on the way. A little bit of bio coming through as the Cyclone will engage. The Stalker's already taking shots. Going to end up being pushed back for a little bit. As the Cyclone gets jumped on, that will get a few hits on it. Stalker's just trying to weaken up this Terran army before it gets across the map. A couple of probes go down as well. This damage will be dealt. We have the water turret there, so 4 probes going down immediately, so very effective starting point. Again, the charge is building up, the extra gate zealots are still moving through. And again, +1 attack and combat shield on the way out. For now. And an Archon, a little bit of extra defense here, especially as this Terran army is coming across the map. A little bit of bio here, but again, the medevac's trailing behind, so there's a couple units in the front that still need healing already. It's a lot of charge lots as Geralt gets ready to jump onto this army of Spirit. In we go. It's going to come straight through. Zelt's going to charge straight up. A couple medivacs will pull back and try and do a bit of healing. The medivacs will escape up that right-hand side. And the Stalkers will continue to shoot and fire. The medivac's taking a lot of damage, so good shutdown. No way that you can really commit through there as Spirit. Geralt will start Storm behind it. Yeah, I think good identification from Geralt as well. Like, he didn't start Storm straight away. He morphed in Archons instead. He realized the opportunity to just kind of set up a little bit more defensively to begin with, and then going from there after. And Bio just gathers up. We do see the Storm just over halfway done currently. Nexus, Forge, Probes, all building about. Ourselves the extra barracks and so coming in as well here right now. So just continue to get this settled. Bio just comes around. Just going to be seeing the pylon going to get jumped on. Probe will take some shots. The rest of the Zealots just keep on charging through. Widowmine's actually going to get a lot done here. It's not a good fight for Geralt. He's had a couple fights where he's let Zealots kind of lead the charge in, and Widowmines have done a lot against him. He needs the Storms to come through for him right now. Finally dropping the first Storm right there. Second Storm is not going to be able to kind of reach just yet. He is going to start pushing back as long as the Zealots in front and, you know, something behind doing some damage. That's generally fine. Stalker's blinking, looking for the medivacs and getting a couple of those wherever possible. Geralt's supply still struggles a lot coming out of this, down half the army basically, as the Raven is going to show back up. There's a battery there. We'll see if he still wants to try an auto turret or so. See what he wants to think of doing, maybe over to the edge, get something onto this base, right? Just, you know, there are chances to reposition and hit elsewhere. Does not have to be in the same location repeatedly. No rules about that. Widowmines get burrowed up again. Those Widowmines definitely have been connecting nicely. It has been a big part of why Spirit has done okay in some of the fights that we've seen in this series. And down that left side, Zel's going to have to turn away. The High Templar pulling back as well. Can we get another Storm potentially? Storm drops straight into place. Skulton Zelt still chasing. 7 SCVs going down. Going to recall a bunch of units as well. Just going to bring those back as we get down to that bottom side. Again, Stalkers, Archon, High Templars in position to keep pushing the Bio away for the moment. Need to chase that out there. The +1 armor upgrade coming through as well. Add a couple ghosts on. And Azel's absolutely helping to give chase right now as the Widowmine shot goes off. Azel gets grabbed. All the turrets will drop further into place and just have the Stalkers and the Archon going after the Raven. Even more Zealots showing up, and Geralt trying to find a way to hang on in here. Is it possible? I mean, the Zealots tanking gives him some opportunity, but damn, he's down upgrades as well. He's about to finish his armor upgrades, but he's going to have to back away from this fight at least. He is on an okay work account. 4th base coming online. There's a world where if he can just hang on in there, but I honestly don't know if his army has been good enough recently already. 1 High Temple on the map. It's not like he's got a plethora of Storms he's sitting on ready to utilize. He'll try and counterattack with a few Zealots, but I just don't think they are going to be able to get across and to get enough done. So don't expect they will succeed as a few probes move about. The Bio will get rid of those. 23 workers going down, and that's still counting. The SCVs dropping as well. Another Storm comes in. A few of the Marines getting tagged. There's so many probes going down. I mean, Spirit is obviously knocking down that 4th base. He is looking a lot more comfortable right now here in this game 3. Widowmine shot going to go on the Stalkers. Hits the High Templars on the splash. GG, and Spirit brings it back a game and will not let this best of 5 slip away from him just yet. So Spirit is going to stay in it. He's going to hold on through, and he's going to try and bring us back into a bit of a more competitive series, because it was heading all the way over to Geralt. I mean, Spirit had good moments in the game. He is definitely starting to take some better fights. The Widowmines are helping him in a lot of scenarios as well. As now we will swap on over to NA for the last couple of games of this best of 5, guys. So just a little server hop here. We'll take a moment and then we'll be right back at it with this series. Will be coming up. It's definitely going to be the map. Everyone's in. Perfect. Should be able to get straight to it then, guys. Keep the games rolling. It's definitely for map number 4 of this best of 5. Kick this off. We get this underway. We'll start this out. Waiting for Spirit to click the button. He's been hosting the lobbies, so he's in charge of us starting. And he clicks us to go into this one. It's definitely coming through. Like I say, Spirit versus Geralt right now. We get this up and running. Let's see what we get out of it. Let's see if Spirit can keep on bringing some games back and take us to a game 5 again. Would be nice. Can't believe all the Koreans got destroyed. Yeah, it's kind of wild. All the Koreans got knocked out, actually. Well, 2 Polish players here. As we have in the bottom left, again, the player who is fighting his way back into this series is the Red Terran Spirit. In the top left, it is going to be Geralt. Cracks in the gas coming through. As you see this probe heading back toward the center a little bit. Cybercore coming through. Orbital and Marine coming about. Just going to see our Nexus and the Cybercore continue to get going for the moment. Drop another pylon down. Again, command center building. Orbital coming through as we just get ourselves settling for a little bit now. Waiting to see where we'll go to. You can see the factory coming up, the CC coming about, SCV coming in. Let's walk ahead and down to the bottom side. Cyclone's building, the starport going to finish in a few moments. The hallucination flying over. Marine's going to get back onto that hallucination for a little bit. As we just see the Twilight coming in, Gateway, Stalker, Warp Gate, building as well. Medevac tank on the Marine. Coming across. Let's see the hallucination taking some damage. Just going to be having the tank, Marine continue to produce. Medevac coming over as well. As we are going to see Spirit then applying a bit of pressure. So away we go. So Medevac will head into the main base. Let's see if Spirit can get a little bit of an edge going for himself early here. Like Council just going to be Chrono boosting and Blink coming about. Get rid of the Medevac, but you're going to lose at least one Stalker here. We'll see if the Cyclone can grab another. Oh, yeah, we are. We're going to get a second one, and no damage on the Cyclone either, so there's nothing to kind of stop it to force it to turn away, so this turns into a better trade for Spirit. As what's up, Lucky J, thank you so much for the Prime. Appreciate it. For Lucky JL. I don't know if that's an exclamation mark at the end of the, I think it's just Lucky JL. I'm going crazy reading Twitch chat names today, apparently. It's difficult, man. They didn't train me for this. Tank fires, Stalkers get turned away, Banshee, Tank, and Cloak. What's up, True Cat Mysteries? Subs for the sub card. Thank you so much for the 58-month resub. Appreciate it as well. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Marine's tank's going to shoot. The Stalker's taking quite a bit of damage. I mean, opportunity for Spirit to maybe go onto the map. He's done a lot of damage to these Stalkers. Picked a couple off. Chance for him to maybe get going. Storm not done yet, so would be a good moment to actually get the Banshee into the mineral line to get rid of a bunch of probes as well. So good damage being done there. Marines tanks, the Banshee continue to chase, just going to have the Zealots continuing through. A couple of those Stalkers getting hit. It's going to be seeing some damage coming about. Just going to see the rest of the Zealots getting jumped on. The tanks have done a good job. We don't have enough damage to get through the remaining Zealots is the problem. We got rid of a lot of the Stalkers and so, but yeah, the Zealots are just going to be a little bit too much of an issue right now. Second coming about, Zealots will take some damage. You can see the Banshee getting chased away as well. Geralt making a defense right now. Cyclone, the Banshee, and the Marines gather up. Siege tank there too, helping to defend this for the moment. Okay, we're going to come storming across the map with some supply. Worker count is kind of even-ish. That's kind of fine for Spirit. Obviously still waiting for some of his bio upgrades to kick in following the aggression here. How well can he do? Shots going out. Zelda got chased the other way. Zelda's jump into the prism. Impact and +1 still coming over as well. And Stim still coming by. Just gonna see the Ghost coming up, +1 attack upgrade coming through. Got Nexus in the Immortal building as we speak. The armor upgrade coming by. The Banshee is gonna get onto a few of these probes. Spirit's having to play a bit defensively at home as the army of Geralt is sat right there looking to threaten, looking for the chance to jump onto that. At least the Banshee's getting something done. Like that, just trying to bait these units forward if Geralt's not watching, trying to get some damage done already. But Geralt was paying attention. That's a nice storm. It was Spirit that was not paying attention in the end, as they both checked for each other's attention there. And Spirit takes a chunk of damage off that initial storm onto his army. So pain for Spirit as Geralt will step up. So it's going to come diving in. A couple of Marines going to be there. Good storm on the army again. Spirit is losing a lot. A lot of SCVs going down too is obviously going to be painful. Because that takes away his ability to rebuild here, and just unable to get to the third base is absolutely a problem right now. Storm still coming through. Rest of the Zealots warping in. Going to see a couple of these shots still coming through. Marauder and Ghost taking damage. +1 armor, +1 attack. Still building by. Marine, Marauder, Medevac in production. Spirit's such on a supply lead, but he needs a third base. He can't survive on 2 bases forever, right? Diving forward, tank goes down, Ghost getting hits. A couple Window Mine shots going off. Gonna see the Stalkers taking hits as well. High Templar also going down. So we've seen the rest of the Zealots just chasing across right now. We are going to see the Army of Spirit is going to hold on though, so Geralt is not going to break through yet, and this time we might actually be able to hold the third base as well. The third will be defended. Now here's the problem, is that Geralt already has that 4th base up and running, took that forward 4th as well, so he's going to have access to the mineral lines here, just mining away. Spirit, will he be able to get there and deny that? He's going to stim up, obviously a bit of an army supply lead here after the last few fights. Geralt really thrown himself into Spirit's army, but Spirit able to find a defense. And now turning it the other way, and as the Zealots go down, there's not going to be a lot left over. Geralt starts to run back. There's the High Templar. Those are the storms that are going to scare Spirit from continuing to fight this, so that is going to be the moment where Spirit backs up. He's on the healing shrine for a second, but will not stick around as Geralt continues to chase. Again, using that prison to try and cut off this Bio army. He's actually going to stim into the storms. Oh, he jumps on the High Templar, dodges the storms, gets the prism, and the Stalkers are all that's left. And they are taking a beating against those Marauders. A couple of libs showing up as well. Spirit will reinforce across the map as he is looking to take us to a Game 5 here in our final quarterfinals of the WardiTV June event. Bio pushing forward. Libra is going to be able to see. It's going to be tough now. High Templar warps in, maybe an energy overcharge, but we snipe the High Templar, so no energy overcharge allowed. The 4th base is in more than just trouble. It is pretty much guaranteed dead unless we're actually going to make a dive on this, so here we go. Zealots are going to come through and get rid of one Liberator. There's actually a lot of Zealots. Zealots coming in from both sides, pretty effective. We knocked down a bunch of the Stalkers there, so still a good trade from Spirit, whose supply is great. It's just about dealing with the High Templar still. That is one of them showing up and now going down. I think that was the only storms we had available, because that was a High Templar that got energy overcharge, so no storms available for now. We will finish off this Nexus. It wasn't as immediate as I said it was maybe going to be. They're taking the gold base. They're going to try and hang on in here, and maybe you can scrounge together, a bit of time to mine off that gold and stay in this. He is getting a bit of army together right now. We'll see how Spirit wants to approach this next few moments. Continues about. Just going to have the couple of feedbacks coming down. Ghost taking damage. More Zealots still chasing through. Stalkers as well. Diving to that right-hand side, Spirit. Army supplies are closer than they have been. I mean, we've got not really a lot of splash available. These Stalkers on their own are obviously not great. Spirit just figuring out how and where to fight. Ideally, he wants to get rid of this gold. If Geralt gets away with having this gold base, that would be kind of ridiculous. The Spirits, so army supplies just gathering up together. I feel like Spirit did all the right things, because obviously he knocked down the 4th base, but because Geralt just starts mining the gold, he still has the income to keep on just, funneling units into this battle. A massive storm as well. We haven't had a lot of High Templars available for a while, but it's going to be good. 2 storms off that 1 High Templar. got an overcharge before he attacked across the map, and Spirit is just... Spirit's kind of dying. Yeah, Spirit's kind of just dying. Yeah. I mean, I don't know, guys. I feel like he did everything right. Geralt was barely alive. He barely had storms. The storms that did land were non-effective until the last couple. But just the constant spam of Zealot Stalker keeps him alive and until he gets a high tempo that does get a storm off, and then... Yeah. That's rough. I don't really have words. To me, that's just rough. That's a tough situation. Spirit is kind of in trouble now. Now he's getting pressured on the other side. He's got some more ghosts coming about, and maybe Geralt can't go attacking in, but a very difficult situation for sure, because Spirit had such control of this game. He had so much army supply in comparison. Geralt was consistently losing down units. What's the resources lost at? The resources lost is actually even, which is crazy to me. I guess that's why I've not been tracking well enough, where I felt as though the Terran was really trading well, but apparently not quite the case. And so Spirit is going to run out of speed a little bit. Now storms are going to be plentiful once again, and no third base. And Geralt is going to take this series 3-1 and advance over Spirit. GG. Man, that's low-key kind of crazy, no? Like right here, I feel like this is such a bad spot for pros. Terran's pushing you. It's just these Zealots get away, you deny that high Templar, a Zealot warping, and that's a tough fight, but even then, like, we kill a bunch more Stalkers, you're still up double, almost triple army supply. Geralt can only really spam, gateway units. Storm doesn't do anything, you kill the base. And just having this gold base to run to. I think that's the problem, and this position's kind of weird. He maybe should have... I wonder if he just should have... He lost his ghost there, which is kind of bad. That's wild. It's crazy. Spirit found out about the gold too late? No! Come on! He literally saw the gold the moment it started mining. You can't say he found out about the gold too late. He went there straight after denying the 4th base. The problem is he couldn't get over to the gold. The gold was not mining until he killed the 4th base. The probes from the gold on the gold were the probes that were on the 4th. Yeah. He ate storm for days. Did he though? I don't think he did. I actually don't think he did. He ate a couple storms at the end when he already started losing fights. He dodged a lot of good storms. He didn't eat storms when he was up a lot of army supply. It was just Zealots. Zealots are freaking good at just holding positions, man. Yeah. I think that's the power of Protoss, is like, even if you kill a base, if they just have another base available, like, it's so hard to kill a base because of Zealots, and so when you kill one, if they just have another base up, they can mine from it and keep building the Zealots, and then by the time you kill that one, they can go somewhere else. I think that's one of the issues that kind of happens in this matchup lately. Yeah, GG's. Geralt takes it 3-1, and we'll be moving through to the semis to play against Rainor. Rainor has better seating. Alright guys, we'll take a few minutes here, we'll be right back, we'll get this next matchup ready in just a few, and we'll get into Rainor vs Geralt when we return. I'll be right back. Hi guys, hello. So so Geralt is trying to play his Cheesedelphia matchup. He's got a few minutes until he gets DQ'd. It's plain and simple. We don't have time to wait around a day or mess around. So we're waiting, giving him a couple more minutes. So yeah, I'm just yeah. Yeah, okay. Alright. Thoughts on the energy recharge change? I've got no idea, mate. I don't play the game enough to talk about that stuff. Um yeah, once that goes, I'm just making a decision. Okay, so we're gonna give Geralt a couple more minutes than originally decided, but alright. So yeah, we'll give Geralt a couple minutes to play his match. And we can go from there. It's looking pretty good because he is denying the proxy Stargate of his opponent, so I'm gonna go ahead and say it's definitely a positive start for him playing quickly. And again, we will have Rainor versus Geralt, and then the winner of that plays Maxpax, so that's what we're heading to. So yeah, basically, I mean, we've already waited 10 minutes, so we may as well just give him a couple extra minutes, because I'd rather cast the extra best of 5 than just disqualify and walk over. At this point, we've already waited a little bit, so yeah. Am I live on YouTube as well? Yes, we are live on YouTube as well. We are indeed. I'm just having a laugh with Rainor. Of all the matchups where you could actually one base all in, I feel like PvP is it, and meanwhile Geralt is expanding. Like of all the times you could actually get away with this, isn't happening. Should be done in a moment, guys. He's about to have Blink, and he should just win the game with Blink, and then we can get going. And it is going to be Geralt versus Rainor, winner versus Maxpax. That's what's coming up. That is what is going to happen. Yo, thank you for the sub. Anonymous Gifter. Gifting a sub to Scarlet. Thank you so much. Hey guys, I missed a bunch of chat. Actually, I missed a sub as well from Fiskers. Thank you so much for the 8-month resub on the Prime. I missed that one while I was downstairs just checking on Ellie and stuff, so apologies in that regard. Yeah, sorry for the downtime. Looks as though we are good. Cool. So, Rainor versus Geralt coming up, guys. We're going to kick this off in a couple moments. Thank you for the patience. Like I say, Geralt is actually at a LAN event, and he literally just played his first best of 3 in the time of us finishing the last series. And now, I'm not. If he lost a map, he would have genuinely been DQ'd from our tournament. Like, today is already a long ass day. We are officially still on schedule, so I'll allow it. And yeah, we can kick this off and get this going. Rainor vs Geralt best of 3 PvZ coming up. Alright guys, a couple moments, we're going to get this going. We are loading up the lobby and get this ready to start. And again, it'll be Rainor versus Geralt best of 5 coming through in just a few. Just get everyone in here and we can go. I think all of our casters just joined Cheesadelphia for a game. Alright, players ready. I think we are good to go. Kick off into this CVP. Rainor readies. Waiting for Geralt to ready. And we can kick this off. Thank you for the patience again, guys. Appreciate it. And yeah, if you're enjoying the stream and stuff, if you're enjoying the tournament, do consider supporting with the subs and all the rest of it. I am obligated to say that by the fact that we need to keep on making these tournaments happen. Alright, let's go. Kick off into game number 1 of this best of 5. In our semi-finals, again, the winner of this plays Maxpax in the finals, coming out after this as well. Again, thank you for your patience, guys. Like I said, rather wait the extra 5-ish minutes. Like, he's allowed 10 minutes by WardiTV rules anyway. I'd rather wait the extra 5 minutes than not have a best of 5 to cast, right? So, as you know me, we get to do more ads. Make all the money. Make all the money, and we get to run another StarCraft tournament with it. You guys know how we roll. Alright, let's kick this off in the bottom right-hand side. The blue Zerg player here is Rainor, taking on the red Protoss player. In the top left, it is going to be Geralt. So, Pylon has our map, and get this underway. And we have a look to see what will happen as we kick off into this best of 5. Pylon, start us off. Let's see where you go. We'll have a little bit of server hopping to do because, again, Geralt's in NA, so we're going to do... Rainor actually has server preference. We're going to do NA first, and then Europe for 3 maps in a row, and then NA for the final map if we get to a game 5. Awesome. All right, so we're back on track. We're back at it. Let's see what we can get done as a Chrono Boost comes out onto a Nexus. We have a hatchery and a few drones coming on into play. Kind of excited if Rainor wins this. A Rainor Maxpax series sounds kind of fun. It's not a matchup that happens a lot. You know, these two players don't really play in a lot of the same tournaments lately. Rainor's not been playing in much in general. Maxpax has not played in the bigger, you know, offline tournament qualifiers and so on, right? So could be actually a very entertaining series. When was the last time they played? They played in the Leo Cup Grand Finals back in January. Yeah, so the last couple of times they met, Leo Cup Grand Finals, Master Coliseum, big rain bouts, and then all the way back to Open Cups. That's kind of a wild one. All right, well, yeah, that'd be a fun one to see if we get there. And let's see if Rainor can take down Geralt first. I guess if Geralt beats Rainor, then maybe Maxpax Rainor would not be super fun to see, but I think Rainor is, the way he's playing lately, is definitely a big favorite coming into this, so... Overlord setting up, a couple queens and the lings coming about. The Cybercore Nexus building in as well. Just going to Chrono Boost on the Stalker. The Nexus still coming by. Just going to be having the Stalker popping in the next few moments, and we'll get that all up and rolling. Stargate on the way, link speed building. We do have our Stalker just channeling out the front. Link speed continuing to come through for the moment. See the Stalker heading onto the map, so a little bit poking around here from Geralt, the Adept and the Oracle continuing through for a couple of moments. Still gonna poke, Overlord will take some damage already. Again, that Zergling speed continues to come through as that Overlord gets to the high ground. So we're gonna try and get that. Overlord will not be able to do too much just yet. Still got link speed just building along. Overlord's on the way up as well. It's going to have ourselves the Twilight Council going to get building, and the Oracle will begin to head across the map right now. I'm going to be able to get this Overlord, which is a nice little pick-off. Early Overlord kill. Middle of the map as well. Just kind of an odd position to find it in, so... Nice to be able to grab that as the few lings are active, but there's an Adept in position. Probably not much you can really do over here, as the Geralt Adept does push back the Zerglings of Rainor initially. We're actually going to come in now with a couple more lings and get the surround that's good enough for the kill. So Adept goes down, and we're going to be able to get ourselves a probe. The Oracle has to come back over here as well, which is annoying. Definitely not ideal in the early stages. See more gates in the Nexus still coming up. There's a Resonating Glaives on the way from Geralt as well. Bringing that straight through as the couple extra gates come online. Drones building. Going to see a gate coming down as well there. And again, just going to be having ourselves the drones and the queen continue to come through just for the moment. Sunlight is still building as the Oracle will head out across the map. Thing will get shot down. A couple of devs able to connect on that. The Resonating Glaive still very much so on the way through, so going straight into the Glaive to devs, following the Stargate to try and put some pressure on the other side. Reynol's going to have a Roach run up, so it's really a question of how many units does he preemptively build and preemptively kind of expect to have to, you know, prepare for this. Those extra gates coming through. Gonna have ourselves the Overlords building, lay on the Roach-ron coming online. +1 missiles coming through from Rainor as well. So +1 missiles coming up. Extra extractors on the way in. Little energy recharge on one of those oracles, so it's nice and healthy on energy as the adepts will begin their shade across the map. So looking for the chance to make something happen. Rainor sees it coming, sees the adepts, and he begins up a bunch of roaches. Geralt just adds gateways and he adds on a blink upgrade, so his follow-up is going to be a ton of stalkers. If Rainor does not deal with these first adepts effectively, it could definitely become a little bit of a problem. The queens are there, the oracle gets turned around. A couple more roaches still popping out, the roach speed starting as well, so we keep bringing that through. As the hatchery will be cancelled, the adepts put some work in. So far, so good. Especially if you're Rainor, because so far you've not really done much with those adepts. A couple of creep tumors are nice, but they're not going to be super crazy damage just yet. What's up, SCT2? How you doing? Thank you so much for the 69. Nice month resub. Appreciate it. Failing there, Steve Chimber hatchery still continuing out right now. The few probes pull in, a Ling goes down. The blink about halfway done. Yeah, and +1 missiles, and that roach speed still just coming online. Roach is building, Bane Nest coming in, and I see a few of those adepts negotiating once more over toward a natural expansion. Failing Nest gonna finish up, a couple of hatcheries coming online. Let's get ourselves roaches, missiles, roach speed continuing through as well. The melee upgrade will also start as the adepts are going to shade forward once more. Just going to see the roaches trying to be there once again. Stalker's going to shoot at the Overlord, so Overlord taking some damage, taking some shots, and the Oracles continue to hang about there as the roaches and the queens continue to join back in together for the moment. Stalker's going to fight against those roaches, so damage being done. A few Lings coming in from the right-hand side. Spore Crawler going to go stepping up as well. I mean, Rainor is in a little bit of trouble. The Stalker count is definitely looking a little scary as melee and missiles are just not done yet. I just don't think Rainor's ready for just the ferocity at which this kind of army comes in. Can he start to make a hold here? I mean, the Stalkers have blinks. The trades are going to be fairly efficient. We need a lot more units to pop out, really, and there are a lot of roaches on the way. We're going to pull drones as well. Geralt's committed, right? Like, he is only on units. He does not have a future. He does not have upgrades. So if Rainor can just hold on long enough, then that kind of is, you know, something he can kind of live with, right? Like, just survive. Just surviving is obviously much more easily said than done, though. A couple of Zealots coming in, going to be great tanks at this point as well, as Rainor gets a few more roaches showing up. Now he's given up a lot of drones. His economy is suffering, and that means it's going to be more difficult to afford units, but he is still starting to push these Stalkers back, and a few of them going down. Like I say, there's not longevity in this army of Geralt, who is going to continue through with the Stalkers. A few more shots. Roach is still dropping. Queen's going to be right there. And these few Stalkers getting turned away once more. A couple of Zealots going to come up this ramp. And even the Queen's just being used to tank at the moment. Rainor, 10 more Roaches, I actually think is starting to turn this into a defense. Am I crazy? Maybe, but I feel like we're almost at the point where Rainor might actually be okay. He's just got... These Roaches are so low on HP. I guess if he's losing Queens as well, he'll also be losing Injects, which is obviously not ideal. A couple of Ravagers, one gets cancelled, the second one gets cancelled as well. So no love on those. As the Roaches, again, the Zealots are so annoying as well because they're so chunky to get through. It takes so long. Yeah, I think that's going to be a little bit too much. Game is called, and Geralt is going to take the first game of this best of 5. As we are going to hop on over to Europe for our game 2. Alright, so we'll hop to Europe for game 2, 3, and 4. So this will be the only server hop we have for a little bit, guys. And get ourselves ready for our next game as Again, just the Adepts into what was obviously just the pure Stalkers, and it was just pure Gateways again, and I just don't think Rainor was quite ready for exactly how much firepower was in that. As we'll have our second map come through in a second. I didn't copy-paste the maps. Second map, Incorporeal. Let's host this up and get ready for game 2. Who are we missing? One of our casters has not come to EU with us. Give them 2 seconds. There they are. Let's head into game number 2. Kick this off and get this underway. And start off into our second game of this semi-final best of 5. Again, thanks for joining us today, guys. Thanks for all the love. I think we started it at like less than 500 subs. We're now at 541, so thank you so much for the generosity. We've had a bunch of gifteds today and stuff, so thank you so much. Had a bunch of primes as well. It's been a good day in that regard. Thank you so much for the generosity and supporting. Let's reward you all for that with some more StarCraft 2. GLHF gets gold from Geralt, our red Protoss player, who takes the 1-0 lead in the top left corner of the map. Bottom right, our blue Zerg is going to be Rainor. Well, Rainor is down a game then. Time for him to try and bounce back a little bit. Now on the European server, might be a little bit smoother of a process for him. Once again, getting overwhelmed a little bit by the Adept Stalker in that previous game. Again, it's just that aggression, the level of aggression you commit to there as Geralt is really quite high. And again, that's not something you can always be prepared for. And again, Rainor just didn't have the info to kind of really put the pieces together there to figure that out and to fix it, so... Thanks so much, Patricia. I'm not going to do this name right at all. Petricana, thank you so much for the 6-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate it as our hatchery goes over to the third base because of the probe getting there early enough. And yo, Raro75, how you doing? Thank you so much as well. 43-month resub also on the Prime. Thank you so much for all the Primes today, guys. Big Prime day, apparently. As a couple of drones will nibble at the probe, chase that back onto the other side, stop it from nibbling at these workers. It's a little bit of annoyance in the early stages. That was it? I nailed it? Nice. Insane. I just needed, I just had to stop, think about it, and give it my best idea of what I was going for, you know? Next in Cybercore coming through, it's going to have the link speed, a couple of queens coming up as well. As the Adept will be chrono boosting a couple of queens in the link speed, then continuing to come about. I got that set up for the moment as the lings will go after the probe. Alright, well, Lings be coming about. Queens on the way. Lings, Overlords continue to go. Lings will poke on the Adept and stop that from doing too much here. A Voider on the way from Geralt, which to me suggests that he wants to try and hide a little bit of suspicious actions behind that Void Ray production. So Voidray coming out will be able to deny nearby overlords. That's definitely going to be a factor, as the dealing speed is about to finish. I'll give Rainor the chance to be a bit faster with those Lings. They pull back the Adepts to the Watchtower, where the Lings actually see them going as well. And the Lings will just do their thing out on the other side. Twilight Council going to start behind the Voidray. That really isn't surprising. I think a Voidray and then moving into Glaives or so is almost an expectation, honestly. Void will fight, Lings will take some damage. Just going to turn onto the Overlord. We'll just have ourselves the Voidray continue to hit the few Zerglings for the moment. Overlord still taking damage. And Twilight Council building through. And the depth into the main mineral line. Ling's going to have a little bit of trouble getting there. The drones will have to pull just to respect the power of those Adepts for a few moments. We lose 2 drones. It's a nice start, but obviously no Oracle yet. There's one on the way now. But no Oracle initially really does suggest that, you know, there's not going to be a lot of other aggression coming through. Wow, we're going to go fast Blink. But if we're just going to go like, kind of like a Blink 7 gate or something. More gates drop down straight away. Definitely feels aggressive, right? Ultron Evil Chamber coming about. Ling's on the other side. And you know about the Voidray, you're going to see the Twilight Council researching here. What would be really good to spot is the fact that this is, you know, something to tell you it's Blink rather than like Glaives. Because if you feel like it's Glaives, you can probably defend that with many less units than Blink, right? So Rainor needs to be careful not to over-drone. Yeah, the Ling's are going to try and check forward again. You're looking to see warp-ins. You're looking to see any unit that is not the 2 Adepts you've already seen before. You're looking for that confirmation just to know to stop droning. He's up to 60-ish drones right now. Like, right here needs to be the point, I think, where you just need to stop building units. Drones as Rainor. You have to build units right now. And then just probably never stop. Again, it's that Blink on the way through. He sees no saturation on his 3rd base still. Like, Probe's building, but not a lot of work is there. Roach is on the way. A few Lings start up. Lings are going to be super important here. Lings are very good against Stalkers. And the other factor with Lings is that you can also, you can really use the Lings as a way to kind of, you know, but Lings are just much more replaceable than what Roaches are. So basically, if the Lings are always tanking and your Roaches are staying alive, it's going to be a much more sustainable scenario than if it was any other way. And the pylon is on the left-hand side of the map, by the way, so that's where that aggression is coming from right now. A selection of stasis wards distracting Rainor just before this comes in. Rainor's droning, man. He does not realize just how aggressive this is about to be from Geralt. As we see the Blink coming through. Rainor he just didn't see this at all. He didn't see the army on the left side. He has no idea. It's a slow warping even at the moment. He sees the probe going home. Maybe that's a little bit of a sign. The Lings will threaten the counterattack on the other side as well. But man, that means the Lings aren't over here protecting against the protecting the Roaches from these Stalkers. They walk in. Roach is going to start fighting. A couple transfusions available. He did not blink back nicely there at all initially. So the Stalkers actually take a bit of a beating to begin with. Much worse than expected. Felt like that was meant to be a little bit cleaner as Geralt gets another warp in. Now Rainor, Spinecrawler starting, is 100% aware of what's up. Ooh, we blink back after these Lings. I think Rainor's okay with that. Any time you spend chasing these Lings down and not chasing units right now is... yeah, and not kind of pushing at the front, it's probably going to be a big deal. Rainor's actually going to catch a couple of Stalkers from across the map as well. Geralt's just not watching them at all. Yep, that's going to be a kill on all of those. A couple of Queens will busy themselves on the Voidray as well. It's just going to put some damage in there. Voidray will go down. I mean, Ravager's morphing. This, to me, actually looks much better for Rainor than before. He actually got himself a lot of time with the Stalkers heading backward for a little bit. Roach Ravager keeps stepping through. +1 missiles and Roach speed coming online as well. A few Zealots joining up. They are just slow Zealots, though, so again, they're really just there to try and buffer some damage. Right now, stuck behind the Stalkers, not exactly ideal. Corrosive Vials hitting the ramp and forcing the Stalkers to step back again. We've got a Spinecrawler to help defensively. I think Rainor has more than enough. He's soon going to be on +1 missiles. He's soon going to be on Roach speed. And this really was a case of just... I really think Geralt, like, he did not micro very well with the first little wave of Stalkers. And when he didn't micro that, he then panicked and he pulled back super heavily with the Stalkers after. I think that really was a mistake from him. I think that really was an opportunity that could have been much better pressed. I think that was the moment where he was absolutely meant to see more value out of this all. Roach Ravager still trading, Stalker still taking hits. I do have the probes getting jumped on by the Zerglings. Queens, Roaches, Lings continue over. Geralt just going to say GG. This one's too far gone. And Rainor is going to pull it back a map and tie us up 1-1 with the defense. Yeah, that was a little bit of a disastrous one that time from Geralt. Take a second, get back on track. And so Thor's Beer, thank you so much for the 8-month resub. How you doing? Thank you so much. So just take a second. Get that sorted out. What's up? Who's Sly as well? 14-month resub. I swear the game's been dinging all day. Subs have been dinging all day. Thank you so much, guys. Appreciate it. Big stream today for sure. Can't believe you missed all the games from until now. I have to watch them later on VOD. Well, that's the beautiful part of YouTube, at least. The full VOD is available. Go back and catch up at any point. Alright, game number 3 coming up. As we head into Persephone here, and we get this underway. For our continuation of this semi-final, guys. Again, after this, we will have a winner taking on Maxpax in today's finals of the WardiTV June event. Again, not the biggest tournament. A little bit of prize money available. But still nice to have a big playoff day. Hopefully you guys are enjoying the games. Shout out to the players for being here and giving us some great action. Let's get into it. As we have in the bottom left-hand side, the blue Zerg player here is Rainor. Takes on the red Protoss. In the top left corner, we have Geralt. To game 3 of the best of 5. Can Geralt get another map? I feel like my problem for Geralt right now is he's kind of revealing what he's doing. This is 2 games in a row where he's gone for some heavy gateway-based commitment. I think Geralt knows he doesn't really have time to play super long games here against Rainor, and so the more that Rainor plays this, I feel like the more he's going to be like, I really see what you're doing. I understand. So I kind of think that that's going to be factor here shortly. There's a few drones coming about, hatch coming in, gas and the gateway coming up as well. You got that probe coming through as we just go scouting out to the far right side. Can do something sneaky here, Geralt, or it's a very sneaky probe, isn't it? Probe coming all the way down that corner, so yeah, it definitely feels like he wants to play something that bottom side. What about a DT rush? What are we thinking about that? Just skip the Stargate completely, straight DTs. A super suspicious probe, no doubt. There's the pylon going down. See if Rainor can start to piece a couple of things together here. Proxy Stargate as well. What do we want to do? 150 gas. Suggest the Stargate, and there it is. It drops on in. So Stargate early. There's a Bling scouting to try and figure out what's going on. Just checking the gold, for example, but he's not going to go bottom right, although there's another Ling, I think, moving down. No, sorry, it's actually the drone building the third base. Oh, but he sees a probe coming in from the bottom right. And the thing is, Geralt hasn't... Yeah, it's revealed, because Geralt hasn't shown this probe at all. So by sending this probe home, Rainor now knows this probe's just been on the map, and for it to be down there, there's got to be something suspicious going on. He's going to scout the Stargate. Instant information for Rainor. as he knows what's going on now early in this game 3. This is why a lot of the time it's weird, but like it's almost nicer to kind of get the probe to just go and scout, because then you don't kind of reveal where it's come from all the time. Yeah, that's a massive catch from Rainor, because now you just know as well, right? So you can just be aware that the Oracle's going to be a bit sooner, the Queen's going to be in position a little earlier. Just knowing that you're not playing by the usual timings removes the opportunity that Oracle is typically expecting to have and expecting to see, so makes a lot of sense as the Adept going to go shading around. And just going to be seeing a couple of Queens there. I'm going to hit that Adept in return, get a few shots on it, and push it back up towards the top side of the map. Down the bottom side, Oracle will take some damage. Queens and the Spore. Okay, just going to straight up kill the Oracle. That's a disaster. This early game is not good. He's going to lose the power to the Stargate, and honestly, well, he's going to build a fleet beacon. What the actual bleep are we doing, Geralt? He's going to try and build a mothership? I was going to say, honestly, I wouldn't be upset if he GG'd. like, this was terrible. Didn't get the second Oracle out. First Oracle died. I think he's just going to try and build a mothership or do something crazy, but like, I think the reality is that this game is in a horrible spot. The thing is, now you don't have the Oracles to help protect your base, right? So like, Lings can just do so much. Reynor's still building Lings because he knows fine well that he can put a load of pressure on with Lings right now because there's no Oracles on the map. It's not just killing an Oracle, it's killing an Oracle and depowering the Stargate. There can't possibly be more Oracles brought into play. It's a huge factor. It's a huge factor. Now, these Lings truly do nothing at all. Maybe then that's wasted production from Rainor, but I actually still feel as though it's great because it's going to keep a lot of units at the base of Geralt. Geralt has no way to get on the map right now. Usually you might be able to step on the map because you have the Oracle support, but right now you just cannot. And if he actually sees those Adepts, well, the Adepts are shading backward. Rainor's going to take a jump onto the third base. The Adepts are going to get surrounded. There is a battery there, but it's not in reach of any of those Adepts, so all four of those Adepts will just melt. Yeah, and this is the problem. You just can't do anything onto the map. And so the mothership comes online. It's the only kind of interesting thing. I mean, I guess what? We're going to go mothership, and I don't even know what the plan really is with the mothership, if I'm honest. Like, just try and cloak and hope he has no detection and win a fight. I genuinely don't know. Like, I do not see what is a good trade here. Is these Lings might eventually get dealt with, but it's cost you every single warping you've had for the last minute and a half to get rid of these Zerglings. And now Reynor's got a ton of drones, more Lings able to produce. I mean, he may not exactly know what's going on, but he's got to know that this is obviously a very good scenario. He starts a Spire as well, so he's going to begin building into that, which is fantastic, because actually just some anti-air against the mothership might be useful, I guess. I don't think we're going to need it, but maybe. So, can't hit on the Spire. And it is just looking very good for Rainor in this game 3, unless Geralt finds absolute magic with the mothership. Okay, what's up, Honkus42? Thank you so much for the 5-month resub on the Prime. More StarCraft? Absolutely, you know it. Mothership pops. Maybe just a recall into the main or something? Oh, Overseer, did you see it? I don't think so, right? Too far away. Yeah, so we don't see that. Mothership's just gonna go, we're just gonna recall into the main. I mean, sure. But yeah, Roaches get here, so you can't force field the ram. And this is just unupgraded. Like, these are gateway units with no upgrades. Just to clarify that they suck, you know, just to make sure we're aware of that. Yeah. He's gonna recall them home. Ay ay ay. Guys, sometimes this is a good life lesson. Sometimes it's okay to just accept that you've lost and to move on. Like there's something about fighting till the bitter end, but sometimes there's also a thing about like learning acceptance, you know? Like the recall home when your entire plan was to recall into the main is incredible. Crazy. Crypt is building, missiles and road speed coming about. Stalkers and a couple of Zelts coming through, Corruptors and Ravagers, and then all the rest coming in. We've got some Lings in production as well. We continue to bring that up right now. There's a Ling Roach. Starts to step through. A couple of Sentry Stalkers and Zelts gathering. Another ship. Gonna get jumped on as the Corruptors getting to reach. Gonna start fighting. I mean, this is a done deal. Not really much to cast. Corrosive Bowels on the force fields. This Gateway army has no chance. There's no upgrades on it. It's terrible. It's literally the worst Protoss army we've seen all day. It is not going to save the matchup. GG's, and Rainor going to get a 2-1 lead now over Geralt in this best of 5. As we'll head into a game 4 in just a second. So just figure out what that 4th map is. And we'll get that hosted and we'll get this going, guys. Hop server. Alright, Torches map 4, guys, so just getting some server and map stuff sorted out there. My attention for a moment or two. Rainor with the 2-1 lead. Maxpax in the finals, waiting for the winner of this series. Drag the players around, and we'll get ready to go. It's been a good day of StarCraft, actually, hasn't it? It's like 7 best of 5s is a lot, and obviously it could absolutely backfire. A few long games, and it's going to be a stupid long day, but like, today's been like a really good day for it, I think. It's been like, you know, we're like 6 hours in right now. We've got a couple maps at most, and then a final best of 5 to play. I think it's a pretty good, feels like a good day. It would be a bit long for Koreans, but yeah. I think most of the time I'd absolutely split this up, but yeah, just no time. No time, we've got other stuff to do. Other events to run. Torches for map 4. Rainor leading 2-1 in this best of 5. At this point, Rainor has just got to have like alarm bells ringing in his head the moment the game starts, right? Like everything about this from Geralt has been aggression, aggression, aggression in the simplest of forms. Crazy stuff. Yo! Thank you so much for the $50 super chat over on the YouTube, Nicholas. Thank you so much for the generosity. It says, Wardy, thanks for all the SE2 content over the years, and drops the $50! Thank you so much. I don't know why it didn't ping up on the screen. I think Stream Elements is just buggy the last few days. It's running slow or something. Thank you so much for the generosity of the $50 in the super chat. Appreciate it. See some hype in the chat, guys. Thank you so much for supporting. Hell yeah, thank you so much. Alright. Let's get into this game 4 because obviously we have got a match point in favor of our red Zerg. In the bottom right, it is Rainor. Top left, blue, top right, sorry, our blue Protoss player is Geralt as you enter Torches here. Game 4 of the series. So I feel like Rainor really understands at this point the kind of match that Geralt is playing, and so I think he's going to take every precaution necessary to make sure nothing slips by him, nothing shows up that he's unaware of. I think he'll err on the side of caution at the majority of his decisions here, and I think it's fine if he plays like that, honestly. Like, I don't think there's anything wrong with playing a little safe against Geralt right now. I think that's just absolutely A-okay to do so. Let's see. As the Cybercore comes down, Nexus on the way up, probe building, and get that ready to go. Cybercore Nexus coming through, simulating the pylon coming about, and get that up and running. And what's up, Nonesty? Thank you so much as well for the 5-month resub. Thank you, good sir. No, thank you so much for supporting. As always, guys, these events do not happen without you guys. Your support, whether it's just watching, whether it's seeing some ads, whether it's just being a viewer, whether it's donating or subscribing. Again, these events do not happen without you guys, so shout out to you guys for helping keep the StarCraft going. There's a Twilight into Robo here from Geralt. I wonder if he just goes straight up 4-gate Glaives. Rainor played against 4-gate Glaives against Creator earlier and just absolutely bopped it. Just shut it down hard. Could also be a Templar Archives maybe from Geralt. That's the other option basically he has right now. And go into... sorry, not Templar Archives. Dark Shrine, yes, that one. The one he's building. The Archon drop is what I'm trying to get at. That's why I was thinking Templar Archives. But yes, the Archon drop with the DTs to start us off. I'm going to go for that, and that's going to be his route here to start us off initially. Speed is coming through, just going to have that Dark Shrine building up. And again, the Prism and the Warp Gate continue to build through as well. So just getting that straight underway. So Overlord gets pushed back, so Rainor not able to pick up too much info, but the longer this goes, the more he's going to realize no Stargate unit, and then already that's one of the things that gets the alarm bells ringing. And definitely will alarm you a little bit as to perhaps what is going on a little. Feeling's going to nibble up at some rocks, knock those down in the center, open up a little bit of space here. Then we have the Dark Shrine, the Observer coming through, a couple probes coming about, Rotron and Lair building as well. And yeah, Blings and the Queen continue to come up too. Let's bring a little bit of everything online as the DT is going to morph into the main. Spore's already ready in the main base, so we have detection there. Other Spores are coming up. Ling is going to instantly counter and get rid of the third Nexus, and the Prism will get pushed away. So that's just going to be one more DT warped in. With one more DT warping in, what happens is that you then have access to the Archons, and you just double Archon drop to try and do further damage. The Lings actually get through that Stalker, and the Gateway just got built. The Lings are actually going to take down this Gateway, given a few more moments. The DTs are coming back, but they're just DTs still as well, so they're not even Archons, so they're going to be not great against the Lings straight away. I mean, they'll be fine, they'll clean them up, but an Archon or two would be even better. And right now, these are just, I mean, as long as the DTs are at home chasing Lings around, they're not on the other side, and that's not a wall-off just yet. Lings in the natural, and Rainor is going to go full Rainor mode, quite frankly, as he's going to start shredding through probes, just running by. Chaos ensues, and this is turning into a bit of a disaster already here for Geralt. Feelings try and get onto the third Nexus, as Geralt and a DT will dissuade them from that, but now we're going to jump onto the pylon. The warping in DT is going to get cancelled. We just recalled from, what, our main base to the natural? Okay, Geralt. Yeah, I don't know if that's the play. When you're recalling from your main to your natural to deal with a couple of Lings, this has just gone completely, I mean, tits up is quite frankly the way to say it. It's just gone so wrong. And I think it's fair to say that this will be a very Rainor favored game. He's heading into Aspire, by the way, which is so good to do when your opponent has no Stargate because he can't build Phoenix as a response to the Mutalisks. I mean, Archons obviously can do a bit against the mutas, but they're not going to have tons of mobility. They're going to have to rely on the Prism, which is dangerous because then it could get sniped. So that's a huge factor as well, as a couple of Archons continue to chase down some Zerglings. Stalker's coming up, Blink on the way. And those Feelings continue to get onto the probes and put on a little bit more pressure. DT shouldn't have returned home. Yeah, I think so too. It was a handful of Zerglings. If the DT's still on the map, you kind of keep pressure. Rainor maybe can't even send as many Lings across the other side. I actually really agree. I think the DTs coming home was just pointless. Because they were never going to, like, by the time they get home, you would have been able to warp in everything you need to deal with it anyway. But by bringing them home, you remove all pressure, and the pressure then continues on your other side. Like I say, I think this one is ticking over to be truly a disaster. And we're going to get ourselves into a game 4 of this best of 5. Go in the way of Rainor. But let's see if there's one attack of Geralt can maybe make some magic happen. I mean, people don't like me calling games early. I learned that at Dallas, so I've made it my main focus to not do that anymore. So let's see if this Stalker Archon half supply army can... I mean, if there's a chance, it's because we've built mutas, right? And hey, the DTs are going to be a little annoying here, so Rainor's going to have to split some units up. Yeah, if there's a chance, it's because obviously a lot of production's gone into mutas. As Roach Ravager comes out, I feel like that shouldn't be as much of a problem. We have a few Lings sneaking through. They're going to go to the main. The mutas are on the natural. Probes will be falling. So we did a little bit on the other side as Geralt. Clearly not enough. GG gets called. Rainor takes it 3-1. We'll move through to the finals to play against Maxpax. So very rare Rainor versus Maxpax series coming up, guys. They have not played each other since January, where they played in the Leo League Cup. We will see whether Rainor or Maxpax will come out ahead of the other as we get into what will be our final series of the day. It is a best of 5. We'll get this ready to kick off. So, Rainor had a 6-0, so he can have this. Perfect. Rainor, Maxpax, best of 5 coming up for our grand finals, guys. I'm into that as a final. I think that's a great final. I'm very excited for it. Alright, we'll get this started. Rainor just going to take a few minutes. No worries there. Obviously, absolutely allowed to take a few minutes after the series. What was the last result of Maxpax versus Rainor? I searched it over here, didn't I? The last time they played, it was a 3-1 for Maxpax. The time before that was in December. It was a 2-1 for Rainor. Before that, Maxpax 3-1. Before that, Rainor a couple of 3-2s in ESL Open Cup Europe finals. I mean, we start going back like a year or so. Like that's the entire result history for the last year. They played a couple times in World Team League apparently as well. So pretty back and forth when they play actually. So should make for a pretty interesting series here. Alright. Fun series in the end, because I feel like Geralt definitely played with a little bit of character, and it kind of worked in game 1 and then completely fizzled. It's fun to see. I don't mean this in a bad way, because I don't mean to say it's fun to see Geralt lose, but it's fun to see someone have something work, and then just it fizzles and just crumbles and just falls apart for the rest of the series. Like, to me, that's super interesting how it can just go from so good to so wrong, you know? Very cool. You like it when I convey how one-sided the current game is? You wouldn't call that calling a game early. Also makes the red come that much more exciting. But that's my opinion of it too. That if I think the game's over and then it goes the other way and the other guy actually, you know, pulls back, that should be an example of just how much of a comeback it was, or how cool it was to see, or how badly the guy that was winning messed up, you know? But a lot of people don't like it. They think it's... They think the casters, we're playing games, trying to compete to see who can call the game the soonest. So I'm just not going to do it. I'm just going to say situations are very bad, but never over until the GG is called. This is my new motto. Aligulac is cracked? Yeah, Aligulac's pretty great. I don't know. Without Aligulac, we'd have so many less stats in StarCraft 2. Like, it's actually crazy. It does so much. It's such a great website. Just tracks everything. Wikipedia actually does a lot of the same match history stuff now, but they added it in after Aligulac, so it's still much more natural to go to Wikipedia. Much more natural to go to Aligulac for those things, sorry. Okay, it's just a couple of videos. Like I say, Rainor needs a couple of minutes. Absolutely no problem about that. You're looking at us from Chile? Hell yeah. Thanks so much for joining us today. Yeah, I appreciate you all being here. Thank you for hanging out as we get ready to continue some action. Looking at the Cheesadelphia bracket as well, see what's going on. They're doing Swiss, that's very fun. Alright guys, like I said, so Rainor needs a couple of moments, so no worries about that. And actually still need a second Maxpax video as well, so this is actually honestly such an interesting series. Like, it's so rare that we cast two players that don't play each other this much. You know what I mean? Like, especially two prolific players that play each other so little. Because we're actually used to the majority of players playing each other all the time nowadays. Pretty much everyone plays in the Open Cups apart from, like, Serral, Rainor, Maru, you know? But especially because lately we've even seen a lot of the top guys play each other, but obviously we've not seen Rainor and Maxpax because Maxpax hasn't played in any of the bigger stuff that Rainor's been playing in. That's the first time Rainor's been playing kind of a more online community level event for a while as well. So just super interesting match to have for our finals. Super awesome to get a chance to cast this one. I hope you guys are ready for the YouTube sub. Yeah, hope you guys are ready for the YouTube sub sellout at the start of this game. Every day we get to upload a Rainor Maxpax. That is for sure. Lobby is up and people are joining us, guys, so we should be able to get into this in just a few moments. Can't believe you've been watching for 6 hours straight. It's another productive Saturday. Hell yeah. We got you productively watching StarCraft. Everyone's in the lobby. I don't know if Reynor's ready yet. He asked for 5 minutes. They were pretty slow vetoing. They still have to pick the rest of the maps, so they could do that as well. So, yeah, we'll give it a moment or two. Best of 5 ready to go. Yeah, sorry if timeouts and deletes are slow, guys. We don't really have many mods in the channel anymore. We just don't really need them, honestly, 90% of the time. So, I usually just delete stuff myself, so... Can I ask Rainor to proxy hatch? No. I can't be caught colluding with the players, you know, to fix the finals. Is it me or is SC2 having a bit of a small comeback viewership-wise on Twitch? It's a very difficult question to answer. Alright, players are ready. Let's do it. Let's dive into our grand final, guys. I'll save the epic intro for when we get in game. Because I just want to make it a good opening for the eventual YouTube upload of this, you know? Alright, let's get at it. In the top right-hand side, we're going to enter the grand finals of WardiTV June with a best-of-5 series, ZVP style. The Zerg representative is going to be Rainor. And in the bottom left-hand corner, we're going to have ourselves the Red Protoss player, Maxpax. Again, a rare series between these two. They've not played each other in about 6 months. It doesn't happen a lot, but we're going to get to see it today for the finals. If you're watching this one on the YouTube, I've been saying that this is probably going to be a good series. We're probably going to upload it to YouTube. So if you're watching on the YouTube, give it a like, hit the subscribe button. I don't get to say this a lot at the start of the series. I really don't, so it's one of my rare times of asking. So go and check that out if you're watching this on the YouTube whenever it goes online. And otherwise, let's focus up on the game. As the hatch block is paused and the hatchery has to go down on the third base location initially. Couple drones mining away, probe right there, moving back and forth a little bit as well for the moment. So again, a little bit of action early, the extractor coming down. And again, yeah, a bit of back and forth, but that's about it for the early stages. Hatch Captain Pool is obviously not too unexpected. Very intrigued to see what kind of what both players could do in the series, to be honest. We've seen Rainor playing some good luck, corrupted today early against Creator. He's played ZVP in the entirety of the playoffs. Creator, round of 8, and then in the round of 4 he played against Geralt just now. And then we actually had Maxpax played against Solar earlier on, and then he played Manus in PvP. Yeah, he played Solar in the round of 8, and that was the first game where he got caught out of position a couple of times, and then the rest of the games, just very solid stuff from Maxpax and Solo, just not really getting anywhere, taking too much damage, and ended up in some pretty rough positions. Some attacks that didn't work out as well, especially like some Ling Bane busts that just didn't do enough, and then dying to the follow-up. So yeah, both these guys have had good ZVPs in this tournament. Definitely makes it you know, an exciting grand final here. A worthy grand final as well. Like I say, fun best of 5 coming up as we have the Stargate building up, the link speed coming through. We have our Nexus and the Adept on the way out, and a couple of drones just transferring over to that third hatchery as we get obviously set up. I say third hatchery, third position. The natural hatchery is yet to build right now, so it's just the first hatch of the game, but you guys know what I mean, just the third location, I should say. If we're going to be real pedantic about it, it's okay. I don't mind if you guys want to be real pedantic. I get it. I'm the same sometimes. Gonna see the Ling and a couple of shots going off on the Adept there initially. So again, some damage done as we just try and push that away. Stop too much from being figured out early. The Oracle and the Warp Gate coming up as Maxpax plays the typical Stargate opening, and we'll see how much harassment he can get done. One of the main differences you'll see when you see Rainor playing ZVPs to a lot of the other guys against players like Maxpax, Hero, etc. The defense against the Oracle Adept harass is just that much better. So good at being able to shut down those units, so good at stopping that harassment before it gets out of hand. And like I say, to me, that really is one of the keys to success that a lot of these top Zergs have against the top Protoss players that otherwise really dominate a lot of the online events and so on. But yeah, see how well the defense looks here. The couple of Adepts are going to try their best as the Oracle will position itself. Kings and the Queens gathering up, positioned well so far. The Adept's not going to make a dive in there. Has enough units, and so far not going to have an opportunity. The thing is, it's having the defense at one point in the game is fine. It's the continued defense, because the Oracles and the Adepts are going to continue to look for chances, right? Like right here, we dive in, and we're going to not do very well at all, because there's a Spore Crawler here, so this is not great at all for Maxpax. That's what I mean when I say a great defense. And now Lings get in on the other side of the map, into the natural, going to wrap around for a probe, and immediately just going to be seeing one worker going down. The probes pull through. They are able to get rid of a Zergling or 2 in the end, but that's just annoying. Pulling probes, especially after you've not done anything on the other side. An unsuccessful bit of harassment from Maxpax, and Rainor is the one to draw some first worker kills of this game. 2 probes and 2 Adepts for 7 Lings so far in this game. Oracle pulling around, the Queen is going to be there to push the Oracle back. Just seeing the Product Council Forge and the Gateway is still building. Rotoron, Evo Chamber, Lings and Drones, a couple of Overlords building, Blink on the way up as well. It's going to be a melee upgrade, so melee against Blink is typically a good matchup for the Zerg. Spoil Fire, Oracle takes hits. We're actually going to go diving into those Zerglings, and a couple of Adepts will get caught, so those Adepts going down swiftly. Drums pulling back over. Again, the +1, the Blink still coming up. A few probes on the way through. Battery being built. Stalkers just pull back over to the left-hand side as a couple more Stalkers get warped in. We'll just continue to gather up for a moment as the melee upgrade, the Lings, the Lair, all coming through. The Oracle still activating. It's going to be able to get rid of the Crypt Tumors. Oracle with the Queen, with the Stalkers, sorry, again, just going to step through and go after an Overlord for a couple of moments. Overlord taking damage. Massive run by immediately here from Rainor. Forces a warp into Stalkers. A defensive Oracle is there. So it won't do much, but it did force you to kind of warp in back at home at least. Think about being over there, and obviously the aggression's not continued on the map. Ultra Love gets very small very quickly, doesn't it? When both players take that triangle. The kind of distance through the center, base to base, really adds up very quickly, so... yeah, it does not take long to get from one side to the other as the Queens and the Lings will look for the defense against those Stalkers. This time we're going to run to the third base again. Once more, Rainor showing his Rainor-like kind of play style. Running in with Lings, counter-attacking at any opportunity, always looking for that sort of chance or opportunity to make stuff happen. A few Lings may get caught in the stays, so we try and chase the Stalkers back. Rainor having to continue to deal with that as the melee upgrade will be done soon. That will help. That's obviously where the Oracles play a really important role, because the Oracles are what can really protect you from those Lings dominating the Stalkers with the melee upgrade. So at the same time, we see the Lurker Den building, so Lurkers are going to be available here. 5 coming up, extra Zerglings in production. Storm, Charge, and the +1 continuing to produce. Next coming about, Zealot's going to get going. The cannon firing a couple of shots off on some Lings. Oh, Queen's actually going to get an Oracle there as well, so that's going to be a nice snag on the right-hand side. As Rainor again playing a very solid defense so far. You have the Storm, the +2 attack, and the Charge upgrade all continue to build in on the side of Maxpax, so this game's getting better. It is producing through into the later stages. Rainor with the same idea, with the Lurkers starting to take to the field. We'll get some upgrades for those, and then they're really going to become a real powerhouse. This Hive on the way through, that's what's missing for him to start those upgrades, so once that's done, those upgrades can begin as he cancels the 4th base as well. So great counter-attack play with the Lings, getting over there, making a dive, and being able to get rid of the 4th, and just slowing Maxpax down in the game already, just in little ways that are going to add up over the course of this game. Lings pull back around again, the +2 attack coming about, Observer coming over, again +2 melee, and the Seismic Spines building as we speak. I see the Zerglings still gathering up, and a couple gates coming online as we get the Prism on the way through. A couple High Templars morph into an Archon. Assault and an Archon morphing in, just going to head out into the center here currently. We do have our Lurkers, our upgrades, again, all coming about. Prism and the +2 coming online as well. Nice Storm idea, but the Lings actually get a good split, and they dive onto the Zealots and the High Templar. And he's doing things with Lings that don't really feel like they should be legal. The Lurker spread should be good to stop that Protoss army from committing in. It's just too many Lurkers spread out. It's going to be hard to really get rid of those. You don't have like Immortals in this army right now, which would really kind of chunk through Lurkers. It's really reliant on kind of them being clumped and being able to storm them. The Lings, again, getting a lot of the storms and dodging away from them so that they can just actually continue to fight. It's impressive how well these Lings have done. He has dodged so many storms, and now he's chasing down the High Templar. The entire army of Maxpax will get wiped out. And what an absolute masterclass of a game one here from Rainor. He has absolutely delivered in this opening game. Just perfect defense against the harassment. An Oracle went down, didn't do much at all. His own harassment and opportunities have been, spot on as well. His Lings have been great. And the defense here was just great as well. Fantastic splits with the Lings against the Storms. cannot really kind of say that enough. That was just a fantastic display of how to fight this ZVP. Rainor takes the opening game off of Maxpax here in this best of 5. That was a hell of a set of fights, to be put simply. Quite frankly, just super solid stuff. GG's. We are going to be heading into Game 2 here on Leylines in a couple of moments as we continue the series. Maxpax straight to hosting for us, because he does not like waiting around, especially when that first game was not a win. He's instantly ready to give us the host into game number 2. Countdown begins. We got everyone here. Perfect. We are good. Let's head into our second game then, guys. Is Rainor human? Honestly, he's playing pretty good in that game, right? I mean, that sort of game gives you a lot of excitement to see him at EWC, see what sort of final level he can reach. Exciting. Very exciting. He just absolutely, like, he actually made Storm look bad. Do you know how many people can make Storm look bad? Very few. Especially with Zergling. You know? Crazy. In the bottom left-hand side, we're going to have our red Protoss player is going to be Maxpax. He is down 1 game of this series. Sorry, just tapping back in from doing some admin stuff on the stream. In the top right, our blue Zerg up 1-0 is Rainor. Honestly, that first game was genuinely very awesome. It wasn't super close and back and forth necessarily. It was just a really awesome display from Rainor, and that alone sometimes is all you need for a game to be very fun to watch. Oh, great stuff. The opening game delivers. See if Maxpax can have a response in this game too. Honestly, that did feel like Rainor was a little step ahead of Maxpax in that first game. Like, to me, that was Rainor kind of, you know, outclassing somebody. And that's not what I think of when I think of Rainor and Maxpax. I think they're going to be way close together and way more competitive with each other. So, hoping that Maxpax can kind of step up to that challenge of Rainor a little bit for this game too. Be interesting. Cybercore, Nexus both coming up, Hatch and the Pool coming online as we get ready to roll. Next is building. Just gonna have ourselves a couple queens coming about. Saying Maxpax has to step up sounds weird. He's the Protoss god. Yeah, well, that's what that first game felt like, you know. I would say it's interesting because, like, it's very rare you see Maxpax play against a Serral or a Rainor. He plays Solar a fair amount, and he's very good and consistent against Solar, but kind of crazy to see maybe the difference in playstyle / level of like a Rainor and a Serral versus some of the other, you know, Korean Zergs. I think there's definitely a playstyle difference, and there's definitely no one that really plays Zerg like Serral and like Rainor on their kind of level, so it's kind of a challenge as well for Maxpax, where like he's also not played against Rainor in a long time, right? Maybe on the ladder here and there, but if that's the case as well, it's like, you know, he might just not be up to speed with playing against Rainor's kind of style, that kind of Rainor's sort of speed, you know? That could also be a thing where maybe Maxpax is not able to get good enough practice in that regard. I don't know how true that is. That might, you know, that is just speculation, but it's something to think about, right? It's definitely, you know, kind of a factor that could 100% impact how this match plays out overall. Stalker going to shoot an Overlord. High ground vision provided by the Oracle. Thank you very much, Oracle. As the Overlord will get chased away to the side. That should go down. You can try and turn it to make the Stalker have to run a bit further, but it's not going to be far enough over, so that's not going to do too much at all. There's a couple of Lings going to show up and jump onto the Nexus. Just checking that it's there. I think for the most part, 4 lings aren't going to do too much. Maybe if there was probe was still there building it, you could get that grab. Things up to the top. Oracle's still right there, keeping an eye on things. Robo Facility, Twilight Council, Assimilators, Gateway, Nexus, Probes, all continuing to come through for the moment as the Oracle loops around the top side. Queen just going to be there to push the Oracle back the other way. So those Queens going to get onto the Oracles again, as we just have the Robo Facility and Twilight Council building from Maxpax. So Robo and Twilight Council coming on through. Templar Archives going to start. The upgrade builds, the Overlord, the Queen coming through, Roach-Roaring coming up. Plus, that's just going to be then. The Ling gets turned around the other direction. So look at that Prism about to finish. Temple Archives coming over. Ling's going to go wrap around on the Adepts here and just going to get a little grab. Both Adepts going to go down already. As you just see, the Pylon and the Probes still in production. Now the upgrade coming through as well. There's a few High Templars just going to morph into Archons as Maxpax looks for a different way to apply some pressure. So by going into the kind of the Archon drop setup now, what he's doing is he's going to be much better set up against the Lings and melee upgrade because he'll have Archons from the start to help deal with the Lings. So an adjustment already being made from Maxpax just stylistically in terms of how he's going to play this. And these 2 Archons initially, I think they just cancel that base. I don't think Rainor has the numbers to really fight Archons right now. He's got first Roaches starting to spawn. But, yeah, just has to drop a cancel on the 4th hatchery. So Maxpax able to get a delay there. And will continue to harass. Gets an Overlord with the Archons too. And now starts Storm off the Temple Archive as a follow-up to all of this. Archons go diving in. A couple of Lings are going to get caught. Roaches and Queens together will help to push the Prism away. So again, just going to stop that from doing much else here. The Spore Crawler in position. The Prism taking a lot of damage. Is going to again be pushed back for now and may not be able to do too much else for the moment. +1 Storm and the Charge upgrade continue to produce. Celts and the Robo Facility coming online. And again, the Prism in the center continues to gather together for the moment. Archon drops. A couple of those Roaches just going to be there. We start to fight around. Drop Lords are coming up from Rainor, so he's going to bring the aggression in this game. Just going to get the Drop Lords up. Roaches and Queens going to go across the map. The Roach Speed going to come through as well. Oh, Overlord's going to start heading across the other side. There's going to be Storm available. The question is Storm going to be good enough? Is that going to help us enough against Roaches, which are typically very sturdy? Obviously, there are going to be Lings as well. But that will be our question. Immortal in production. Do you have any out yet? We actually have 4 more. I do not think this is going to work for Rainor, personally. But I feel like Maxpax's army is full of tech units, and those tech units have a lot of potential to do very well here. Prism to Micro as well. Let's see. We do have the initial fight starting out. First Storm's coming down. The Storm's softening up these Roaches is a big deal, because then it can allow the Immortals to clean everything up much more quickly. A couple of Immortal shots do start to do a lot. Good Stay Sword as well. Yep, that is a defense, I think, from Maxpax already. The supplies are already closing in on each other. And Rainor definitely not getting that first surge he's looking for. This gets better for Maxpax over time. He's got 2 Immortals producing at once. He's got a +1 attack upgrade coming through as well. And he has got a much needed defense here in this game too against Rainor right now. So that part looks very good as the Zealots charge in. And we'll continue to go after a few of the drones. Rainor gets the Roaches back over, gets rid of a few more of those Zealots. Drones getting back into the natural expansion as well. As we just have a +1 missiles and a couple extra Queens continuing to produce. We're just going to get turned onto by the Zealots once more. But this is a good defense from Rainor at least. So at least, if nothing else, Rainor maybe didn't succeed on his attack, but he'd stop Maxpax from doing too much. I mean, 9 drones isn't great, but yeah, it could have been worse. Rainor is droning up now. He definitely realized that that first wave was not good enough for him. So he's going to try and play defensively. Now, that means that Maxpax is in the lead. The main thing that happens from here is that Maxpax has a lead, but attacking into Rainor can be dangerous. you're going to be on creep. You're going to be attacking into the Zerg reinforcements. You're going to leave your bases open to counterattacks. And that's why Rainor will try and play out from this position where in a straight-up fight right now, yes, he loses. But to get a straight-up fight, Rainor can make a lot of things happen elsewhere on the map, right? There's never going to be a scenario in this game where it's just a straight-up fight, most likely. So that's what Rainor, at least that's Rainor's goal, is to try and make that likely to not, or unlikely to happen. So if he can achieve that, then brilliant. We'll see if it works as the roaches get underneath. The prison will set up. +2 attack and the few high Templars still building. Again, +1 missiles, tunneling claws, and the burrow continue to produce for the moment. Hive starting. I mean, Rainor's right to just try and tech up as much as he can. As, again, you just hope that the surge of units that you have are going to be good enough to kind of scare the Protoss off. And right now, Maxpax dropping some good storms onto those Ravages, softening those up already. Real nice storm. Roaches and Ravages trying to come down that ramp will not look too hot at all. Up and down this set of rocks here, still small Ravages coming in Balcros of Vials. But actually land and Archon disappears. As Maxpax really wants to keep pushing up. Again, storms on the Ravages are so good. Ravages are flimsier units. We get Zealots hitting on the other side as well, taking down the Spine Crawl and threatening that hatchery as we continue to push our way into this third base. And those Ravages just have to keep on running out of there. This is going to be plenty right now from Maxpax as this hatchery will be taking some shots. We're going to see a drop below just across the map. Love it. Rainor still finding some ways to be aggressive. Man, third hatch is down. Fourth hatch is basically guaranteed to die. And it's hard to imagine again that this Maxpax army, which is just so full of tech and, you know, high-powered, strong, valuable units, it's hard to imagine this is going to die to what remains of the Roach Ravager army, which is just kind of in drips and drabs at the moment at this point. I mean, it's a less than 100 supply. It's just not good enough. GG says Rainor, and Maxpax is going to take us into a tied-up scenario in our finals. And said he needs to step up. He stepped up. Completely changed up the build, went for something different, and makes it work for himself as we get to a 1-1 scoreline in this best of 5. Everyone is going to be tied. Third map will be Incorporeal. Tokamak and Pylon. Tokamak and Pylon for maps 4 and 5. As we get this ready to go. Guys ready? Let's do this. Get straight into game number 3. And thanks for joining us, guys. It's been a nice long stream today. Really nice to sit down on the weekend and just get 6-7 hours of StarCraft 2 in. I appreciate you all watching. I know a bunch of you have been here all day as well. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. If you are enjoying, again, do consider subscribing, priming, etc. It helps us to run these tournaments. We do have to send the players money at the end of these things, and that money does typically come from you guys supporting. So thanks so much for watching. Support if you can. Don't want to spend too long selling out because we've got great games ahead of us still. Game 3 coming up right now on Incorporeal. As we have in the top left-hand side, the red Protoss player is Maxpax. Taking on the blue Zerg. In the bottom right corner, we have Rainor. So, we get to a game 3. We're all tied up. And one of these players will take the lead of the series to have an opportunity at match point up 2-1. Let's see who gets it. A couple of different styles then from Maxpax. Like I say, I really felt that game 2 was an adjustment to that game 1. The Archon dropped great against the melee upgrade build, and then Rainor trying to attack into it aggressively, and again, the preparation was just that. You know, threefold for Maxpax. He had everything he needed. Storm, soften up the Roach Ravager, Immortals, finish them off, and a threat of a counterattack as Zealots as well to really make Rainor have to think about going back home and reconsidering. And then also the confidence of Maxpax, understanding the situation that Rainor was pulling back, but they shouldn't be able to get away with that. That's a committed attack for a reason, and Maxpax did not show fear getting across the map and just pushing in. He did not let Rainor take advantage of what I was talking about, which was that, oh, let's just try and go home and play defense and hope he messes up an attack into me and just try and get away with teching back into this game. Maxpax said, no, not at all. I'm not going to let a lead like this slip away from me. He just went, he punished it, and yeah, made this look like a very competitive series. After that first game, again, was extremely convincing from Rainor, especially. Yeah, that first game was super convincing by Rainor, for sure. Definitely a factor as... Just take a few moments. Game 3 settling down, getting ourselves a rolling. What's up, the original Booger? Thank you so much for the 2-month resub. SC2 Hype, thank you so much. Appreciate the resub. Thank you so much. Stargate Nexus coming through, link speed coming up. Have ourselves a Stargate coming by, link speed coming online, Overlord and the Queen coming through, a couple of Lings coming up as well. Let's see the Adept getting down to the bottom side, just going to try and take position. We'll fight, Adept will take some damage, link speed is going to be finishing soon as obviously the Void Ray coming up from Maxpax, so going to try and play a little sneaky perhaps, maybe it's time for him to try and mix some glaives in behind this. Void Ray first can remove a lot of the scouting potential on the map from Rainor, so then it's very difficult to identify what's going on. It's the perfect time to be sneaky. Personally, I always like it when the, I talk about this a lot lately, but I actually really like it when you use the Stargate to, like, if you use the Stargate Void Ray, like, a couple times in a series, because it really feels like then you can kind of, first time you can be sneaky, and the second time you don't have to be, but your opponent's going to be worried, or vice versa. You know, just kind of gives you a little bit more variety in the builds, and your opponent has to keep on being very consistent with the scouting in that scenario, so definitely things to think on. Nexus, Gateway, Assimilator still building up. Queen's, Overlord's, drones building through as well. Just going to see the couple of Lings heading around the left-hand side. What's up, Piggy ZA? Thank you so much as well for the 2-month resub on the Prime. Much appreciated as the Oracle gets shoved away there. Thank you again for the generosity of dropping a Prime on the channel. Super appreciated. Thank you so much. As the few Lings going to go nibbling onto the Nexus. So, third base just under some fire. Oracle pulls back to deal with that. Just Twilight Forge and the Robo are back at home. Kind of makes me feel like this is very much so just a Void Ray and an Oracle into a very standard game from Maxpax. Nothing too crazy just yet. Slowly continue about. +1 charge still building in. Things will go after the probe. Probe is going to get taken out. The Adept is going to be there. A couple of those Lings will go down. Maxpax on the way to his charge as his first upgrade of choice, just going to completely bypass any potential for blink. And again, as Rainor plays into the melee again, this is another build order choice from Maxpax, which is typically going to be better suited to play against a melee upgrade and a bunch of Lings than the Stalkers would be. So definitely feels like Maxpax is realizing, hey, I think you're kind of into doing the same thing right now. What if I keep on doing things that are specifically very good against that? Try and get Rainor to really respond into doing something different. But it's going to fire up. Gets a couple of cancels there. It's a fun little back and forth exchange for sure. Cancel, rebuild, cancel, rebuild. Cancel again. At some point it might just be better to lose the drone, you know. Well, all guns morphing is the prison will be able to obviously take those into the base and harass around, or we warp in more zealots and we just go for a bit of an attack in general. Storm coming about, +2 attack coming up, extra zealots coming over. You have our melee upgrade and roach speed building as well. Archon's going to fly through, the zealot's going to go after those drones. Again, Rainor hitting with some of the run-bys, but at the same time he's got zealots and Archons to deal with at home, so he needs to deal with this, otherwise this is going to become problematic. The Lings did well on the other side, to be fair. 14 probes going down. Rainor is the winner in terms of worker damage dealt. He does lose the 4th hatchery, though. So he loses the 4th base. Rebuilding it on the right-hand side instead. Maxpax will get to Storm and probably +2 before we see another significant exchange between these two. So we're going to enter the phase of the game where Storm is a major factor. Again, Rainor was so good playing dodgems against the Storms earlier. Dodging and splitting like an absolute king in those scenarios. I see the High Templars coming about, the Zealots are gathering up, and the Immortal steps over to that left side base. So got the +2 in the Storm on the way out, and again, Robo Facility Cannons and batteries building on the side of Maxpax. 6 more drones, 7 more drones in production, add a couple of extractors in. Archons get going onto some of those drones, so damage being dealt. +2 melee coming up, meters coming through. Archon's going to get rid of the Queen, and now the Roaches and the drones in a little bit of danger. You'd love to get the drones as they're stacking, but the Roaches put some good damage on. You don't want to lose an Archon, so again, these two matching up against each other very well. Then very funnily, as they continue to get the back and forth between each other. Really leveled up. Now we do have Mutas taken to the stage. Welcome to the Mutalist. Rainor been trying to build Mutas a few times today, actually, so it's definitely not something he's been shying away from in this matchup. Steer attack coming about, Mortal on the way, gateways, cannon, battery, all being built. The infestation pit coming up as well, coming up to being about halfway done. As you see, the Mutas still just pinging backwards and forwards, figuring out where exactly. And I want to go, bunch of zealots warping in. Mutas are going to head up this right-hand side. They are going to get past the army. Obviously, it does mean your ground army is a little bit weaker right now, and especially when you're building Ling-heavy stuff, dealing with this army might be difficult. Let's see how he fights it as the Lings come through. Good split back on the Roaches initially. Didn't let too much Storm damage come out. Just going to stay back there. Rainor going to consistently kind of re-split and pull back on those units. Again, the Mutas are going to be arriving in the natural, so they're going to get in there. There's a cannon being powered by a battery, though, so that's not going to go down easily. Bottom left base goes down again. I don't know if Rainor really has the strength to really kind of push through this at the moment, if I'm going to be honest. I mean, he does with the Mutas start to deal some damage, but the main army is a major issue. Loses his 4th base, and he needs to find a way to deal with this to some extent. I mean, he is forcing his opponent to play defensively back at home. That is a big plus. So, forcing units to come in back on the other side rather than continue to reinforce here gives him a little bit of space and a little bit of a chance. But now the Mutas are being dealt with. Phoenix out as well. It's not a ton of Mutas, and there's not more Mutas coming. Now, what does Rainor... I mean, it's going to be, what, 3 bases each? 46 probes of Maxpax, though, to 72 drones of Rainor. So Rainor does have the better economy, just about. It's the army that's definitely very strong from Maxpax, because he's got Storms, Masses of Archons, and just, again, every unit in that army is basically a tech unit. There's a few Stalkers, but that's about it. The Zealots on that left side getting caught by the few Mutalists as well. As the issue, I guess, is that Maxpax kind of wants to attack in. Rainor is actually setting up to just build more units, get a hive up, and get some more tech online himself. Maxpax probably feels like this is one of his best opportunities to go and pull the trigger and get something done. And I don't disagree. It'd be different if you're still on like 60 workers and you start taking a 4th base with a good economy right now. In fact, sorry, he actually has a Nexus on the left side. Didn't even realize that. So he has a 4th. He just doesn't have that many probes. Rainor's army supply is still not looking good. About equal to the Protoss players. And again, there's a significant difference in value of this army as well. Rainor's army is like half the gas value of his opponents. 1,000 mineral count down as well. It's just not that expensive of an army, and hence it is just not as good as Maxpax continues to bully his way in, and he's just picking and choosing which side he wants to fight on. Starts to step towards the natural units from the 3rd base coming, he steps towards those. He's just taking this pretty calmly while being, like I say, a bully into the position. And Rainor can't do anything more about it. That's going to be GG. Maxpax is going to take game 3. And Maxpax rallies back from that 1-0 deficit. Better builds for him against what Rainor is doing. And is now able and capable of taking a lead in this series for the first time. And it's going to be on match point. Tokamak coming up. Maxpax hosts about 10 times faster than I do, so we'll just join his lobby. And we'll get ready to go straight into game 4. Like that was a little early. No. Rainor was dead. He just hadn't. He was losing everything that was trying to fight the army. He was on less army supply with a worse army. So yeah, pretty brutal. Pretty brutal. Just waiting for Rainor to take a moment, and then he'll join this game, and we'll get game 4 started up. And Maxpax readies. Rainor, go. We head into game 4. Can Rainor bring it back to 2-2? The final is best of 5. Yes, best of 5. It's 7 best of 5s in a day is a lot. So best of 7 would be pushing it a little bit. I would have loved to have this as a best of 7. I promise you, but it's already been a long day for a lot of people involved. So. Best of 5 just makes a bit more sense. Players are happier playing best of 5. Players would probably play best of 3 if they could, to be honest. Well, that's not always true. Sometimes they want to practice against each other, so yeah. Anyways, we get into the top right-hand corner of the map to introduce our Blue Zerg, who is now down in the series and needs to win this to keep the finals going into a 5th and final game. It's Rainor in the top right. Bottom left, our red Protoss player is going to be Maxpax. Alright, so catch gas coming through, gate coming up, and get settled in. See what style Maxpax picks, because Rainor also has been playing the same style repeatedly. Maxpax has kept switching it up. Wonder if Rainor might kind of choose to switch it up a little bit now instead. Be a possibility, right? Let's do the next in the cyber core coming about for a couple of moments. And a couple of queens on the way through. Cybercore about to finish. Nexus on the way out. It's going to have the couple of drones building up as well. Stargate drops straight in. I just have our Nexus building on the natural. Queens and drones on the way up. I'm just going to go shading out across the map. Going to get him moving already. In motion to start us off here and get things underway. Work on the Stalker coming about and get that set up. And things be coming about, Oracle coming up. Let's see the Queen gonna fight. The Adept taking some damage. And the Oracle just coming up, Hawkgate coming through. Just gonna see the Gold Queen's gonna be there. The Oracle will get turned away. It's just gonna get pushed back to the other side. Stalker is gonna get the Overlord. It's a daily occurrence in these games. Overlord going down. I can go from there. So see the Ling's gonna get a gather on the pylon. Oracle gonna activate. A couple Lings going down. Stalker is there to help push those Lings around a little bit longer. Twilight Council Forge, gateways building up for the moment as our Nexus is a building. So gates continue through. Evo Chamber coming about. Lings and the Queen coming over. All those gates as we start up a charge upgrade as well. So just committing to a lot of aggression here with the Zealots. Still building a couple of probes, but man, it's just a lot of gateways now. 7 extra. Takes us to 9. Now, Rainor has a Rotoron starting up. Against Geralt, he definitely has some issues identifying some of the more aggressive pushes and so on. Starts the melee upgrade as well. I feel like that's exactly what the kind of, exactly the kind of thing you want to fight against right now as Maxpax. Who I presume is also, more than likely going to still drop a Temple Archives down, be able to morph in a couple of Archons with this, and then, like I said, just have a very powerful army. That's not good, though. A bunch of probes just dying on the third base. Protection is not there at all. 9 probes go down instantly. The Oracles have to peel back, but that's way too late. Charge +1 continuing up. Melee upgrade still building through. Stalkers and the Adept are going to be taking some damage. Stalkers going to continue to get surrounded. Oracles activating. A couple Lings going down. We will be seeing the Lings, drones, and the lag continue to produce through at the moment. Also want to try and dive in. We will see some Zerglings getting picked away at. Again, lag coming up. Roaches coming through. The Zealots will be there to push the Lings back the other direction. We go back and forth. The Lings continue to chase those Zealots. Stacy Ward is going to pop. It's going to be seeing the Zealots still going after this. One of the Oracles goes down already. The Queen's going to get surrounded, like I said, just a mass of Zealots. Maxpax actually did keep mining gas, but never built the Temple Archives like I thought he might, so he does have a ton of available gas behind this if he wants to follow up with something. Rainor losing 11 drones already. More Zealots showing up. The Queen's starting to go down as the drones try to protect. Obviously, Roach is showing up as well. Going to do some good drone micro here. The problem is so many of these drones are now just not mining, so you're not getting value out of them at all. And these Zealots going to finally run low on numbers. Rainor needs to step out, defend the third base. Don't want to let that go down to like another wave of Zealots or something right now. Zealots gathering, a few more warping in. We just have Roaches and Lings still producing from Rainor drone coming up. Temple Archives coming through. Zealots will dive on toward the hatchery for the moment. Plus 2 attack, Temple Archives building from Maxpax. To be fair, Raynor's held, and I guess this is where we do go into the this is where Maxpax gets to use his gas. Still has the upgrade lead, of course, because he had an upgrade with this initially, and this is why you keep mining gas, so you actually have a bit of a follow-up available. Worker count fine from Maxpax. Imagine if Maxpax hadn't lost all those workers. Just that run by, then he would have been in a worker lead already as well. That would be crazy. Gonna see the Oracle trying to dive through. Spore gonna finish up. And +2 attack. Storm coming over. Maxpax going exactly where you'd expect him to. Rainor going to get +2 melee, but also the missile upgrade, Roach Speed 2, and a Baneling Nest coming down. Kind of an interesting scenario. Like, Rainor is alive. It was a commitment from Maxpax, and because he had the gas kind of in the bank, he kind of is able to kind of follow up now and look kind of okay. Rainor actually sets up to 5 bases and a few more drones. He's going to be well set for the later stages of the game. Ling stepping over. Knight Templar and the +2 attack coming up. Still having the Immortals building through, and the upgrades continuing out. Bane Speed going to be a part of that as well. Just a few Zerglings getting away, escaping out of there for the moment. Oh, that's not a good time to lag.
Paused.
Yeah, Reyno's lagging. Italian internet, playing on the European server, not great.
Game resumed.
Alright, I'm going to try and get this going again. There's a few roaches come over. I'm just going to be having these rocks get knocked down. The infestation pit coming up as well. So again, taken down. Immortal production has started. The double robo facility coming up right now. Infestation pit coming online. And +2 melee, +2 missiles still coming over. Roaches, Ravagers gathering in the center. Hive will be starting up as well. Rainor is on his way to that kind of future tech. I mean, Reynor's going to be maxed. I wonder if Maxpax, I don't think he has the numbers to really kind of go for a push or anything. $31 Banelings coming up, just going to be seen. It's definitely going to bring a lot of power into Reynor's force. I mean, he could actually just bust with this, right? Because like I said, I don't know if the numbers are necessarily there for Maxpax. And with Banes as well, like your army's going to have a lot of value all at once. So, like I say, definitely some busting power. First Stasis War going to have to be dealt with. Storms on the left-hand side connecting a little. Going to be seeing a split of units here as Rainor tries to hit multiple places. But Maxpax's defensive units everywhere so far working out. Hitting the Storms on the left definitely dissuading Rainor from kind of committing in fully. And it looks as though, for the moment, Maxpax will live on as the Ultra Cavalry drops down from Rainor, and we start to see some of that Hive Tech coming into play. Adrenal Glands included. Maxpax tries to get catch on a few more Zerglings just to take out anything that he can for the cost of some energy. Why the hell not? The Roachbane comes back into the center. Oh, well, I should say the bottom right side, so I'm going to get over there as the Adrenal Glands, Carapace, +2 missiles coming up as well. Army still collecting. We do have one storm going down. The Zerglings can take some serious damage off of that initially. Mothership, +1 air weapons, +3 ground attack, all coming through. Mothership and the carrier still building up. A couple of Stargates on the way in. You see the Queen just going to be there, push the Oracle back out to the bottom side. Carriers and the Mothership getting set up as well, so just gonna get like going. +1 air weapons and the +3 attack upgrade coming through too. This Roach is just gonna go after some of the rocks, so a little bit of damage being dealt. The Mothership and the carriers coming up for the moment. Get ourselves the melee upgrade, chitinous plating, +2 carapace. It's really just a production tab of upgrades from Rainor. I mean, he's maxed, so that's obviously where the money starts to go to. Prove your army that exists. just harass this Nexus from the other side with some Biles. And Rainor has a lot of units set up on the left-hand side. We do have carriers in production, though, with the Mothership as well. So again, that later game tech into Sky Toss coming up here from Maxpax. And we will look to move into there. And I don't know if Rainor's really set to deal with that right now. Spire, non-existent. So it's one of those scenarios where maybe you can kind of headbutt into that army a few times and clean out the ground force because you're going to be very ground-focused. But at some point, he's going to need to build a Spire and start building something that can shoot carriers, because it's not just like he doesn't have Corruptors, he doesn't even have Hydras. You know, he has 0 anti-air. Well, sorry, he has 5 Queens and 3 Corrosive Vials. You know, that is not going to do it. So Rainor needs to figure out what he's going to do about carriers, because their number is going to be increasing. We're already on 3. More already starting to pop out in the next few moments. I mean, the drop rewards are obviously nice. I think this just comes down to buying time right now as Rainor. He's got a bunch of money. Just doesn't necessarily have the correct production to really deal with what's going to be one of the major threats on the map for the coming moments. Couple of storms here as Rainor tries to slip back, let these Balins do some work. Nice couple of second storms, well placed to really capitalize on a lot of those units. We're just moving back around, +2 air weapons coming up. As those carriers going to get even more powerful. Rainor going to get his first sight of these now. He's on his way to Neo Parasite. Meanwhile, the major drop in the main base. We'll see how Maxpax deals with all of those Lings. The Banes just roll into Archons here. Not sure if Raynor was watching in that moment, as there's a lot of other things going on. That Nexus low. The Stasis Ward doing a lot. The Zealot and Archon defense here is looking good so far, and that's going to be a lot of the Lings denied. Raynor doing nothing with that. Spire just now starting. Like I said, I'm not sure he has the preparations really made to deal with carriers, and he does not. He's running. And the thing is, Maxpax has not, backed away because of all the aggression on the other side. He has just kept on moving. He says, you know what, he understands that there's not really an answer to this right now. 2 Spires on the way from Rainor, probably just in case one of them gets found and killed. Then you're going to have the other one as a backup. Storms on the Lings are going to be deadly. Maxpax is going to recall the rest of his units into reinforce, and Rainor supply blocked. Still no answer to carriers. And I think Maxpax is going to take this series down 3-1. Super interesting game because of the way it started. I felt like Rainor at times had opportunities to kind of step back into this, but is not enough. GG. Maxpax brings it back from 1-0 down. That first game made Maxpax look so hopeless, but he will win 3 in a row after adjustments made, and he will win the WardiTV June event. Congrats, Maxpax. That was a cool-ass game. Cool series. And 2 players you don't get to see play against each other a whole lot. Guys, we are going to be back tomorrow with the WardiTV European League Qualifier 1. So me will be back 22 hours or so from now. So a bit of a later stream than usual. So we'll be back for that tomorrow. And then Monday, WardiTV Mondays. Tuesday, more European League qualifiers and more stuff throughout the week. Thank you so much for watching and joining. It's been an absolute pleasure. I hope you guys have a great rest of your day. I'm going to run some ads on the outro, and I'm going to get it moving because it's been a long day as well. So thank you so much for watching. I'll see you guys later, and I'll catch you guys next time for more StarCraft 2. Bye, and thank you for all of the support and the love today. We had a load of subs, a bunch of, the super chat on the YouTube as well. Thank you so much, guys. You guys have a great rest of your day. I'll see you guys again tomorrow.